We're going to call this meeting to order, and please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning.
Good morning.
First up, we have Mr. Corey George and all his crew back there for court services and probation. Don't know where they, is that where they have you coming right there?
Is that fine? I have Judge Drake joining me. I believe Judge Todd will be joining shortly.
He may not make it. He had a trial this week, and so things going on, so he may not be.
So I may start with some of the other budgets.
Whatever you want to do.
Judge Dolahaney isn't able to make it, so I will be covering his probation, and then depending on Judge Todd's arrival time, we can do court services and public defenders. That would be all right?
Yep, whatever you want to do.
All right, so maybe we'll start with Judge Dolahaney in the Superior Court 3 budget.
Page 45.
Judge Dolahaney did submit a budget narrative as well. Hopefully you have a copy of that. Has a few bullet points as requested. Is there a particular manner in which you would like to go through this, or would you like to lead me, or?
You know, you go right ahead.
Okay.
Fine.
So, in going down the list, the first request where there is a requested increase would be the CASA director. In line with the budget narrative Judge Dolahaney submitted, as well as Judge Drake, Judge Todd, and Judge Horn. Certain percentages were requested of certain court employees, but a 5% increase is requested for the CASA director.
Is that different from any of the others?
Yes. The court reporter, bailiff, and legal assistant were also increases were also requested there. And if we could, it may be best if Judge Todd arrives to address those at the same time, because those requests are all similar across Superior 3 and court services. It's up to you all, but that may help us with that conversation.
So is there a reason the CASA is higher request than the others?
It's actually a lower
Lower.
request.
Oh, lower, okay.
The other ones are up. Is it a percentage or is it just an amount?
It's a percentage, yes.
What's that percent?
22%. And that would be the court reporter, the bailiff, and the legal assistant positions.
What's the basis for that? I'm sorry, we don't have those papers.
Okay, my apologies.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault.
And so you're asking about for the court-specific staff, why a larger
Yeah.
increase? Well, it's in line with what we've requested in past years, and frankly, it has to do with really the specialized nature of those positions. I've recently, in circuit court, went through a transition where I've lost a long-term employee because frankly a sole practitioner law firm in town could offer her almost what this increase is. And so I think, one, just looking across the market for this for the staff that we have working closest with us, it's certainly in line with what I think they can make in other places. It's very specialized as to what they do, different than, say, and this is certainly not to talk down on any other positions in the county, but it's certainly more specialized than, say, what happens in the clerk's office in terms of running the docket of a court day in and day out, and everything that we have coming in. And frankly, the judges just cannot do their jobs without the staff that we have with us. So it's in line with what we've requested previously. I believe it was just this past year, and thankfully so and rightfully so, that the council gave a pretty major increase to employees across the board, with the exception of court staff. They did not get that kind of proportionate increase, I don't believe, unless I'm missing that, but I think it was.
Everybody should have. Yeah, because we did it
Okay.
all across the
Yeah.
board. Yeah, they did.
And I apologize,
That's
I
okay.
misspoke, but maybe it was the previous year, there was a greater increase for, say, like the clerk's office than the court staff.
I believe with the Irwin report a
That
couple of
maybe
years
the
ago,
Irwin
some
days.
positions bumped higher
Yeah.
than others,
Yeah,
which
that, a
caused some
couple of years
angst.
ago, that
Yeah.
happened. Yeah.
So, I don't know if there's anything else you want me to add about that.
That's fine.
So basically, those positions that directly report to the courts, court reporter, bailiff, and legal assistant would fall under that percentage.
Court administrator.
So the court administrator position is requested in Judge Dolahanty's budget as well as the court services budget. So this 22,312 number is 1/4 of the total that's being requested by all 4 courts. That falls in line with what the request was last year. That also is addressed in the budget narrative submitted by Judge Todd, Judge Horn, and Judge Drake. The next increase requested in Judge Dolahanty's budget is the per diem for jurors. The request, or the amount currently received is $10,000. The amount requested next year is $20,000. The legislature bumped the amount that jurors are entitled to under Indiana law. So basically that is in line with A, the increased amounts, and B, the belief that there will be an increase in trials, or the number of trials will remain what they are.
And I'll just add that per diem for jurors, that actually doubled beginning July 1st of this year per statute. So it's,
From what to
it
what?
was, if potential jurors appeared, it was $15 that they automatically received. That amount is now $30. And if they're selected as a regular juror, that amount increased from $40 per day to $80 per day. With the caveat that if the trial goes longer than 6 days, if it starts at 6 days, I believe, the amount increases to $90 per day that the selected jurors receive.
Okay.
So that increase is effective this July.
It's already started,
Yeah.
July 1st.
So you're gonna need more money to finish the year.
Possibly.
The next request in increase in Judge Dolahanty's budget is medical exam, test, and testimony. Currently, he receives $1,000 for that. His request is $10,000. I now realize maybe you don't have his budget narrative. That is addressed in there. Basically, he cites the increased need in competency evaluations in criminal cases, as well as just the cost of each of those evaluations. Each evaluation can run anywhere from $4,500 to $6,000. So really just the increased need and the increased cost for each of those evaluations. The next increase is in lodging meals for jurors, same issue that we just addressed previously. Currently we receive $500 for that, and the increased request is for $1,000. And I believe that addresses all the increases in his budget.
Well, back on the medical exam test and so forth, maybe it's not in here for whatever
Yeah.
reason, but I see no expenditures in 22 and 21 for that.
I can't address that specifically without discussing with Judge Dolahanty, but I've helped him on occasion, maybe not this year, maybe last year, in the payment of some similar examinations or evaluations by doctors. And maybe Judge Drake knows the practice of the court services. There were some other lines in which we had paid those from on occasion, or maybe we had helped with. So I'm not exactly certain, but the
It seems a
information.
little odd to increase it this amount and we haven't shown any expenditures in the past, so.
Well, for the medical line, because that's typically what if, say, a criminal defendant, their attorney asks for a psychological evaluation, that would typically come out of that. As a court, we really don't know how many of those are going to be filed any particular year. It just depends on the cases that come in. And I can't tell you exactly how many I had the year before, but I know I've had several this year. And typically, and by statute, we have to appoint usually a psychiatrist and a psychologist. And for them to do that evaluation, it's at least $2,500 per doctor. So every time that happens, it's usually a $5,000 event that occurs at least. And it just depends on how many of those are filed. It's really hard to forecast that, but it's just something that by law we have to provide regardless.
Yeah, I'm not questioning
Yeah.
providing it, I'm just, from a
Sure.
budget standpoint.
So Judge Dolahanty is generally well researched in his writings. He cites here in this letter, he has had maybe 3 or 4 in the past 20 years, and he's had 4 in just the past 6 months. So he must have funded those from a different line.
Evidently, because even first half of 23 has nothing.
We funded 2 or 3, I think 2.
Maybe from
Outside
contingency.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did this past.
Sorry, I'm not certain on that, but I
Yeah,
feel
it's okay.
confident in his
Yeah.
information.
Is Judge Dolahanty's explanation part of the information in the packets of increase that we did not receive?
You got everything we got.
That's not correct. I submitted the
No.
budget narrative with the budgets.
Yeah.
I think when we got our packets at our board meeting, it was noted that
There was quite a
there,
few.
well, I know there's funds for my departments on the liaison for missing. This is another one that we need copies of.
Yeah, as
Sorry.
we've historically done, anytime the budgets are submitted, the courts submit a budget narrative,
Mhm.
and those were submitted via email.
I know I had a copy of it, I looked at it last night, but I can't find it this morning.
I could make copies real quick, or have Morgan make copies if you would like.
I've got court services, but I don't have.
Yeah,
I
I don't
thought I-
have that one either.
Okay,
No, I don't have, not Judge Dolan.
okay, I thought I read it.
We can make copies.
Morgan.
We'll get all
Sorry
that
about that.
information, Gloria, and it's not your fault, that's fine, go ahead.
All right. So Judge Todd has joined us now, so.
Good morning, Judge Todd.
Yeah, I apologize.
It's okay.
Morning.
So we've covered a few things, Judge. We started with Judge Dolahanty's budget, but Judge Drake chimed in and helped me with a few things. So would you like to move to court services? Would that
That's
be
fine.
okay?
Mhm.
Okay. Want me to keep
I'll
going,
let you
or?
take the
I'll keep leading the way and let them chime in as and when they see fit. So in going line by line, like we did with Judge Dolahanty, as we noted, the court reporter, bailiff, and legal assistant positions, the bump was requested at 22%. Also worthy of note, there is the 3 new positions that were requested at the same amount as the current 3 legal assistant positions. That is outlined in the narrative and is in line with the request that was made last year for this year that was not funded. So,
We're actually working on getting those positions yet this year.
okay,
We have it in the pipeline, but it's going through HR right now.
okay.
So keep that in mind that you should be keeping your eyes open.
All right, thank you. Also, in line with what we just discussed with Judge Delahanty's budget, the court administrator position is in there. This amount represents 3/4 of the total request, also in line with what was requested in last year for this year's budget as well. And then the next two
And
increase.
it was, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Trying to follow along here, make sure everyone
Sure.
understands. The court administrator is requested at what dollar figure?
So in the 2024 budget request, the total is $89,248, with the amount requested from the three court services judges budget at $66,938, which is 3/4 of that total. And then the next two increases really, well, the next one increase falls in line with what we just discussed about the per diem increase. Currently, the court services budget receives $50,000. The request is for $100,000. And then just below that is a pauper attorney increase request. We currently receive $300,000 for that, and the increase is $400,000. We did not specifically address that before, so I'll let maybe one of the judges talk on that one.
The per diem on the jury-related things, you may be aware, but the legislation just went into effect July 1 that basically took, and I want to be respectful, but it's shameful what jurors were paid. I think it's still not good, but they were paid $40 a day for being a juror, and you got 15 if you showed up and didn't get selected, which on heavier cases could be you sit there all day till 4 o'clock and you get $15 for it. They just doubled that, so it went to 80 and 30. So that's what it is now. And I think if it's a 5-day trial, starting the 5th day, you get 90 in terms of what the jurors get paid. So it only made sense that it went statutorily double, so we just double what we had in the budget now. For a long running time, we've had an agreement with council, a good faith handshake type of scenario that those things are somewhat uncontrollable. We don't know how many trials we're going to have this year. My preference would be 0, but I just got done with one last night, so they're going to happen, and so they're somewhat unpredictable. So we've always gone into that with council with the understanding we understand that's a required thing, and we'll do what we need to do. But it didn't make sense not to reflect that in a budget, because the bottom line is it's doubling. What was the other category, Corey?
Pauper attorney?
Yeah, pauper attorney, that's been an ongoing struggle, and I don't want to be too wordy, but it's trying to staff current positions. There's a very interesting article that's in a recent Indiana Lawyer that I would encourage you to read. You might even be able to access it online. If not, I'd be glad to provide it. But it talks about the struggle to staff prosecutor and public defender offices. Matter of fact, I think right now there are currently 30-some openings in the Marion County Prosecutor's Office. And then when you look at PD openings, you have a very similar struggle. Elkhart County, which isn't near as big, I think it's Elkhart County, but they're supposed to be staffed at 29, they're at 18. So it's a struggle to keep up with the caseload and the demand for filling those positions, and frankly, some of it's pay oriented. So what you find yourself doing, in the article even touches on this too, which is interesting, is the concern regarding filling those positions with lawyers that have 3 years or less experience. Because as you can imagine, you're trying to get as skilled of folks as you can for a variety of reasons. Everybody wants that in their business. So part of what we've tried to do in the public defender jobs, and I give Judge Drake a ton of credit, she puts more time into it than the rest of us, to be frank, of trying to fill some of those positions. And the reality is we have filled those positions, and they are filled respectfully with great people, but people maybe that don't have as much trial experience and those kinds of experience, because that's who you're finding that land or are willing to come to our community and serve in that capacity. So what that's caused us to do naturally, and you know it because you see claims come across your desk, is to try to supplement that and have those fills. The other reality is we've had probably a larger than normal number of what I will consider to be significant or upper level cases, F2, F1s, or MRs, or murder cases. And so again, when those go to trial, as they have, there's a rather significant cost associated with those. So again, that's a category we've had somewhat of an understanding with counsel on. If it is not a, we would like to have this, it is a constitutionally required protection that folks have, is right to counsel. Most people know that if they watch any TV shows, so that's kind of where we find ourselves. Now, having said that, again, counsel has been great for the last several years of understanding that, and although it always creates tension in the budget, the understanding of counsel to do that and understand we're working the best we can to keep those positions filled and to be cost conscious. I won't get into all the history of it, but it wasn't too long ago that we tried to study those and set fees for attorneys that are willing to take them. We've tried part-time contract jobs, which people, after they did that for a while, weren't willing to take. It wasn't, quite frankly, worth the funds we were paying, and so we've done the best we can with what I respectfully would indicate is a statewide struggle. We're not unique, but I think our numbers for a county our size are maybe a little bit unique. So that'll finally shut up. But I'd be glad if you got any questions. Yeah, I guess the one thing I would add as well, I think it's important for us to show those bumps and stuff, and I realize county looks at tons of budgets. You got tons of these meetings, not just ours, and so if you say, well, we'd kind of like to leave it at that amount, understanding that we may have to pour over to it, you've done that before, but again, we're just trying to tell you that, you know, the wave of things that we have, or that number, we run out of funds and we look to fund that, and again, council's been great about doing what they told us that they will do, understanding that that is a requirement rather than a want.
What's next?
We can move to the 4D office, if that'd be okay. Pretty simple one here. Really, the two bumps are for the court commissioner and the court reporter. 5%, again, is outlined in the letter from the courts. And that one's pretty simple. Everything else was left the same. I did not show any increases in the Social Security, the retirement, the group health. I really wasn't sure what those percentages of bumps should be. Didn't really receive any guidance on that, to my knowledge, so those were left the same.
Just a quick question with that too. Does council in general have some kind of a proportional number they have in their heads to know that, hey, if these salaries get paid or this position gets funded or whatever, that's a ballpark we know that kind of gets added into that mix?
With retirement and payroll taxes?
Yeah, those types of things, Tony.
It's about 20%.
Okay, so that's something that you have a basic feel for
Right.
when you're adding, or whether that's an increasing a current position or adding a position. All right, good enough.
Retirements, 11 or 12%. You have Social Security, 7.65.
Yeah.
A little bit for unemployment, so it's about 20.
Yeah.
Health insurance is a big unknown because it depends on,
What
I
will
know.
they take?
they may
Yeah.
not take any, they may take
I get you,
very
Max.
expensive.
That makes
Yeah.
it 30%.
So Corey, I may have missed, but on the 4D, the new positions that's in here,
No new, so this is the 4D court, maybe
maybe I'm looking at something.
maybe you're looking at the, I think the prosecutor has.
Has anybody got a page number on that? We need to
This is the
do that
process.
each time.
So 4D court would be the department name,
Is it the Fund 4200?
4902.
Okay, what I'm looking at on the spreadsheet that we were given is 06604D.
That's the department, yeah. I've got
And I
that one
don't
and
see
then
anything
court.
that you're talking about.
That's the prosecutors.
Yeah, that's the prosecutor's thing.
You said 69, Gary.
69, backup 71.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, no, I see the
we don't
tab.
have that in this spreadsheet?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about on the computer. What page is this, Gary?
69 starts.
You look at the third column
Is this it?
on 69.
That one we wasn't sure if you.
It says for assistant.
Yeah.
So it's not, you don't have that on the computer?
No. This was one of those. None of them on the computer. Only on the computer is a And this one, we wasn't sure if we needed it or not, but I had it printed.
Yeah, this is still the prosecutor one right here. That's it, page 69.
I'm sorry, but could you explain to me the difference then between the 4D court and the 4D prosecutor?
So I'll let the judges cover that one, but from a budget perspective, what we submit under the court services is for the court commissioner, so the judge magistrate that serves over that 4D court, and then his staff, and then a couple of incidentals, so it's a relatively small budget. I believe the 4D prosecutors, Mr. McClintock may be here to handle.
Okay.
So I'll let him address that one.
So what she just passed out is a total of $206,800, is that?
That is the one that the courts oversee.
Okay.
Yes. So the request, the increase was for the court commissioner, the judge that presides over that court, as well as the court reporter, which is his one staff member in that court and that budget.
What's the request? I must be looking at this wrong.
A 5% increase
Oh, okay.
for each of them
Thank you.
salary.
So Deborah, you're gonna add this onto this spreadsheet at some point then?
My plan, all I have on the spreadsheet is county general. I'm hoping within the week I will put all the others into their own spreadsheet.
This is a county general fund.
Say that again.
Does it have a department? It doesn't have a department number. Because it's listed, any of them that have like the 0235, the departments, that's what's in this file. Any that have what I just call a non-1000 fund number, I will put in the next spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'm not certain of that, but my understanding is, and maybe the judges can address it, these are county general funds. This is not a grant, this is
Right.
other alternative funding that we receive. There's some reimbursements, I believe, on the other end, but
I think it's more they had an issue with the actual sheets with what they got when the prior auditor left and trying to make heads or tails out of that. So Debbie is doing a great job and struggling, but trying to get these things together. So you're right, that's the general funds, but it'll be on a separate one because of whatever those numbers are that.
And there are gonna be issues like this
It
to
needs
the
to be
budget
in this,
hearing.
it
not
needs
just-
to be in this
Yeah.
county general.
Right.
Or line item 704, court reporter 1, adopted $7,307. You're asking $49,672.
adopted, Gary, is 47,307, and we're asking 49,670.
And this spreadsheet says 7,307.
It does.
Because
Spreadsheet says something different.
yeah, well,
That may have been a typo, I'm not certain. What was?
yeah, it's probably it. It should have been
That's a good raise,
47.
Corey.
Sorry, Gary.
It should have been 47,037, right, Corey?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that, somebody made a mistake.
And I printed what I submitted via email, so I'm not certain.
Well, they were making these spreadsheets up, and so it's human error probably.
You
Yes.
can check that
It's
out,
things
let us
that
know.
should double check.
Yes, and the interesting thing is the bottom total number matches, but
It
Yeah.
is.
so there must be a formula error or
Yeah.
something. So, sorry, I didn't catch that, but good catch, Gary.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. So, yes, what was adopted on, at least what shows on my spreadsheet, 47,307. What is
Yeah.
requested is 49,672,
Okay.
which is 5%.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sorry about that.
Okay, now that we got that figured out.
All right. Other questions on that one? So then the last two, under the court services authority is the public defender and the supplemental public defender
Go ahead and keep it.
fund. Which I'm not sure, I see public defender, I don't know if you have the supplemental public defender, which that is a fee-based fund.
It's 0271 in your blue book.
It's what?
0271 in the blue book, and I have it up on the
So he's talking about, there's two funds.
Oh,
So the public defender is what's up, and the other fund is 1200, the supplemental public defender fee fund, which we have historically always presented at the budget hearing.
Go ahead with your public defender, and we will
Okay.
listen to the other one.
So on the one that's showing, the first increased request was for the administrative assistant. The increase is 5%, again, in line with what we've just discussed, as well as the 6 attorney lines, also an increase of 5%. And then the part-time investigator, an increase of 5%. And I believe those are the only changes in the PD, that budget.
So on the spreadsheet, the administrative assistant is changed down.
Should be, should be 5% unless there's another. On my sheet, it is 5%.
Right up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went down.
That's less than that.
Yeah.
Good catch. So on our submitted document, the adopted was 35,880, and the requested was 37,674.
So just the 23 is wrong.
Well, the 23 and the 24 are both wrong.
Both are wrong. 37,674 for 2024 is correct.
Say that number again, please.
What is showing on there for the 24 request, 37,674 is correct. 2023 adopted is 35,880. On a top.
At the top.
They've got that in
Yeah,
there as the
I'm
amount
not
of
sure where you're at.
22.
At the top, adopted for the administrative assistant 2023,
that,
one more over, right there. It should be 35,880.
That was the 22 amount. It
Yeah,
didn't go
it
up.
was- it was
Yeah.
22.
It didn't,
And
it
20.
should have went up from 22 to 23,
Right.
6.5%, right?
So, honestly, I don't have that information in front of me. I can probably get to it. We went off of what was on the sheet that we received. I may have to look into that one.
Yeah.
With the 6.5% increase over 22, the 23 should be what's on there roughly.
The 38 should be the 23, and then it should be going up.
Yeah.
We should be able to get to something fairly quickly. So if that number is wrong, the intent was to request 5% over 2023, so I'll clarify with that and apologize. Again, thank you for catching that.
So I would think you could get that information back to us at some point.
Yes, I think I probably can get it while we work here, but it may take me a few minutes. In the supplemental public defender fee budget, that's a fairly simple budget. There are just 6 lines total. And I realize you may not have this in front of you, but the requested increase was for the secretary that is funded out of that fund, also 5%. The information, at least we have, which I will also check, the current salary is $31,364 with a requested increase of 5% to $32,932. The other items funded out of that fee-based fund are Social Security, retirement, group health, disability. Again, we did not increase those amounts, and a contractual professional line, which we did not request an increase in that amount, $81,120 for a total budget would be a little bit over $124,000. That there's not a formula at the bottom of that one either, so I don't have that total.
But that's all funded out of 40 funds.
It's funded out of the fees that individuals that are court-ordered pay for the public defender fees, indigent counsel fees.
Yeah, we can order max in cases that where people have a public defender or representation of public expense. You can order a supplemental public defender fee. There's some limits on it, but also it's a little bit different when they have a cash bond. So what that is may vary, but the bottom line is we try to recoup some of those, similar to what we do with charging guardian ad litem fees, and that is try to offset some of it. But reality is they wouldn't be getting a public defender if they could truly afford counsel. So you end up getting just some money, but some money is better than no money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That user fee that I sent you an email about?
I don't believe so. I couldn't track that down, but I did compare the fund numbers and they did not match. But that's a fund that builds up and just helps pay this. These are the only budgeted and approved expenses from that fund. It's kind of like our probation user fee
Yeah,
fund.
I was going to analogize it to that. It's something where you're trying to offset some of the services. And we just, I think at some point worked with council and they said, well, let's apply them toward this. And it really, quite frankly, doesn't matter to us what's put in there. It's really all about what kind of money you can generate to offset the general fund money max.
And according to the 2023 salary ordinance information that's on the county's page, back to the earlier question, it looks like that information is wrong that we requested. So if you wouldn't mind, I could send you that by email, probably would be the best way to clarify. It looks like the salary that was 2023 was 38,230, which would then be 5% above that.
Yeah, so you're looking at 40,100, something like that,
Yeah.
with 5%.
So I could just do the math to be, so 38,230 should have been in that 2023 amount. So the request would be 40,141. Thank you for catching it. So So we also have the probation budget. I think that would be the last one that hopefully the judges can stick around on, but under the court services authority, any questions on those budgets?
Juvenile detention, you've reduced significantly.
So that would be under probation, so you want
Oh,
to
I-
skip to that one, which
Sorry.
is fine.
I thought
No,
she was on
that's,
that.
no, I'm happy to, that's where we were headed next. I just wanted to make sure we got everything on the courts. So, yeah, I'll jump into the probation budget. So here, we also have two budgets that we historically present. We have the county general budget, which is the 1,000, and our probation user fee budget, which is the 2,000. As you're all aware, the state of Indiana has the Indiana probation officer salary schedule. We have an adaptation of that that we have historically followed in Wayne County, which is a little variation from it. So each of the salaries that were submitted in the county general budget reflect the increase in the state salary schedule. The other difference is the county has historically funded a certain amount for each of the county general probation officer salaries. I have requested an increase in that amount. Current budget 2023, you all fund $56,750 of the salaries that are applicable or above, at or above that amount. For the 2024 budget, I have requested $63,000. I've also made some additional changes to help try to offset that. I'm not sure if you received my budget narrative, but I did submit a budget narrative as well that explains much of that information. But we can kind of hit those individually. But to clarify, under the salaries, those are probably the talking points or the changes. We have one clerical position that's funded out of county general in line with the request of the court staff and court employee staff. I have requested 5% for that clerical position. And then Max, to your question on juvenile detention, I requested a decrease in funding. Currently, we receive $200,000 for juvenile detention. To help offset the increase in the salary side, I have requested $165,000. Two main talking points under that. One, a couple of years ago, as you all are aware, there were some changes with how youth charged as adults were held. At that time, it was determined that even though that wasn't necessarily a traditional probation expense, probation would house that expense and pay it, because I had those connections and relationships in the juvenile detention world. And with this, the work that we do for the courts on the youth that are charged as adults but held, it just kind of made sense. Thankfully, our expenses have dropped. Initially, as you're well aware, we were subject to some really hefty expenses for the detention of those youth charged as adults. Currently, I'm happy to report we have no youth charged as adults currently being held. Some turned 18, some cases were resolved. That could change at any given time, but we initially got hit pretty hard with that. You all covered some of that out of council contingency fund. We covered some out of our juvenile detention fund, but also because of the work of JDAI and our ongoing reduction in the use of traditional juvenile detention, we are at a point where I feel like $165,000 is manageable. Also, as you're all aware, via some emails that I've sent, we had some pretty significant changes in our access to juvenile detention. The Youth Opportunity Center faced some challenges with the workforce with COVID. with the operation of their traditional services. So we were sending youth to Fort Wayne, we were sending youth to Franklin, Indiana, Johnson County. It was coming at a tremendous effect on law enforcement. In one particular case, to take the youth to Franklin, come back one day, the next business day, jail staff had to go back to Franklin, get the youth, bring them back to court, and then take them back to detention after court. There were in essence 3 full trips, roughly a 3-hour trip. So thanks to our law enforcement and jail partners, they were doing that. We had no other choice in those matters. But it's become a difficult environment to work in. But the good news is we're managing, at least at this point, the expenses and the usage.
Corey, do you want to talk about the unfilled probation officer position?
Sure. So we do have a vacancy. That vacancy was created back in November of 2022 when a staff member resigned and moved on to a new position. We quickly posted that position. We faced some pretty significant challenges with the applicant pool, quite frankly the limited applicant pool that we received. So as always, we sort of redistributed the duties across the roughly 20 probation officers that we have. So the impact on any one particular officer was at least smaller or limited. But because of what I would consider to be some pretty difficult budget decisions this year with the county general side and with our declining probation user fee collection, I am at least proposing that in order to present a budget that would be agreeable to you all and support the amount of PUF, probation user fee funds that we collect, that we leave that unbilled. That doesn't come at the cost to some difficulty in our office and the effect on our staff, but at least at this point, that's the decision that we've made administratively to at least request. It is in good faith and with an acknowledgement that you all have a difficult budgetary process, and we're trying to be good stewards in that. The probation officer salary schedule, much like you all did with county employees at 6.5% last year, had an increase of 7.8% for 2024. So last year the increase of the salary schedule was 3.3. So at least my knowledge would be that the state recognized that probation officers were doing a lot of work and pay was behind, and so the increase came for 2024. So that was not a percentage that we had ever seen in my 27 years, and probably Mr. Jamis's years above that. So we received that information just a couple of weeks ago. So we were roughly, as we were waiting on that information, was roughly gauging maybe a 3 or 4% increase that we maybe could have presented a budget that was palatable, but at 7.8, the increases were pretty significant across the seasoned and experienced and vital staff that we have.
But that's from the state.
Correct. The state publishes each year by Indiana law, the probation officer salary schedule. So then we adjust ours accordingly. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Anything else on probation?
I don't think so. So overall on the county general side, 2023 we're at $1,105,000. So the overall request was $1,157 over where we're at, but absorbs those increases that we're requesting. Then on the probation user fee side, that budget, which I'm not sure if you have, is 100% staff salaries, and It's only those salaries that would be over the 63,000 that we're requesting from county general. So the probation user fee fund has always supplemented or offset the expense to the county. As I noted in the budget narrative, continue to be proud of the efforts that we make in the probation collection fee business. We now, between 2008 to current May 2023, have collected almost $3.3 million. Have some things that we're investigating. Wasn't aware of something that actually the Association of Indiana County offers with the TREX system, which is a tax intercept system that some of my colleagues thankfully told me about, where now under the law, we as a department could submit to intercept some taxes for delinquent probation user fee funds.
That would be state tax,
Correct.
not fair.
Correct. There's a fee that's paid to the Indiana Department of Revenue. There's a fee that's paid through the process or a bit of a penalty. So we are investigating that. Of course, it wouldn't be until tax season next year where that would take effect, but we've done our best to collect bad debt or old debt through just a series of encouraging letters. We've just sent a revised letter last week that's sort of putting folks on notice that we are investigating this TREX state system. You can settle up your fees. We offer payment plans, but unfortunately, it seems to be something that we should investigate. And other counties, frankly, in Indiana have used with success. So, but the budget for PUF currently is 169,000 and some change, and the requested budget for 24 would be 170,000 and some change, and that's an amount that I feel reasonably comfortable that we can collect. We average 160 to 180K a year in collections. We're keeping that fund afloat. There's times where we're near zero or thinking that we're going to head towards zero, but we also try to present budgets that are realistic. I believe the judges put a note every year in their narrative as well about the struggles that we face with our PUF fund. But staff do an outstanding job collecting that. All the fees are court ordered, so we do our best, but it's difficult. So I think that covers it.
Before we leave those two, just on the probation, I'll be brief. There's 2 points I want to make. First of all, I've always heard conventional wisdom is in government, don't give things back. But Corey's here today to give up a job and try to spread that over. I don't think that you get that a lot. So my hope is that the credibility that gives him, if there's a need there or things kind of explode on him, that an open ear is held to that, so that we don't wreck that conventional wisdom, which I think is crazy. I think you should run government kind of like you run your household, relative to, hey, I don't have to spend money on that, let's not, but if I have to again, then we have to put it in there. That's the first thing. Secondly, I don't get in front of council collectively a whole lot, which is probably something you're happy about, maybe.
No, Chuck, we miss you.
Yeah, everybody misses me, okay. I just want to put in a plug for Corey. Just day in and day out, a phenomenal job, just like finding maybe potentially, is there this tax intercept, or where can we find funds, or with the efforts through JDAI. When I had a couple of cases I inherited when Judge Colger left, his efforts to find places for those was not easy. It was something that was kind of thrust upon us, and quite frankly thrust upon county government, not just here but across the state, of, hey, here's something you're now going to have to pay for that, by the way, you weren't paying for before. Paying for it, I guess, indirectly, and that folks were housed at the jail, but you have that ongoing expense. And Corey's efforts there just helped me phenomenally, and just in general, day in and day out doing a job, and always looking for things, just like he's shared with you today, or thinking about, hey, how can we get those in line? So I don't know what the overall increase was on $1 million budget with $1,000 or so. I mean, even when those probation salaries are what they are, because the state, it sounds like, kind of swung maybe a year later than county government, because you recognize the same thing last year, trying to find a way to make that palatable. So, again, that's it. I could go on and on, but the bottom line is I just want to express the court's appreciation to Corey, and hopefully this council and the commissioners as a whole feel the same way. And Corey's someone, if he wants information, he'll keep working with you, whether it's you or whatever. He does the job day in and day out, and I just want to give him some kudos. That's it.
Thank you. I was getting ready to say, I've been in budgets 5 times now, and I've seen you cut and try to make things equal out every time, and we do appreciate that. It goes a long way.
Thank you. If you have questions or we can help clarify any of that, let us know.
Thank you very much.
So if you got any questions, just holler at me. Approach me.
Well, one thing I do want to say that, you know, we got limited dollars. And just the requests from the court services and Superior 3 almost take up all the extra dollars that we're allowed to collect next year, plus everything else. The prosecutor has put in a huge request.
Yeah.
So the court end of things is the requests total over $2.5 million for all of these different groups, and that's almost beyond imagination how we can consider that. So
You're saying the collective request of the court increases is about $2.5 million?
of all the related, the prosecutor, the 40, everybody,
Yeah.
including
The court
you.
services is around 550.
From both courts, it's almost 550,000.
Yeah.
Just from the direct court.
Yeah, and I know we've shared at prior meetings, and I don't mean to exhaust why we feel strongly about the things we submitted. We submitted, I think, similar requests last year.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of being just pushed, constantly doing more with less. And again, it's not a woe is me thing, but it's just, that's what you're doing. I apologize, being a little late this morning. I got out of here, I don't know what time, I was at 9 o'clock, and then jury trial, my staff got out at 7:30. It's just ongoing, and it's just trying to struggle with those things. So
We
we
understand.
appreciate your consideration. We wouldn't make the request if we didn't feel like that they were needed, but understand that we got 2 different jobs to do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think we finished 1 minute early, so we'll turn it over to
Thank you
Mr.
all for your
Shipman.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to make sure you're in the right place?
Those are the hot seats right there. You don't
Not a
know
hot
your
seat.
name.
Hop in a murder trial, that's a hot seat.
Yeah.
The original, have you been to the back one?
No, I put it over in today's schedule. Oh, that's the number, I see. It's the number on the top here. We need to have Mark speak their speech so we can see what they're saying. Because here I have to move back so Gary can see what's going on. Let me go ask Mark McGill.
Yeah. She's got it.
Can we make a switch? Can we have Mark switch with these guys? So they're down there so Gary and I can see what they're saying instead of we're leaning back and trying to see what's.
We'll do that at the break. We'll switch
Okay.
things because she's got plugged in and everything else, so we'll wait till our break.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, and
Good.
you all?
Good.
Everybody's well?
I have Ashley Green, she's my chief deputy, and Sherry Crick is my office manager. They're here with me. So Sherry
I'll
helps
give
me.
you child support, just to do the child support question.
And Lonnie's my child support supervisor over there that handles all that. So I brought them over here because they helped me prepare the budget, go over some things. I wasn't in here for the judge's presentation, but it's probably somewhat similar to ours, I would guess, and that is that for years, the criminal justice system has been chronically, we believe, underfunded. And
Mike, if you can hang on here just a second, make sure everyone's on the same page. On page 15, if you're looking at the book, I think they do have a red screen up there.
We're trying to get our act together here.
And then you submitted several
attachments, I did.
attachments as well. Okay, I think we're ready. Okay.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying, I'm sure the judge's presentation is similar to ours, that we struggle with proper staffing issues in relation to caseloads. Unfortunately, Wayne County has always had an unusually high amount of violent crime compared to other communities. And it's something we've just struggled with for, unfortunately, decades now. But the presentation reflects a proposal from the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council. For those of you that don't know, the Prosecuting Attorneys Council is our statewide agency, excuse me, that oversees and works with prosecutors around the state of Indiana to make sure that we're excuse me, properly funded, and that they handle staff or assist us with, staffing presentations to the legislature, and also provide research assistance to us, and also provide, excuse me, I got allergies. The air quality here is not great, so it's affecting me, but statewide, the Prosecuting Attorneys Council assists us with various things, including staffing proposals, as I've indicated. And they indicated to the prosecutors around the state that we're working on funding issues statewide that are facing other agencies as well. And what I've attached is a report from the same agency that Wayne County uses as well, from, I believe it's Wagner, Irwin, and Shealy, maybe pronounced. But they basically provided a statewide assessment of the number of prosecutors that are currently employed versus the prosecutors that are needed. And so they've done a statewide analysis on that. And some prosecutors, especially offices around the state, including the hub prosecutors like Hamilton County, Boone County, places like that that have a much stronger tax base, are properly funded and have numbers closer to where they should be, and some of which actually meet those numbers. But Wayne County has been is dramatically lower than a lot of other places that exist, and so the staffing proposal reflects our suggestion of what we are looking at to bring our numbers up comparatively to what the recommendation is statewide. And so there's several new positions that have been requested, including support staff. Those would be deputy prosecuting attorneys and also secretaries as well. Then there's also some other accounts that have been requested in proportion to what we have. If new funding is approved, then there will also be additional costs excuse me, that will also be necessary as well. So again, I apologize for the allergies I'm experiencing today, difficulty talking.
Do you need a water? We've got
That would
some right
probably be
back here.
helpful, thank you.
Mike, can I ask you a quick question? On
Sure.
the new attorneys, where would you put those people? Or are these attorneys that are gonna do the internet kind of thing somehow? Or
No, I mean, that would have to be an issue that we would address. So we don't have a physical space right now. Child support is across the hallway, and they have several of their attorney or staffing members over there. So yeah, it would be a physical location issue as well for us.
So that's some of the other things you're saying that,
We didn't make an allowance in there for physical office space. Some of the things, for example, training that we would be required to do would have to be increased because we have mandatory training that we have to attend on a yearly basis. We would expect the office manager's duties to increase as well with additional people to oversee. And so there's some other lines that have been adjusted to reflect that potential increase in employees. But we only have one remote employee right now, and that who works out of Boone County.
and then when we were looking at the public defenders, not fund, but initiative, whatever that was.
Commission.
The commission.
Thank you, commission, was brought up that you really can't find attorneys and things. Do you think you're gonna find the people to fill
No,
these?
we'll struggle. Yeah, we'll struggle like everybody else does. Yeah, you're right. The PDs, we can't recruit them either. So the judges have a very difficult time getting them and keeping them here, unfortunately. It's absolutely a struggle, and we would continue to do that. We do believe that our problem has been addressed somewhat by the internship program that we have now, because we have a pipeline of people that we can actually pay that come in that are second, third year law students, and they see how the office works, and we have a lot of talent that we can bring in that way, where we didn't have that capacity. We'd come in, they would volunteer their time. But that's helpful in recruiting people, is getting them in the office, paying them, and it helps us as well. We're working on several of the murder cases. We're just not set up. I got 12 pending murder cases right now, and to you, 12, 20, 50, it may not make a real difference to you because you're not there in the courtroom seeing it, seeing what kind of prep goes into those things. But we're just not designed for that, you know. Several years ago, when I started, 10, 15 years ago, we would have maybe a murder every year or two that we would deal with, possibly. I mean, that's rough average now. They're just,
I think, didn't your paperwork say in 2019 there were only 5? I believe
There could
and
have
now
been.
we're up
Yeah,
to 12.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think that's what
and
it
part
said.
of it is, these cases take a long time to process, and so, but we also realize that we're up against limited funds in the county. We know that, and we've been there for years. And again, this proposal was presented statewide by our IPAC group that works in the legislature, and it was denied. And so, it's just one of those things where we can continue to struggle with having the proper time to be able to allocate cases like we should. I mean, the value in this is that the lawyer has the ability to think about case presentation and about complex legal issues and getting witnesses in. And so there's a lot of issues there. And basically, the proposal that we have uses the public defender's office criteria as kind of an overlay. They're basically taking the public defenders, overlaying it with us, and then saying, okay, comparatively speaking, here's where you would be at. But I've always said this, and this has always been an issue that I've had, is that our public defenders are paid the same as my deputy prosecutors, just because I think it's just easier to do it that way from counsel's perspective. But our duties are much more substantial than what they have, and we also have much more experienced attorneys in there. And so the idea of even using the public defender standards, I don't believe is totally accurate, because public defenders don't have to charge cases, and there's 15 other things I could name that public defenders don't do. And so, the numbers that we're requesting, again, are based on similar numbers that the PD's office has, but I still think they're a little short of what our people actually do.
Do you have any open positions now?
No, not right now. No, and some of the people we end up recruiting are from Indianapolis that will work here, for a year, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, and then eventually leave. So we lost Teresa Ashcraft, excellent deputy prosecutor. She went somewhere else. Waleed Abdallah, excellent prosecutor, went back to Indianapolis. Jerry Ragland was a remote prosecutor, lives in Boone County. And we're able to retain him because he's able to work remotely. It's a position where he's able to charge cases just by computer, and so he doesn't have to be in the courtroom. So we again would urge counsel to do a comprehensive reassessment of the needs of the criminal justice system. Judges have been addressing it for years. Our office has as well, and so we think there's a need there. But we understand council has other needs that they have countywide, other office holders that request expenditures, and so that'd be our proposal.
Mike, some of the line items in your proposed 24 budget, the investigator, secretary, superior 3, the salary is less than what the 23 adopted.
Are those new positions?
No.
No, they're current. So she had
I
one
didn't,
highlight.
I didn't catch
She's got,
that.
there's 1, 2. there's 2 in a row that are less in 24 than they were in 23. But
Well-
it's probably,
Well, I can tell you what, one of the
Here.
things, for example, go to the 1,000 accounts, investigator 10730. Is
Yeah.
that the one you're referring to, Barry?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be corrected. We called over here, right, Sherry?
Yeah, and I've got emails from this morning, the salary ordinance. That was a typo from last year that I tried to get corrected with the auditor's office. Talked to HR, Pam Hicks and Kim Walton, Jenny Bailey. That was a typo that was put in there, that 53,000. And I tried to get that corrected on that spreadsheet and it did not get corrected, so it kind of followed over to this
Yeah,
year.
I caught that too, Barry, and it was,
Yeah.
and the one below it also.
yeah,
The
the
same
correct,
way.
yeah, as an example, on 10-7.
Yes, Courtney's was the same way.
10730, the salary ordinance is actually for the 23 adopted budget is $49,961.60. It's inaccurately reflected as 53,498. And then Courtney's is, yeah, what we call Courtney, but what you would call,
Yeah.
yeah, 10870 is also similar in that.
So those
the-
2 amounts were wrong.
Yeah,
Both of those were addressed last year with the
Okay.
auditor's office. And I
Is the
couldn't-
2024 requested, correct? It's just the 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, all salaries that I know of that have been requested are the same as were adopted for 2023.
Thank you.
We,
Go ahead.
and as we go along, we may have to come back to you and say, I think there's 27 new positions requested. We may have to come back and say, what would be your priority? But,
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree. And again, this is a recommendation that comes from outside our agency. And then we went ahead and just adopted their numbers, put it in here, and everybody understands that those are ideal circumstances and not necessarily realistic, but that was our suggestion nevertheless.
yeah, we haven't said to this point in the hearings, but the new money will be about 680,000, we believe, which is down. The growth quotient is 4% this year versus 5% last year. I think that'll equate to around 680,000 of new property tax money. So,
Yeah, and I respect that dilemma that you're in because we have, unfortunately, high levels of crime and decreasing tax base. It's a terrible situation to be in. So, it's
because most of the money is going to
Court services already asked for most of it, didn't they?
court services, the
Yeah.
sheriff.
Yeah.
And of that 680, the majority of councils already approved a couple months ago that 218,000 for
Inmate care. GCC
health
contract,
and
yeah.
mental health care. So the number's even lower.
It's crazy.
right.
this
And
year.
I'm jealous of places like Hamilton County and Boone
Yeah.
County. They have so many attorneys and hardly any crime. I wish they would take 80% of my murder cases, but again,
Yeah.
it's a reflection of what, I'm proud of what these deputies are doing.
Mhm.
These are hard cases. Hamilton County does not have this problem.
Yeah.
They've got some rich housewife that maybe gets picked up for some drunk driving. That's their big case. We've got somebody shooting somebody out in front of our P&L. It's tremendously different, and I know that the dilemma that you're in, and I respect it, and I've been over here dealing with you enough to know that you're thoughtful about it. We try to be fair, but we're still going to advocate for our departments the best we can. So we've got some other things that I put in there too, so like communications, some increase in cell phone bill is in our communication funds, office supplies. I'm trying to have the county pick up that to help because we've got the death penalty case. You've talked about increases in court services. I know the death penalty case involving Officer Burton is expensive, and, we're gonna challenge his funding that, but each claim that's submitted by the defense attorneys in that case, we have to then respond with our own experts. And so, when there's an increase there, we have an increase accordingly. And I have to divert off discretionary accounts that I have to be able to pay for psychiatrists that come in and that evaluate the situation and testify in court, that type of thing. And so we have to be able to respond. So, these things are not cheap, but
Is the witness fees kind of the increase there kind of for the upcoming year in the cases you think you'll have? Or do you think that's an ongoing amount,
Yeah, it's like depositions.
the increase?
what's that, Sharon?
From 1,900 to 34,590. That's a
The
huge-
witness fees, is that related to the capital case?
Yeah, because you'll have depositions to start.
That's related to the capital case as well as at least one other murder case
Yeah.
that we have pending. That's actually a 2 co-defendant case. We've listed one.
Yeah.
Those are unique, but on an ongoing basis, that is something we regularly
We
have
hope we
to.
don't have, but
We do.
Yeah, okay. And at some point, there is reimbursement for some of the funds from the state on the capital case, right?
I think it's public.
On the defense.
On the
It's
defense
just on the
side,
public
there is.
defense side, okay.
Yeah. Some of that is reimbursed,
Okay.
that's correct, but not on the prosecution
All
side.
right. That's why you have rainy day funds. That's right.
So that's our presentation. Thank you for
Thank you.
listening, and if you have any other questions that we can address, we'll be happy to do that.
We appreciate everything
Thank
you
you.
do.
Yes.
Can I just get a minor plug after they walk away? Just in addition. Yeah, you guys don't have to stay for this.
Hop on up.
I won't say how you cut mine.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mike had submitted, the budget that I had submitted follows what the consulting information that we got from IPAC. So that included the child support. That's the reason for the budget. And all the new positions. What I just wanted to emphasize was, as you know, the federal government in child support cases reimburses 2/3 of child support information. And I believe that also is the things like benefits as well as the salary. So when those are submitted, 2/3 come back because the federal government sets those requirements on what the child support officer is supposed to do. And so there's what I kind of want to do is kind of highlight, which I did, I drafted a letter, and I kind of highlighted certain things that were child support related in there, and that is that the federal government requires that child support staffing be adequate. And so they went on and they said in Indiana, the average caseworker, cases per caseworker is 335. We have 7 caseworkers, and we're down now to 3,300 cases, so it's almost 500, all right, per caseworkers. So that's one of those things, is extra caseworkers would be very nice. We're still even below the statewide is 335 cases per caseworker, and we're way above that. So I just want to emphasize that too. They also say 1,200 cases per attorney. And so I'm doing the work of 3, okay? But it is difficult. But that's, my budget was reflective of that, what was already presented. I did make this, I submitted all as far as the general fund, because up to this point, it's been the general fund paying most of it, and then the incentive fund paying some augmented amounts. My understanding, and I don't want to get too involved in that, was that started where incentive funds supplemented it was because, I think it was Mr. Shipman wanted a bonus many years ago, just to use incentive funds as a bonus. And that didn't catch on very well because it looked like salary. So it was decided they would work 5 more hours a week and they would just be paid from the incentive funds. After that though was that consulting that was done, and here's what caseworkers should have, but the amount that was taken out of the incentive fund continued. And I was just asking that, and again, knowing that it would still be more out of the general fund, but 2/3 of that gets paid back. Again, I know it's still money, but that's why I submitted it that way. My priorities, I'm just gonna say this here, as I've said this before a couple of years ago, experienced child support workers take years to develop. There's so many aspects of it. And right now there's a supervisor. We've got 1 supervisor position. Child support, the state tells me you should have 1 supervisor every 4 caseworkers. I believe that. We have 1, we've got 7 total. But if there's any increase, my priority would be to increase the salary of that one because I want to keep that person. That's what Judge Drake said, the specialty that builds up over time. So to me, that would be my priority, and actually the possibility of maybe having one of the other caseworkers' positions be able to be a supervisory position, so I can have responsibility. Not that anyone would want it, because who wants to supervise 4 other caseworkers? But anyway, that would be my spiel and what I wanted to emphasize. I apologize for doing it so fast, but I do have court.
That's okay.
But yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions at all. But I do appreciate all you just considering it. And I apologize that my budget that I submitted was late because I had a misunderstanding with Mike. He had said he had submitted it. He submitted the consulting, but not the budget from our side. So it was a little choppy. If I could be of any help, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. We may have questions for you. We'll let you know.
I think we need to write up of that he submitted.
Yeah, we don't have his explanation or we don't have his budget or his explanation.
Yeah, the consulting.
I have it.
Okay.
Do you have it?
From Lonnie. I'll make a copy of mine and pass it
Okay.
out.
All right. Okay. If there's anything else, just let me know.
All right.
And the budget's not in the spreadsheet either, right?
I don't see it anywhere.
What's the budget number? Do you know what the fund number is?
I'm sorry that it was submitted. I just have copies of what I submitted.
Do you know what the fund number is?
I'm looking for the number. I see general fund 1,000 right? But do you have what I have? And somebody was looking at it earlier because they were referring to, they thought it was the court. They said there were extra positions.
Oh, it was
floating
the,
around somewhere.
what's the 4D, the 4D,
Yeah,
that
the
one,
4D.
prosecutor's 4D.
Yeah, that's a
That, there we
prosecutor
go, okay.
Okay.
So it's the one that's number 106. Okay. That's, yeah. We got it. Thank you.
Would it be rude if I go grab a donut on the way out?
No, you go have whatever you want.
Hey, take 2, they're small.
Yeah.
Take whatever you want back there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want this back?
Yes.
Okay, now we got everybody out the hallway waiting.
She's a treasurer. In the striped shirt.
Morning, Lonnie.
We got a herd.
You do have we heard it yell together. You people are the nicest down there. All right, I don't see the clerk here, so let's go on. I don't see the coroner here either. Let's go on to the county assessor. We got township and county, right? So county first, and then we'll do township. You can sit right there in those hot seats.
Oh, my.
A bright light shining on your head.
I have plenty of forehead to do that. I do have, I hope this is not out of order, but I have since made a couple of revisions on rethinking this, so. It was a reduction, right?
Yeah.
Actually, it is overall.
Okay. We'll let
It's
you
appropriate
know.
then. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, then we'll
I don't know if
take
you can pass those around. I just kind of gave a letterhead with a kind of a brief synopsis of my thoughts on the deal and see what everyone's thoughts would be.
All right, just go through them for us.
Well, I'll just kind of follow this little letterhead here that I did do. The first line on there, I saved that for last because that's a part-time position. But the first thing we come to, last year, my gas, fuel, and lubricants line, 22210, I know that was reduced, and I think I know why. But upon inspection just a couple days ago, we're already at $739.37 on fuel, a little over halfway through the year, and I put some reasonings. I mean, we've had a lot of sales disclosures. I'm having to go out and review most of those because these properties are selling way higher than what the assessment level is. So I'm trying to see what the reasoning for that would be. We've had a little uptick in new construction, so we're trying to get out to the properties as much as possible to make sure that we're having the objective construction correct. Of course, we do appeals. AAMH is annually assessed, mobile homes, and then final inspection. So I've got a lot of driving yet to do. So $1,058 is going to probably push me pretty tight. We might be able to make it. So I'm just thinking futuristically, maybe back to where it was in 2000 might be a good idea. Didn't we reduce that last year because you were using more of a pool car than previous to? I don't know I remember it being discussed. I think everyone was like, well, it doesn't look like you're driving it as much. And I explained that it was really with the vendor on board doing most of our cyclical work. That's where a lot of the driving takes place. But we still have a lot of work to do other than cyclical. And I seen it was reduced. I was like, well, we'll try to make that work. But again, I'm at $740, and we're midway through July. So I'm if we double that, I'm going to be over 1,000. I know that this is a big one. Number 2. Professional services and contractual. I know that last year, how it had been done in the past and with the vendor coming on board and the large 4-year contract, we had increased that a lot, up to, I think it was $340,000. I'd originally asked, I think, for that to be increased. There's a lot of increases here that are it's hard to gauge what's going to happen. With a lot of these vendors that we utilize to get this work done, how we decided to structure this. So I'd asked for $350 because we're going to be, I thought I'd asked for enough, but it's going to be towing the line. So I've asked for that to be, if possible, $360,000, and that should cover us for some unforeseen increases that I'm sure are going to happen over the next 2 to 3 years with these vendors. And I think I have a way to cover that if possible. Next one is communication, transportation. I had actually asked for that to be reduced, but now I've got, Jenny came down and she's obtained a level, and I've got 2 other individuals with levels. I've got to maintain my levels, and as everything else, inflation and all that. So $3,500 might cover us, but I would just hate to have to tap into something else to pay for any continuing education requirements. And then number 4, going back to that first line, I know that we're not typically supposed to deal with salaries and wages, but
back to being on our current situation and how we're structured now, this other part-time position, I have, Dave Fredenberg still works for me. He's considered part-time, but I'm not utilizing him that much any longer. But that position that I've highlighted there, I don't see in the future that I will be needing that. So I just would request if we can take the funds or part of those funds to boost these other items. And I think the overall revision there, I think it's a difference of this is a little over $3,000 in the total. I think we had down 746, 822, and if I did the math correct through there, I think it's a reduction of $3,079.
We like these kind of requests.
Unless you wanted to, if you could do that and gift me that extra $3,000, I'd be happy with that too. But nonetheless, that's kind of my synopsis of any requests.
Does anybody have any questions?
Tim, a question for you. I know we realized a very significant decrease in the number of personal property tax returns. Do you have a percentage decrease that the office actually
I never thought about having that. I can find out, but what some of you may not know, there's, you're not having to file if you're meeting this $80,000 requirement. Churches are no longer required to file if they've been successful in filing in the last 4 or 5 years. So it's a significant amount, that's for sure. I can get you those numbers.
Yeah, it's getting near 50%.
I was going to say off the top of my head 35 or 40%. And I just signed up for a class of legislative updates on Monday, and then AIC's already talking about it. I think they're trying to just make it go away nearly. Now I know that's probably down the road, but they keep chipping away at it.
It's going to happen sometime.
It's going to happen. It worries me where the burden's going to shift. It worries me.
And why they're doing it slowly
is
they're telling us
that
we better be prepared for that.
Yeah. So, with that being said, I've got one clerk that takes care of that primarily, and then we all jump in and help her. What's going to happen to those positions? It won't be needed any longer. So I think there's some changes coming. But that also cuts into what's coming into as far as tax revenue and things like that. So yeah, I can get you numbers. I hadn't ran it in a while, but I'd say you're right, 35, 40, maybe 45%. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we saw about a 45% decrease.
Yeah.
All right.
So does the auditor have the changes in here that he's requested?
I have not sent that, and I can definitely get him a copy of this.
So we need this spreadsheet update
There's
to
an
match.
extra if you need it.
Did they get a copy of this down here?
Actually,
Down at the end?
I think that's it.
I began reviewing it more after I had submitted it at the end of May, and
Okay.
so I said, well, I would assume present it now as opposed to later.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Y'all need to take a lesson from what he did. They're laughing.
You set the benchmark.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, really. Good morning.
Good morning.
Anybody discussing something?
It's only about 3.
We didn't know if I was required to be here or not, because as far as our budget amount, it's not changing. The only thing I did was just shift some line items.
You can tell us
And I'll
what
just
those are real
explain.
quick. Yeah.
I have a second part-time position that I had a retiree, and we kept that position part-time for 2 years. She had experience with personal property, so she came back and helped us 2 seasons. that is no longer needed. So I took that $3,500 and we had $7,000 in our travel and lodging line. So I'm wanting to shift that $3,500 down into the travel and lodging because I now have a chief deputy. And there's not enough money in there for both of us to attend conference and do the continuing ed that we have to do to keep credits. So I think there's two line items that I shifted to get the travel and lodging up to $5,500. Because I know a few years ago, I know we cleaned up the budget and we kind of minimized a lot of the line items. So we've kept that pretty good because I don't think I've had any changes for the last 2 years.
And you're correct, the overall is no change.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Anybody have any other questions about that? All right, thanks.
Good, okay.
Thank you. Let's take the surveyor.
Debbie, did you get one of these from him?
It's right here.
Morning.
Good morning.
Page 7.
Thank you. Thank you.
Log sheets.
Is it different than what it has?
We settled
Okay.
in?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What we're requesting is for our drainage, general drain improvement fund to have $55,000 transferred into this fund. Generally, we carry a balance of around $35,000. At one time, it was up to about 55, and then Mr. Brown, previous surveyor, he transferred 15,000 out. With the increased cost of construction, everything, manpower, I'm sure you guys are all aware of that. We have now got our budget down to the general drain fund down to about $5,600. We spent $30,000 this past year on the Russell ditch alone, and we still probably got another $10,000 for improvements on that ditch to complete it. There was over a quarter of a mile of pipe that was completely clogged, wasn't draining anything. And instead of digging it up, which has been the most expensive alternative, we went ahead and put in a new ditch itself right next to the drainage pipe, which was clogged. Our project, what we hope to do this year, we've been looking at it for 2 or 3 years, is the Quig ditch. It's out on Industrious Parkway in Hodgen, and the first aerial that we have here shows how the ditch runs near the intersection. And if you've ever been down these two roads, it is a safety hazard that quite frankly scares me. And we've been looking at it since I came into office on how to improve that. And what we'd like to do at that intersection is relocate that ditch to the northwest. At the intersection itself, it's probably almost a 6-foot drop directly into the ditch. Also, that ditch is the flattest ditch we have in the entire county. Settlement is all the way probably a half-mile long, and there's drainage tiles underneath it at driveways, as we show on the other aerials, that have just completely filled up with mud. We've tried to clean them out. We've had machines in to dredge them. However, they're probably going to have to be replaced. So I think we're looking at minimum of $30,000, maybe even as much as $50,000 to do this project. We haven't got bids yet. We've shot the elevations out in the field, and now we're doing design. So as you can tell on our balances of all the ditches that we're collecting on is highlighted in yellows. And over here in the balance, you can see 2,000, 6,000, 8,000. That just doesn't go very far in trying to maintain these ditches. In the last 2 years alone, we've increased the ditches, the assessments by 25%. We can do that for a 4-year period, then we have to stop. So trying to make sure that our ditches are draining and positive and not doing damage to fields, and taking beaver dams out on a couple ditches. This is just not sufficient money to operate.
So are you saying you can't raise the assessment more than you have? Or?
We can raise it on a 25% basis each year for a 4-year period. So when you take a look at the Russell, for example, the balance is down to 1,900, but again, we've spent 30,000. We can only collect 3,000 a year on it. So next year, we will try to come back and get another 25% on that.
And that would be for forever after that? Or
Each year, we can increase the max for a 4-year period.
But it stays on at that level?
It stays on that level, right. Most recently, the Scott ditch, we did a 25% increase on that. I think it had been since the 90s that there had been any assessment on that ditch, and that is all the east side of Richmond, where all the subdivisions, commercials, shopping malls and so forth are at. There's never been an increase on that, and we have work along the Scott's ditch, most of it tree removal down through Hunter's Point, some dredging to do in there as well. But it's just not enough money in today's world to get a contractor in to clean these things out.
Well, I will say I go by this one often, and I've thought somebody's gonna get killed there, because you're right, that drops right off. You know, if it gets icy, that one's scary to me.
Not only that, the road on Hodgen, the asphalt on
Yes.
Hodgen is collapsing and going into the top of the bank. It's just the best interest of everybody. I hope to get city cooperation with this. We have met with their street department on the site, but we haven't put together any budget numbers to be able to take it to the city. When we do this project, it'll be a joint project, because it is within the right of way of the 2 roads. So we feel that maybe they have some responsibility, but I can't guarantee that the city's going to give us any funding. So.
And Gordon, you're looking at 55,000 for 2024.
Correct.
To be appropriated to that. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
And at this time, that would take us to a total budget of a little over $60,000.
That's a separate budget, right, from your surveyor?
It is. The drainage budget, yes. It's all separate from our operating budget, yes.
There it is.
And for clarification, we can only use the monies that we've got through assessments on that particular ditch. The only alternative we have is to throw it down into the general fund. If you want to take, for example, the Scott ditch, we've got a balance of 14,000. We can't go into another ditch and take money out of that assessment. Only those people in the watershed.
Okay. You want to move on to the surveyor's budget?
I don't have anything on the surveyor's budget. I think everything was exact.
Everything was the
No
same.
change.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great.
Yeah.
See, we appreciate that too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need to make sure that we consider the 55 going forward, since it's not.
It's not, I know, I've got it, I have it written down, so we'll, yeah. Really, so that's the first thing we've had so far that was actually.
Nancy?
Good morning. You guys are all so somber today. This is
It's already been
I
I
late.
have no idea what we've already heard this morning.
Well, mine's simple.
It is.
So, I asked for an increase in one line item, just to round it up to even numbers, and that's on contractual professional services. Bill printing, they have already told us that the price of paper is going up. So, I don't know how much, but I just rounded it up to an even number. And on the budget that I was given in overtime, I do not need that. My girls prefer comp time over overtime, so that could be taken down. Last year I lowered it to $250 because only my seasonal people that go over 40 hours in that couple 2-week period would I use any overtime at all.
Okay.
So you could take that
So that
down
needs to go back up.
and put that to the even. I asked
And
for
also in
even.
your salaries, you requested increases, which we need to put back to the last year.
Right. You know, as girls were having fun, we thought 5% was gonna be the going number. Okay, we gotta try.
That's right.
All right. Is that it?
That's all.
All right, thank you. Thank you. She changed it.
Who's the next one?
Already. Yeah, she did change it while we were sitting here. Recorder, please.
I guess I did.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
Good. I just typed up a little summary of what I wanted to change some of the line items for you so that you didn't have to try to look at the spreadsheet. Did they get one?
I was too short.
Okay. So on the office supplies, we're not using as much toner now since we've got more documents online and people are printing the documents out themselves. So I reduced that line item by $500. I'd like next year maybe I can cut it down some more if we're not using the toner. And then the travel and lodging, since we have the elected officials training fund, I can, my chief deputy and I can both use that, so I'm just gonna give you back that $1,400 that you were allowing me to use for travel.
Can you use that for lodging as well? Okay, I thought it was just, for some reason, I thought it was just the training.
No, it's lodging and meals and.
Okay.
And we've got a significant amount of money in that fund. And that law has changed now so that the council can use that also for training. It's called the Elected Officials Training Fund. It's line item 1189. No, 1217, I'm sorry. So, any training that you have this year, or this next year, you'll be able to use that as well with that new law. And then there is I just noticed in the legislation, there is a clause that if we have an excessive amount of money in that fund, that I can pull some of that over into the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund, and it's only available to do that this year. So this will be the only year I can do that. But we have accumulated quite a bit quickly, so we might as well get it into the other fund if we need to. And I'll come back to you later on this year to do that. The other one was blueprinting and film processing. Our computer company creates a microfilm backup off of our images that we scan into the computer. And somehow our computer company kind of forgot to charge us the first 3 years. But this year, they've charged us the $5,070 and they let us know that they will be doing that from now on. So I just needed to increase that budget line. I just increased to make the total 5190. That line item is always running short, and or not that line item. I'm sorry, I was talking about another one that always runs short. But yeah, that was kind of a surprise to see that increase this year in that line item because they had forgotten to charge me in the past. So oops, it was our gain.
Just for clarification, then, is this 5190 for the past, and then it'll go down, or?
No, they're going to charge me that every year now.
Every year.
Mhm.
So they didn't charge us going back?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then our dues, anytime we get a raise, that raise increases our dues, so I have to increase that a little bit each year. So I figured on I figured 5% raise. That would increase it. I would need another $58 in that fund for the dues. And I also put another sheet on here that just shows you how I'm trying to alleviate some of the expenses for council by using my recorder's perpetuation fund. We entered into another phase of our scanning project, and we had U.S. Imaging come in and they scanned 86,902 pages of documents from our old books that were pretty illegible. And the total cost was $44,925, and I used the perpetuation for that. We also, everyone in the building got new computer monitors. You guys paid for all those through IT, but I paid for my monitors ourselves. We acquired a reader printer to print microfilm images onto, and the cost for that used machine that we got from Hancock County was $4,150. If I had bought a new machine, which we really needed a second machine, it would have been $11,000. So we had it refurbished up to what a new machine can do, and only had to spend $4,000. But I took that out of perpetuation. The computer hardware and software support last year totaled over $33,000, and I took that all out of perpetuation. We're paying for 1 full-time and 2 part-time salaries out of that. That's $133,754, and the total I spent last year was $173,219 out of our perpetuation. So I just wanted to let you know we're trying to do our part to alleviate
That's good.
money that you guys have to put in.
Maybe you should put on a seminar for the other officers.
Well, I tried. I really try hard to keep it at a minimum.
Debbie, I have a quick question, and I can't remember the exact. So this year, Debbie Rush retired, right? And we did something with this young lady, payroll-wise, and then this year it was going to change or something. I'm just grasping for what was that, because now Debbie's gone. She's your chief deputy. So did we have was she in a I can't remember.
She was a
Do you all
part-time.
remember?
She was a part-time employee. She became full-time in October. And so she got full-time pay.
So we would have added that
benefits
to the budget, or
That
did you pay for
came
that out
out-
of something?
Came out of the perpetuation, didn't it? Yeah.
Do you all remember what I'm trying to grasp at? Okay, so in order to keep her, we allowed her to, but was that out of your perpetuation money? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So then did we change that back for this year?
Yes.
Okay, okay, so
Well, I
that's,
didn't do anything with salaries because I know you guys like to just,
Okay.
give us a lump sum.
so we're back to your employees are the normal thing and we don't have any of that, okay.
Yeah, I just replaced, since Debbie left, Teresa left the part-time position into full-time, taking the chief deputy's salary, then I just hired a new part-time person, so she'll have the same line item that Teresa had as part-time.
Okay, are you losing a couple of full-time people this year? Do you have any retirements? Is it 2 or?
Not this year, next year.
Oh, next year.
Next year we'll have 2 people with a total of 45 years of experience that'll be leaving, retiring. So I will definitely need 2 more full-time positions filled next year.
Debbie, the material that's been microfilmed, is that ever going, or is it scanned in the computer as well?
Yes. What they do is, it's a backup, the microfilm backup. The state archive says we have to keep the documents on microfilm as a backup. So even though we don't actually pull that microfilm out and use it, it's sitting there as a backup because it's archival. It'll last 100 years.
But you're not microfilming stuff now, though, new stuff?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, you are?
I mean,
We have to do
state
both.
archive, yeah, we have to do both.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll change that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Crazy.
But I mean, I have 4 backups. So if anything happens to that computer, I feel very comfortable that we can recover everything we have in the office.
So we are doing documents for the clerk and getting rid of paper copies and then we're gonna proceed on with other offices. Are you gonna have anything like that that we will need to do for you? Or yours is already pretty much taken care of?
Yeah, we stay on that
Okay.
pretty close. Most of ours is we have to retain it for life. We can't get rid of it.
But you're doing it electronically already? Okay.
Yeah, and we're going backwards, so we're putting the old stuff on electronically. So that, there again, we have another backup. If we have a fire, God forbid, and the paper goes, we still got a backup on the computer.
And you're still working on that old stuff, like, that's kind of what we're doing for Debbie, getting rid of that old, but stuff you have to keep forever. But if you're taking care of yours, then that's great. Okay.
Yeah, and that comes out of my perpetuation and all that cost.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clear explanation.
Also, I noticed the spreadsheet that the auditor gave, they left off maintenance and service contracts. I didn't ask for any more, but it was blank on this spreadsheet. It should be $5,750, and that's what I had last year in that fund.
Where's the change?
Right there in the blue box.
33,670,
Okay, should be how much?
5,750.
Okay. For a total of 164,107?
Yes,
Okay, got it fixed.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, we'll go back to the top of the list and take the clerk.
Can I make a comment here, something that Debbie brought up? So, and I can't remember exactly which offices, I wanna say it's the auditor, treasurer, recorder. Who else is in that fund, Debbie?
Oh, surveyor, auditor, treasurer, recorder,
Council.
clerk, and then council now.
Okay, so if any of those offices are going to, and this might be a comment for Mark and Debbie, if they're going to conference in that, the money should come out of that fund first, because that's what it's there for. They may put it out of a line in their budget like travel and whatever, but it needs to come out of that first. So we just want to make sure, like Debbie said, that money's mounting up there, we need to use it. So,
Debbie, is council 2023 or 2024, as far as us using it?
I thought it was July 1 of '23, but
I think you're right.
wouldn't swear to
I
that,
made
but I
a
think
copy of that, but I
it's,
think I left it on my desk.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is July of '23. And the legislation originally was written so that it was used as a backup to our
We don't know
travel.
who she does.
But it accumulated so fast. Here it is.
Doesn't
It
say.
may already be in effect. Was it January 1?
We need to make sure all the officers
Give you
involved in that
the
are
piece
aware.
that said, yeah. December. Mhm. Yeah, usually it gives you the effective at the
Right.
bottom, and it doesn't say
I
on
can go
that.
back and look again and see if I can find that. Pretty sure it is July.
Nancy says she thinks it
I
is.
think it was July 1st of 23.
Okay.
And is that still only for the office holder and one deputy?
Yes.
Okay, so we
Chief
would.
deputy.
Yeah, so, okay, so the rest of our office, when they go, they have to be paid out of our line item. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that came about because a lot of counties never went because they didn't have the money.
Right.
And so they created this so that they could go. They would be forced to have the money. Thank you, Debbie,
You're welcome.
Nancy.
I just have one more thing to say.
Okay.
I'll jump in here before you hear the clerk. My term of office will be up at the end of 2024, which is this cycle of budget you're going through. And my sick days would need to be paid out. I have a lot of sick days, so even at a third is a chunk of money. That's not in my budget. I assume it's in council's budget for paying out
Commissioners are.
commissioner's budget.
They
I
ran
just
it
wanted to
already.
make you aware that I am going to be leaving and I would need to be paid out. So,
They took her, for example, Kappa. They ran his salary, and they paid him off the sick days, and they ran that salary line in the red by the amount of the sick days they paid.
It would be in her budget, I believe.
Okay,
So
if you do
my-
that, yes.
It was not a budgeted item.
Yeah,
So then we'd have to fund that
We
toward
just
the end
have
of the
to
year.
transfer money.
yeah, transfer money in your budget if you have it after that time, or out of other budgets.
okay,
It
so
would be taken care of.
I don't need to
regardless.
worry about it in this budget. You're just gonna take care of it.
Right.
And I'm not sure if Nancy's would be the only one.
No, there are several, and I have a list of them in my office, but the county is, what they do now, when she leaves office, they will pay her the days that she is owed. There is nothing to prohibit paying her now for those days. You're better off financially paying them now, because if you go through another, as with the other ones, every salary increase they get, you're gonna pay more on the sick days.
I would think that would be all up to her, though. I don't think we can say,
Right,
we're
I'm not,
gonna pay
but I'm
you
saying,
now.
if she would ask for them now, you're better off paying for them now because of the cost increase when she leaves.
But I think the county has a policy, you must leave to be paid out.
Absolutely.
Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a written
it's the county's policy that says
Paying
so
the
that
higher
policy
amount.
would have to be changed.
I don't-
Yeah, I hear you, but I think it is a county policy that when you leave employment, you're paid out.
Maybe
We had a
we
conversation.
Maybe we should talk about that
Just
because
the commissioners.
you're right, every time there's a raise, they're gonna get more money. It would be more cost effective for council to do it when they first came in, because they're not gonna use the sick days if they're an elected official.
But ultimately, it's up to them I think when they get paid off, when they're paid, I don't think.
Agree.
And the policies are set by the commissioners.
Right.
We don't get to decide that.
Well,
It wouldn't be our decision. And I'm not sure it'd be the commissioner's decision. I think it would
No.
be the individual.
I wasn't
if they
asked,
wanna
it
change
was
the
just
policy.
given to me when I left.
Yeah,
They
because-
didn't ask me before,
Well, when you left, they had to do that to zero it out.
but I didn't know I could say, I'll take it now. Nobody ever said that.
It's not a
It's not a policy.
I don't know if you can.
you can't.
Oh,
you can't.
okay, I was gonna say, well,
I
wait a
guess
minute.
you could have gone to the
Policy.
commissioners and asked them.
Ask HR about
But
the
it's not a
policy.
policy.
I'm just looking at money-wise for us, it would be better as when they went into office to pay them out rather than wait and give it to them when they leave office, but
I
just
just
as
wanted to
a
make
money
you aware that there's,
An issue.
thank you, Nancy.
now you get the honorable clerk.
Right.
Hi, Debbie. Good morning. Hello, Debbie.
I'm good, thank you. Okay, you want me to start?
Yes.
Well, just before I do get started, I want to say that next year, 2024, is a presidential election. And with some laws that have changed, that's why some of my increases in some of the budget lines on the election side has increased. A law changed this year. Let me get that number. IC 311-5 changed so that when our voters go into the vote center, as you know, we always, since we went to paper ballots, they walked over to the ballot scanner and scanned their ballot. Then on election day, we took those USBs from that counter and counted the ballots. We can't do that any longer because of this law that changed. So this year, and the Clerks Association is, our legislative committee is trying to get it changed, but it passed for this year. And if it's not passing next year's budget, every voter that votes early at the vote center, not on election day, can't count their ballot in the scanner. They have to go in one of these envelopes, just like our nursing home voters do, and early voting, all early voting will have to go in this ballot. So the printing of those, and with it being a presidential year, it's our biggest election. So,
Does this also include the week before?
yeah, that's early voting. That whole week, Saturday to Saturday.
Right, that's what I would call early voting, but I didn't know
Yeah.
if it would include that.
Yeah,
also.
so that,
Paper intensive.
it's so much paper, plus not only is it so much paper, and we've ordered these for this year because the law changed July 1st. So we've ordered these for this year because we don't have an option. The Secretary of State is, all about election security, and he even supported a bill that all absentee people, when they request an absentee ballot, that they have to submit a copy of their driver's license, or they don't get their ballot. And, again, we're opposed to that, and he's come to several of our counties, and he realizes that it's going to be difficult for shut-ins, because how can shut-ins, they don't have the ability to take a picture of and a lot of our people are elderly, they just have, little flip phones, they can't take pictures and submit them. So we have asked if our traveling board can take a digital picture and bring it back, and they're saying that they are allowing that for overseas, so it would be acceptable for shut-ins. So that is a big dilemma for us. These envelopes are really expensive. This year we didn't have a primary because we didn't have any contested races. So I don't really have numbers to pull yet because we haven't had our general election. So I'm sorry I can't give you more detail, but I do have the number of, we run about 41,000 registered voters, give or take, not a lot, but about 41,000. So I think right now we're at 41,300. So a lot of those vote on election day. People still like to vote on election day, but a lot of them love the convenience of not, having to stand in a long line on election day. It's ironic that our voters complain about having to wait a half hour to vote, when in larger cities they wait 3 hours, 6 hours, sometimes all day to vote. But they like to be processed fast and get it through, so the early voting is very convenient for our voters. So in the 2020 presidential, comparing to the 2024 presidential, keep in mind that that was COVID, and so we had a lot of mail-in ballots, so we're thinking, oh, this is great, because, we'll have a lot of mail-in ballots again, not mail-in, but vote center ballots that we didn't have to send those envelopes for before. But in 2020, the primary, we had 9,753 mail-in ballots, but that was COVID. But we're taking that against what numbers we'll have, of people having to submit it at the vote center instead of mailing it in. And so that was a total of 9,753 in 2020, and in the general, it was 28,041. Because a lot of people don't vote in the primary, they wait till the general. So those are just kind of election facts that, come up that we discuss at election meetings.
So, then all your people have to physically open these envelopes, take out
Yes.
these folded up ballots,
So that goes in,
and record them
and
by
scan
hand?
them, no, scan them.
Scan them,
But
okay.
if you voted in the last election, you took your ballot over,
Yeah.
and it just takes one ballot at a time.
Yeah.
So I've asked for additional scanners, but in my request for increases, I did say that I'm working with Secretary of State,
Yeah.
hoping that, they will purchase those machines for us. But then just at summer conference, our vendor, when I approached him to ask him, would we get if by ordering 15 scanners and having, more up at the vote center, and then having scanners on election day in the office, because that's going to increase the number of counters that we have to feed those in individually. So he said, we have a new central count scanner. You can put a stack of 500 in, and it counts them in 2 minutes.
That's good.
That's good. But the licensing is $7,000 a year. And you get one scanner and one back. You get 2 scanners. One's a scanner and one's a backup in case it goes down, so that you'll. So, but that's better than 15, or I think Tara requested 17 that she felt like we would need that, and pay, that much individually on each one of those for the year, the licensing and everything. So Secretary Morales said that about after July 31st sometime, he would be sending me a form, and I sent him my wish list, of what we're wanting. So I am working with the Secretary of State's office to try to get that through a grant.
Do we know when the grants will be announced?
After July 31st.
Oh, I thought you just said you had to send it in after that.
I sent in my
You already
wish
did.
list.
Okay.
And then he will send me the form, to apply for the grant. So that's what I'm hoping, but I may have to come back to our council and ask for the purchase of, this election.
When you apply for the grant, then that's what I'm asking, when's the date you're supposed to know by?
I don't have that, Beth, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I don't have that. I'll find out, though.
That's fine.
I'm sure it'll be on that
It'll be on that
application.
one, probably, yeah.
Debbie, back up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, because I ran the Fountain City Vote Center last
Right.
year. So are you saying when the early voting people come, instead of putting their ballot in the machine, they have to put it in the envelope?
Yes.
And then we're gonna have to make sure that we just stick
Well,
those in a box or something?
Well, in our, where the unit that our scanners sit on, there's a slot for,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
like
just that
Yeah.
drop those in there.
Yeah, so we'll just, instead of having it on the scanner, they'll drop them in that slot. They'll go in the bag for that, and those won't be removed until early voting, then, the
But
inspector.
we have to make sure that person folds it up and puts it
Yeah.
in there and licks it and sticks it in the box.
Word.
Oh, my
Yeah.
word.
It's a
back in
mess, I'm
time.
telling you, it's horrible.
It is.
And and a lot of the clerks at conferences saying, I'm not doing early voting. That's it. We're not gonna
Seriously.
we'll keep our vote centers and just vote on election day. I'm not doing this. My county can't afford it.
Good grief. They don't have to write anything on there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, because if they die before election day, we have to poll it and can't count it.
Oh.
And see, before, when we first went to paper ballots, what we did, when voters came in, they signed an application, which told us, that they had checked in, so they couldn't check in at other vote centers. They signed the application, and we had our board voted to make labels. So we would put, like, if they were at Kuhlman Center, it started out KUHL, and then had 2021, and then started out 000-001, 2, 3. We duplicated those, had 2 labels, put one on their receipt and one on their ballot after it was printed, so that if they passed, we would be able to find a way by looking at their receipt to go in. But the state, that was not allowed. They do not want us to do that, so they came up with these envelopes.
Good.
Well, they didn't come up with it. We always used it for our traveling board. When traveling board goes into nursing homes, this is what they took.
Those aren't cheap envelopes
No,
either.
no,
The
and they
paper
have to
they're
be,
made out of.
they have to be bigger, they have to be secure, and
I'm just
It's
thinking,
gonna
how would
take
you
longer.
find one?
you have to go through them and look for their name. Because if it's
oh
on
my
the list,
gosh.
and even after election day, we have to go in and, because they won't be counted till
I was
election
gonna say,
day.
Yeah, they won't be counted till that. We'll not know results from our election for a day or two, will we?
Well, because we'll have to stay there till all these are scanned, till they're
Yeah.
open and scanned. Now, they did say that we can open the 1 year, we weren't even allowed to use electronic ballot openers. They did change that, so, what we do, we have teams, Democrat and Republican, our election board, and, the teams open them, and if they get cut or aren't readable, then the election board has to reissue. So, we have like an assembly line,
Yeah.
but if we can only scan one ballot at a time on election day and don't get this central count scanner,
Forever.
we're gonna be there forever. And, they had said that we could start opening ballots and counting them. The board has to pass a resolution to do that. But now we can't even do that because they're all, there's just too many. And what if they die and we've counted before election day?
Yeah.
I mean, the
Having-
ballots are removed.
Having been on the election board in 21 and doing that and we have a lot.
We had a
I
lot.
can't imagine the logistics behind doing all the ballots like
I can't
In a
either.
presidential. Well,
I can't either. And to be honest, I would request 2 of those central count scanners. For the presidential years, we probably won't use it in other years. But, oh my gosh, $14,000 a year in the fees, the maintenance fees and stuff on 2.
Debbie?
I just don't think that's feasible. Yes.
Don't you have something in your budget that you can reduce to help pay for that?
Well, I did request an increase in my clerk's budget, but that was for one of my vendors who had increased his fees to like, what was it, $30,000 a year or something?
When you and I talked, we looked at the maintenance service contract.
Yeah, in my clerk's budget. This is in my election budget.
Okay.
Yeah, here it is.
This may sound silly, but we couldn't get the software for just the presidential election year and not have it the year after? No.
Are you gonna have to save those envelopes too, Debbie?
Not after election day, we have to save them for 22 months. but after the 22 months, then we don't have to save them.
So you have to save the evidence.
We have to save them for our 22 months like we do the ballots, but after that, we can dispose of them. But, I mean, in all honesty, I gotta tell you, we started purchasing ballot paper because it's much more expensive, and it's the only paper that the scanners will read. They won't just read copy paper. So we have purchased some ballot paper in advance, and we're storing it in an area that is temperature controlled, so that we won't have trouble with it. But we honestly don't have a place to store this many envelopes that we're gonna have to,
I
you know,
guess
get
we'll put them in the
purchased.
basement where we just cleared it all out, right?
Well,
Should
I
have
hate to
plenty
put it
of
in the
room.
basement because it's not temperature controlled
Yeah,
down there.
that's
The
true.
Yeah, but
glue-
for the 22 months,
But after, I mean, after they're used, we can store them in the basement.
Yeah.
You know, till we get
Yeah.
rid of them.
and that's the issue.
But it's the new ones that we've already ordered. And, and you know, with the paper shortage, that presents another problem. You know, so what we have done, we've already ordered 5,000 for this year for, you know, because we thought we would need at least 5,000. So, and our vendor will only do 2,500 at a time. We couldn't order 2,500 and then 1,500. We had to order 5,000 for city elections. I don't anticipate it'll be a big, huge problem this year because number one, my budget was for the primary and general. We didn't have a primary, so we'll have a general, but I will bill the city and small towns, whoever has an election, back, you know, so I don't anticipate a huge problem this year, but I'm telling you, I'm worried about next year.
Yeah.
I guess my term will go out with a bang, it'll be my last election.
Presidential, big thing.
Debbie,
Yeah.
do you bill, the elections early in November, do you bill them and does the money come in? Or will the money come in in 2023 or do we get it in 2024?
No, we get it in 2023, because, you know, I keep a spreadsheet on what I'm spending, and then after the election, after all expenses, then, you know, I make sure I've got everything, because one of my vendors, you know, he bills me late, so I told him because it's a city election, so he's working with me, and that's on our election equipment. But then I bill them, you know, everything for the election, you know, like these envelopes, everything that we have to have, because, you know, if we didn't have a city election this year, we wouldn't be having an election, so I bill them for everything from our vote center, from our voting vendor, you know, for my, fees that I have to pay and everything, because we would normally, you know, have those fees for programming the ballots and all of that, so.
Did you bill him for the machine, the $7,000 for the counter machine?
Well, I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can, because it's one of our equipment that we'll have forever. It's a fixed asset for Wayne County. I can bill them for the $7,000, but not the, I mean, you know, for the maintenance fee on that machine and the licensing, I can, you know, bill them for that, but not for the cost of the printer itself. It's $80,000, the cost of the printer. I mean, not the printer, the scanner, counter, central counter scanner.
Well, we'll rent it to us, a rent charge.
Well, you know, that, I'll check and see, I didn't think about that, but maybe we could, you know, a percentage.
I mean, it'd be kind of like, how long do you think that equipment would last? And over how many years? And
1 year you
charge them?
that 1 year out of every 4 or whatever.
So, are you talking election board still then?
Yeah.
On your budget, okay. So I'm just looking, and I'm seeing quite a few increases in,
Yeah, and what I tried,
election worker.
what I tried to do, of course, in election workers, you know, with us having to count those ballots like that, we have to have more election workers. They're making, you know, we proposed and put it in my budget for this year, a raise for election workers. So just trying to take all of that into consideration and come up with a number, you know, that will get us through the election and have a fair and balanced election and still, you know, it's elections, which I probably am just repeating something that every one of you know. Elections aren't something where we can cut corners. You know, we have, Indiana is one of the best states in the nation with election security. And, you know, our state has taken great steps, and we're a model state for all of the states. A lot of other clerks come to Indiana to view what we do. And so, you know, there's state laws set in place, like with the envelopes. It's all about election security. And we can't not do that because it's in our legislation, in our state statute, in the election code.
So up on the board, oh, did you already fix that? The contractual professional there's nothing in that line for 24, and I'm sure it didn't go down.
Contractual.
That 50,000?
30,000.
It was 30. Our thing says 0. Did you already add it back? Put it in there?
Are you you're on the clerk or the election one?
Election.
The election, that's the clerk.
I meant to the other one.
That's the clerk, I believe.
On the election board,
The election.
her contractual professional, there's nothing on that line. It was 30,000 in 23. Did you have
Right
a
there.
raise
Right
in
here.
that?
It's right there.
The blue one? Was that staying the same?
Yes, it will stay in
It'll
my.
stay at 30. Okay. So that's probably not the total,
Okay.
right?
I'll fix it.
And then there's nothing in the equipment maintenance and service contract. There was in 23, we spent $43, but it doesn't show anything on that whole line down there.
33,670.
What did you show on that, Debbie?
It's supposed to be 50.
That was the one that I had put 50, but
Maintenance?
it should be.
33,670.
Request increase
Should be
of
$50.
From nothing?
50,000 is what I requested, but that's the one that Mark had asked me, don't you have something that you
Oh.
can, yeah, and that one, yeah, we can take that down to
Which,
probably
I thought you were in equipment.
25,000.
Which one are you on?
Oh, wait,
Election board.
we had 25,000 before, and I had to add my SBS, our portal, you know, it's $400 a month.
670.
So I have to add that.
They don't have anything in that whole line there except for $43.
Is that, are we talking,
Something's missing.
Debbie,
33670.
Yeah,
the clerk's budget
in
or
the
the
clerk,
election?
election board
No,
budget. We're in the
We're on the
election board
clerk
budget still.
okay, that's in the clerk's budget, election
Okay.
board budget, I'm sorry.
So contractual professional in the election board,
Contractual professional in the election was supposed to be 30,000, right?
I don't know, it was 30 before and there's nothing in it now. So is that still right, Debbie?
Let me look here.
Well, I think she just said to put 30,000.
Well, I think she was looking at her other
I
budget.
was looking
Yeah.
at my clerk's budget. So,
We're back to the
contractual
election board?
professional.
We're on the election board, we're still
Yeah,
there.
that should be 50,000 because if,
33,200.
yes,
And it should go from 30 to 50?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, and it was 50 in 2022.
it was 50, and I think we lowered it because of a non-election year, and now we
Yeah.
probably need to bump it back up, so,
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Betty.
Hey, Debbie,
To be
on
confused.
that equipment, is that something for the 4D money could pay for?
No,
Because I know you told me one time I could buy machinery or something with it, but you can't use it for that.
no, because the election equipment is used for 4D, for child support.
So in
Darn.
this, in this same budget down there on 33,670, your equipment maintenance and service contracts, there's nothing in that line except for that we spent $43 this year, but is that wrong?
You know what? I think I combined those two and requested it up in professional services.
Okay, so that doesn't.
So that is
Because it's
zero.
contractual.
Okay, so that can stay
Well,
zero.
you're saying that's been 33,670?
It's 5,000, 33,600 service repairs and maintenance.
No.
No, the one below
Equipment
that.
maintenance and service contracts.
33,670 is what she's asking
We're still in the
Budget
election
on
board
the printout here
budget.
is 50,000.
about. No, 33,670.
We're in the election board budget. Are you there or are you on?
I
Page
think you're in
28.
the clerk one, Gary.
What?
You're in the clerk one, I think. You need the election board one.
Page 28.
What page?
28. $33,670, next to last line.
Yeah, okay, blank there.
So Debbie, the question is that supposed to be blank? You're saying that you combined it with the other?
No. No. 33,670 equipment maintenance and service contracts. That includes, you know, that $7,000 for that equipment stuff. And the other one,
So what should that line be?
the 33,670,
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
50,000.
It's
In
how
the
much?
election
50?
board one, right?
In the election board budget.
The 50,000 was up in
On the
In
contractual professional, we're down on the service contract and equipment maintenance line.
number 33,670.
I don't have, okay, here it is.
There's nothing in there. It says we spent $43 this year.
Don't show any budget or anything.
Yeah, it's not showing anything on that.
I don't, 33,670.
Next to
And
the
and
last
in yours,
line.
you might not be showing anything because
I don't have anything in there.
there's, had never been anything in that line. It's
But there was,
$43.
somebody put an expenditure in there this year for $43. Something got paid out of that line. item.
So the 33,670 should be zero. Is that what you're saying?
Do you have service contract for the election board? We will.
I have contractual professional, but I
No,
don't have,
line 33,670.
It's
I
about
don't have
5 lines
33,670.
down from there.
I don't have 33,670 on mine.
Weird. It shows up
Unless
on
I'm
ours.
missing
33,600, you have 5,000.
I do.
What's
And
the
then
next
next
below
line,
it?
33,670.
I do not.
Because she hasn't used that account.
I don't have it.
Except for the
there's-
40, the 43 is
$43
probably
says
miscoded.
other
That's probably
equipment
a wrong.
rather than,
Yeah.
Okay,
So leave it zero.
so we leave that one at
So
0.
is your grand total 185,000 then?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanna make sure I got it right.
Weird. Okay. We're getting behind here.
I'm sorry.
Why don't
what
we
was,
go ahead?
what was the end of that? 33,670 should be zero?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And what was 33,600?
50.
50, not 5?
No.
50,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
33,600 is 5,000.
33,200 is 50.
I'm sorry. 5, not 50?
50.
No, she's right, it's 5 on 33,600 other equipment.
It's 5,000?
Yes,
That's right
It's
above
already
that
in
line.
there.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
The 50,000 was line 33,200.
yeah.
$33,200 is supposed to be what?
50,000.
50, okay. Thank you.
Okay, should we go ahead and go to the clerk's?
Yeah, we
budget?
need to.
Okay. So, on the clerk's budget, I do need to add, in equipment maintenance and service, my SBS portal, which is $400 a month.
So are you on line 33,670?
Yes. I was just gonna hit the ones where I've asked it for an increase, if that's okay.
Yeah.
To
that's
save
all we need.
time. So I have to increase that. I had 30,000. So $5,400 a month for SBS. And then Green Automated Systems, he was asking like $18,000 annual fee for maintenance. And he was charging me for parts that he wasn't even using yet, just in case he had parts. So I told him, you know, that council wouldn't be in favor of that, and that was gonna be a hard, you know, thing for me to present at council. So he said he would sharpen his pencil, and he did. And he ended up, most of my service contracts don't even go up over the years. So he ended up taking it down to $8,465 for the year.
So what should 33,670 be?
33,670 should be, it's 25 now, it says 50. Yeah, it should be 30,000.
Instead of 50?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you hear that, Debbie?
Yeah, I
Okay.
changed it.
Okay.
So you're gonna cut that from 50 to 30?
Yes.
And real quickly, if we could go to,
And I did ask for one more, Tony, I'm sorry.
okay, you're good.
Our clerk dues and IVRA dues, was raised this year, so it was only $750. I did ask for $1,000 for that.
Okay, if we go up to the top of the budget, and it says chief deputy, and it's showing actually an increase. Is the 2023 adopted budget correct? Or does the 2024 need to be requested, need to be changed? It has 56,924 for 2023, and it's 57,726 for 24.
I didn't ask for any increases in any of mine. That must be a typo.
That must be.
Because
Where at?
I received a letter stating not to,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
so I didn't, I just left my salaries. I didn't ask.
So the question is,
100202.
Deputy.
And
is the 56,924 correct?
so the chief deputy makes what,
Go up,
70% of the clerk's salary?
right there, one
Yeah, we'll
down,
have to see what the,
This one?
one down.
The chief deputy.
we'll have to see what the salary ordinance says and make sure the amount that was supposed to be in the 23 column.
So I should do that as 56,924.
Are you looking for the chief deputy?
Yeah.
So I have the salary
Oh,
ordinance.
here.
It's 56,923.50.
Okay, so we have 924. So we're, the requested line needs to be the 56,924.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't, because I thought we,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were, somebody
you were okay.
just,
It's just the
Yeah.
wrong number got put in there.
So is your grand total 839,442?
$839,442, you said?
Yeah, because I changed that.
That's what I got.
Okay, I changed the 633,670 to the 30,000. I just want to make sure I'm correct.
Would you say 839?
839,442.
I think we're good with Debbie.
I just had one other issue, if I could just take a minute to address. Under the former auditor, she put me on a schedule to pay my election board per quarter, and that didn't work well, so I did talk to Beth about that, and I paid out my election board from last year in January instead of waiting until the date. And then after May, I paid my election board their normal, and then in the fall, I'll pay them the normal, which will make me over $1,125 in election
people
board.
were waiting months for their money for
Yeah.
the elections.
And I talked to Mark, and it was okay with him to do that, but that's the way I've always done it for 10 years,
Yeah.
since I've been clerk, and then they come up with this quarterly schedule, and it does not work for elections.
Yeah. Can you come to finance next month and request a transfer?
Okay,
To
I don't
cover that.
know.
And we'll cover it.
Yeah, well, but I did talk to Council Leisure about that. Yes. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie. Appreciate all you do.
Mr. Coroner, sir.
Madam President,
Yes.
we take about 10 minutes.
We can. We can take a break for a few minutes. Yep.
Well, we'll go ahead and get started here.
Yes.
All right.
Next year you'll have it down pat.
You want to go down through here and any increases, talk to us about any special requests.
Well, the biggest increases is our salaries. And the reason being, last year we had 763 cases that we worked. We did that with about half staff the whole time. I was doing better when I was sitting next to you. Last year we had 763 cases. We did that with about half staff last year. Primarily, we can't get people to want to work. And the ones that we've had apply, when we've had some applications, and Kim knows we haven't had many applications, the applications we've had have either been from well-qualified people who didn't know what the salary was and laughed when I told them the salary, or we've had people who were not qualified that I didn't feel like we needed to have a badge seeker, somebody that just wanted to wear the hat kind of thing in the office. And so our deputies right now are paid $7,743 a year. That's their annual salary. The way it works out, all of our deputies, each deputy works 10 12-hour shifts per month. We have shifts 6A to 6P, 6P to 6A. That's how our month is broken up. So they're on for those 12 hours. They each work 10 of those. They all have to have other jobs because $7,700 isn't nearly enough to fund one position. So we work around their schedules the best we can. At the end of the scheduling, I get to pick up what's left, and normally that's anywhere from 16 to 22 shifts a month, in addition to office hours, being able to answer the phone 24/7 for questions and those kind of things. So my proposition is to up the deputies from $77.43, which is just about $5.30 an hour, to $9,800, which is not a whole lot better, but it's a much better starting point for them. I think that's a much more reasonable amount for them to be out doing that number of hours a month. I want my staff to be dedicated to this job, to this county, to the families that we serve. We want quality work because sloppy charting, sloppy reporting, sloppy investigating leads to problems across the street here. And we don't want that. We want to give the families that we serve in this county the very best we possibly can. Speaking with other coroners through the state that have, I know that a lot of times our county figures things upon population. And for most of our services in the county, that's a fair assessment. Coroner cases don't rely on population when we're a central hospital for surrounding counties. So we draw a lot of cases from our neighboring counties to Reed, and ultimately that's where they expire. So we have those cases. We can't bill that county back because that person was transported for life-saving measures here and died. So we pick up a lot of extra cases. 763 cases last year. That tied us 6 ways for 4th place in Indiana in drug and violent deaths. So I looked at the other counties that are in that same situation in that caseload. The counties that have like caseload for us are Hendricks County. Now, I realize that they are a larger county population-wise, but Hendricks County only has 2 hospitals. They had 797 cases last year. We had 763. Hamilton County, they had 700. Lake County, 770. That was a little surprise for me that Lake only had 770. Lake's Gary, Maryville. So, and then Allen County, which Fort Wayne, they had 766. So those are counties that our office is like. That's the caseload that we run with those counties. Now, Marion County, they had 25 or 2,800, so you would expect that. So what it comes down to for elected official and chief deputy salaries, this job takes a lot of time. And I realized that when I ran for office, and I'm dedicated to this job because I guess I have a servant's heart, or I hit my head when I ran or something. I'm not sure, but I want to give the best that I can, and I think we have done that thus far with the council giving us a place to be able to do our job. We have a state-of-the-art facility. We made the absolute best of the space that was available to us, and it's something that the county can be proud of. But it takes a lot of time. My own business that I've had to just pretty much dissolve that just because I don't have time to do that and devote the time that's needed here. This office really is a 2 full-time job office. It is. The number of calls, the follow-ups, it's not just about the case that we have when we get called out. It's about, it may not be that 5 or 6 hours that we handle right then. It's about the days and the hours every week and weeks afterwards that we're following up, and then, a year from now we go to trial, or 2 years from now we're testifying, and it takes a lot of time. Like counties that handle the same caseload as us, I put in $60,000 for the coroner's salary because we've been looking around this, for a long time. It was $12,000, and we've worked it up. Well, when I looked back when I was coroner before, I think we had 147 cases was the most cases we had, and drugs were on the rise, and it's just gone crazy. I think my predecessor probably told you the same thing. It was going up, and I don't know a way to stop it, but the deaths are on the rise. Some of these deaths, probably few of them are probably linked to some COVID, but not nearly what, it's just. So Hendricks County, their coroner makes $63,000. They did 797. Allen County, 766. Their coroner makes 57.3. Hamilton County, 83,000. Lake County, 70,000. If you break that down per case, their respective is about 79, 74, 117, and $90 per case. That's what those coroners' salaries break out to. Wayne County is $33 a case. That's what my salary breaks out to with the time that is. I love my job. I love serving this county, and I want to see that this continuity continues even after me. And I think the only way to make that happen and to keep the integrity of this office and the quality of staff is to attract people who have experience and desire, and the only way we're going to get them is to compensate them fairly. Chief deputy's salary is historically been 75% of the elected official, and that's why that's $45,000. So I realize this is a large growing pain. I know none of you would do this job for what I get paid. I sometimes wonder why I do too. But it's about being the voice for someone who can't speak, and I take that really serious.
Kevin, I have a couple of questions if I can. Of the 763 cases that you said you had last year, how many of those were a death that occurred either as a patient at Reed or in a nursing home somewhere where they're under medical care?
I don't have that breakdown, but I would tell you about 20%.
And secondly, of the counties that you've shared, do they have the same response requirements that you've instituted here in Wayne County, that you're notified on deaths that happen in those medical facilities?
Yeah, they actually they reject more cases, and we reject some cases too that I don't have the numbers for how many we reject. If it's someone who's been under a doctor's care, hospice situation, things like that, they'll notify us and we'll decline that case. So
Well, I have a question maybe of Kim. Have we ever done a study with Irwin and those folks on these part-time people? I don't know how easy that would be to come up with a salary range. Does that make sense?
For the deputies?
Yes, for his other deputies.
Probably not the deputies. I think I had looked at them regarding the coroners, but not the deputies.
Okay, so not the others.
Some of the
Where
counties,
do we fall with other counties for those people?
some of those counties we're less than them, but some of those counties pay their deputies hourly. Honestly, I don't know how we would estimate an hourly unless we just figured that that's their 120 hours a month and that's what we have to base it on, because a lot of my deputies, and all of my deputies, I'm lucky to have, we're not at full staff. We still have 2 vacancies open, and we haven't been at full staff for over a year. But my deputies they're very committed. They'll take a call on a case that they had yesterday when they're not on today, or 2 days ago when they're not on, or a week ago. They'll take that phone call and they'll handle that situation. They won't just pawn it off on the on-call deputy. If it's something they can handle, they'll take it even while they're doing their other job or in their, off. And I stress to them, don't get in trouble with your job because you're answering your phone about something else, but they are dedicated enough to do that. But the other counties, some pay on a per case basis. Most pay either a salary or an hourly. That's, and I don't have the breakdown of all of their deputies. I know that Hendricks County, which is closest to us, they have chief deputy and coroner, and they have 13 part-time deputies. So, we don't have 13, but 5 seems to be hard enough to keep.
Council, I did come up with a list at one time when we were talking about this. I'm not sure if I just sent it to Beth and Max or I sent it to council as a whole. So I will get this to you. It's just, and I didn't go by size of county. I sent an email out to my HR networking group, and this is the response. So yes, in agreement, some of them are per call, $100 per call, 167. Some are by the hour, so it's kind of all over the board, whatever counties are doing, but I'll make sure you get this.
Thank you.
Does that information also
Kevin,
reflect how many maybe full-time?
Account 33,510 utilities. Can't that be zeroed out since you're in the courthouse?
Yeah, it sure could. Because we're not paying that electric bill now, so yeah, that could be zeroed out. Of the other changes I went through, I think the largest is the autopsy budget. I know we ran short last year, and that's a budget that's at your pleasure, so, you know, that's, I tried to come up with a realistic number when I went through this budget of what I really thought we were gonna be at the end of the year if we kept pace of where we were, and that's where those come from, so. Let's see. Our field equipment and supplies, I raised it. We're experiencing it already this year. In addition to things being hard to get still, they've raised the prices. So our hypodermic needles that we use to draw specimens, they've went about twice what we've been paying. Body bags have doubled, gloves have went up, everything is just, we have looked at some other vendors to try to find a better price with, you know, not compromising quality of the gloves and things we have, and pretty much, you know, we use a brand of glove, and I think they kind of set the price on that. So our state conference was last month, and I talked to several vendors, talked to several other corners there, and that's just seems to be the consensus is everyone's having that same growing pain on costs of supplies. On the bright side, I applied, and this is not a good thing, but I guess it is a good thing. When I told you that we are tied for 4th place in a 6-way tie with the county, or with the state, because of that, we have an agreement with the Indiana Violent Crimes, which is a part of the Indiana State Department of Health, that we share our information, we participate in exercises that they have, we try to be proactive in things that they do. Because of that, we were awarded a grant, and I have it here. It's about $4,000. It's not a monetary grant that they give. We don't just get a check for $4,000, but they give us a dollar amount, and that dollar amount then goes to items that they have. We can select that the state has procured. So we got 8 cases of body bags, gloves, hypodermic needles wasn't on their thing, but of those things, so we got about $4,000 in change of those kind of items that are being sent to us from the State Department of Health, because we, you know, that's another one of those things of time, but because we share and interact with them on our cases, so that helps tremendously to have that kind of equipment coming in that we didn't have to expend, so.
Kevin, are you using, when you go to training and education, are you using the elected officials training fund?
I don't know about it, I guess you can tell me from my look. I know my training.
We just found out it went into effect on the 1st.
My training
Well,
for
it's
this
been
year-
it has been in effect for a few years.
Didn't know that.
And I was looking for exactly which officials, and it says county elected officials, so I'm assuming that's you as well. And they just this year, when they changed it, added council. Council wasn't in there originally, but they are now, and Debbie brought me a copy. So just so you know, and I can make you a copy of this, that when you go for training and that's the lodging and meals and everything. So you could utilize that when you turn in your claim with the auditor.
Okay.
Pull it out of that instead of.
I know my training this year, we have had training this year, we haven't expended it out of the budget. There's been some training that has been covered with the state association. There's been some training that I've attended that I've just paid for because it's just easier. But we have a training in the fall that will probably, it'll probably envelop all of my training budget. Next year, there's a training that's, it's out of state that I'm hoping that I can at least send 2 or 3 to, and that's a 4-day training.
And I think.
which is
this
why next year's,
Just for yourself and the chief deputy. I
Okay.
think is all you could use this fund for, but you could use
that's
that.
great to know, because a lot of the trainings that we receive information on, if it's not a online training, and it's not, locally or in Indianapolis, we don't have enough in our training budget to cover a plane ticket and a hotel and that kind of thing. So, or let alone just the training itself. So, that's good to know.
I will share this, and I'm
Thank
going to
you,
give you
thank
this
you.
copy, and I wrote it down so I can look it up later.
Awesome.
But there's the whole statute.
Great.
Yep.
Do you have anything else you need to share with us?
Other equipment, line 33,600, increase that, 33,600.
Yes, other equipment. For the last couple of years, we have made large purchases of new cots. They were $10,000. Both of those cots are going to need, and we're hoping to get charging systems for them, so when they're in the van, they will be charging in the van when they're locked in. So that is that increase for that. We would love to have the loading system, but they're about $30,000, so we're not going to have that unless Reed or someone wants to donate one of their old ones, which I doubt. So that's what that is, and we need to replace batteries in those cots, which I'll probably do closer to the end of this year. And then our dues and subscriptions, it seems to be an oversight on my part every year with our field ops that we have through Central Square. We aren't covered under the county's field ops through EOC, so they facilitate it for us, but it's an expensive software. That expires this fall. We're not going to renew that. It's just the cost of that is about $4,000 for us, and I feel like what we get from it, I can call dispatch and we can do that on. I hate to tie them up, but that's a lot of money for what we get out of field ops.
That's the purpose of that CAD system suite. It's a savings on the FTEs and the responsibilities of dispatch. So I don't know that eliminating that module equates to efficiency in service in another agency.
What we get out of it on the scene though is either it's not much more than what we get from the email from the CAD system. Maybe you and I can talk about that and you can enlighten me on that, but we've not been impressed with it at all. Being able to sit back down in the office and use Zerker to get the information we need is more effective than having field ops out on the scene, so.
One last thing, the telephone, outside telephone, there's nothing in that line. Did you cut that? Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you for coming and explaining everything. Does
One other
anybody
thing.
have anything?
You've been a long period of time here, not fully staffed. With the increase we're talking in money-wise, is there potential to eliminate one of these positions or something?
One of the positions from this year, I'm going to come to council. We need to transfer that into the vehicle that I have coming, the cap for it. Since I have that money, we'll do that, but probably, I hate to say yes, because that just is so hard to, when we have that caseload, but yeah, we're probably going to have to just abandon one of those positions because we can't fill it anyway. If we can get a salary that we have and can retain our staff, absolutely, we can eliminate one of those positions. It's just, when we were at full staff, it wasn't the burden on the rest of the staff because there were two more people in the mix to share the load. And we've gone this far with job postings and we haven't had any more, so I just feel like I'd like to keep the staff we have that are good at what they do, and searching for someone, and you know, we've had a pretty good turnover of people that we've brought in and thought they were good, and they last a month or two through the training and that. And
Would you support eliminating that sixth position and using that salary to increase the salary of the other five?
Yeah.
Should I change that on here, or you just think?
No, that was just a question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that would help on. I don't know what that does to them all, but that'd be probably real close to. Yeah, that'd be real close to getting them up there.
Kim, I just have a question. When an elected official is a full-time, or actually he's full-time already, just if we raise his salary, does there have to be a chief deputy? That's not a
Oh, I
requirement.
don't know the answer to that.
It's a lot to add all at once.
I'd have to check with Ron.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say I don't think so.
I mean,
For the simple fact
if
that
so,
the
there
Wayne
he'd have
Township
one now.
assessor went a very, very long time without one, so.
I think the statute is that if they want one, they can have it. We can't say you can't have that position if they want it. If they choose not to fill it, that's one thing. I think that's the gist of what the statute says. But I could be wrong, but I think that's what it says.
And we also would have the possibility of not doing it at 75%. That would be,
I don't know, you'd have to look that up, because I think that is, if they're a chief deputy, I think it has to be the 75%. I think that's statute.
I thought
used
that
to be
was,
70.
It's
Yeah.
70.
yeah,
We
I
we
thought
set
that
it
was
to 70
internal.
and that was fine, right?
Yeah.
I think it was internal, that council said that.
Yeah, I think that's just Wayne County.
Yeah, I agree.
75 was the number. That's why I did that. So
And
if
that's
it's
what-
70, it's 70. But it's that's.
Okay. Any other questions for Kevin?
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. All right, GIS. Wake up, Goofy.
Good.
Thanks for waiting. We got a little bit behind this morning.
No problem at all. Good morning. I'm Gunty Atkins. I represent the GIS Interlocal, which is an interlocal agreement between the city of Richmond, Wayne County Economic Development Corporation, and the Richmond Sanitary District. And the GIS Interlocal Fund is funded equally amongst those four partners. They contribute $50,000 a year each.
It's one of the sheets, it's 1150.
Sorry.
Okay. And
No, it's not on the spreadsheet, it should be one of the additional sheets that are paperclip.
Sorry, go ahead.
so the funding for this, for my budget, is through that interlocal agreement. This year, I did request one increase in the funding, and that is for aerial photography. We normally fly aerial photography once every 3 years for the GIS, for the purpose of updating having a current aerial for the assessors to use and for the public, on the beacon site and so forth. And the last time we flew it, it was $49,000, and that was in 2021. And so I've added an additional increase of 52,061 I rounded it up to 120,000 for the in the GIS maintenance item for that purpose. There is an opportunity to upgrade the aerial from the state of Indiana flies now in thirds, and they actually flew Indiana or flew our county, and they give us 1 foot contours, not contours, 1 foot pixel resolutions, and
they're okay for viewing, but when it comes to assessing and really wanting to look at details, we'd like to have, and we've flown 6-inch, that's what we always fly is 6-inch. And so they do have an opportunity to piggyback on their project, but at a 6-inch pixel. And it's right around mid $40,000. So the money that I'm additionally asking for, which will be come out of the interlocal fund, which we have a surplus in there. So.
So, do you need the extra money?
No.
You don't need it?
We really don't need any extra money. No.
Okay.
It's just it's in the fund. The fund has approximately $330,000 in it.
Okay.
But it was an additional line item that we normally don't have in our purchase.
Okay.
And so it's just an
Because I was
additional.
gonna say, well, that could be a one-time expense for us since it only happens every few years anyway, so. But if you've got it, that's awesome.
Yep.
Is that the only thing you had a, is that
That's
the only line?
thing different for the budget this year.
All right. Any questions?
So Debbie, you're gonna put that budget in the spreadsheet?
I'm hoping to have them done within the week.
Thank you.
All right.
IT.
All right, good morning, everybody. I am Craig Eason, I'm the IT director, and I will be doing the 2024 IT budget. I have both some requested increases and decreases. We will start with the decreases first. Line item or appropriation number 22470. It's reference books. I'm requesting a decrease of $375, going from $475 to $100. The only reason for that is we don't buy many books these days. The next one would be appropriation number 33201, programming and consultation. I'm requesting a decrease of $1,350. They'll take that line item from $2,850 to $1,000. That is a line item that I.
Our thing says down to 1,500. Is it supposed to be 1,000?
It's supposed to be 1,000.
On 33201?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, yeah, it should be 1,000. That's my error.
33201, okay.
For that, I don't really use that line item all that much. We don't really outsource any kind of programming or consultation. I think $1,000 in there will be fine. Appropriation number 33210, postage and freight. I'm requesting a decrease of $622, bringing that line item from $1,122 down to $500. Most everything I buy these days is free shipping, and if it's not free shipping to begin with, I can negotiate that to free shipping. So unless anything, we have to have a big shipment in that gets freighted. I think $500 in that line item is plenty. For 33770, non-contractual software, requesting a decrease for $1,000, taking that line item from $3,800 to $2,800. Again, we're seeing less and less of individual programs, media converters, zip utilities. Windows is pretty much baking a lot of that stuff in the operating system, so there's not a big need for these little tiny programs as much anymore. So that's a total of $3,347 in requested decreases. Any questions? Okay. Now for the increase. Appropriation number 22280, computer supplies. I'm requesting a $3,000 increase from $11,400 to $14,400. You're going to hear this a lot from me. It's just price increases. You know, everything is going up. Hard drives, memory, external backup drives, backup media, everything has increased. 33240, communication and cell phones. I'm requesting a $3,000 increase from $69,000 to $72,000. Requesting this, I get the health department phones and phone service, and every time the health department expands, my bill goes up. Also, in January, we are off contract from Comcast for 3 of our Comcast accounts. I know there's going to be an increase, I just do not know how much. And again, price increases.
Craig, so out of this cell phone, are you paying the bill for all county cell phones?
No, just the IT department and my five.
And the health department.
And the health department?
I pay for their VoIP service and their VoIP phones. So since they're in a different building, we couldn't run our PBX over there, so they had to go VoIP. And with that is a larger cost, new phones, and every time they add a phone, we not only have that cost, we also have another line that we have to pay for as well. So
That's how they get around that. They always say, oh, there's no additional cost to this extra person we're getting. Not in their budget.
Should that be added into the health department and taken out of his?
I don't know why.
Just a question.
It might just because it comes on your bill.
Runs $871 a month from $557 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, and then.
Is it because it's billed altogether to you, or?
Yeah, we get a parallax bill every month for their VoIP and VoIP service.
But that bill includes other things other than health?
No, that's.
Oh, that's just their bill?
It's just
They
their
should be
bill.
paying
Now,
that.
at the beginning of the year, we get a parallax bill for our fiber, but that's paid on one time on a yearly basis. The other monthly parallax bills are for the health
Well,
department.
we will ask the health board after lunch about why they don't pay that.
Probably because this is the way it's always been done.
Probably.
That's
Because they're always
usually-
getting all these grants
Yeah.
that cover people and all the things that go along with those people. It should cover their phones too.
And it's good to have it in somebody else's if you get rid of it.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So appropriation number 33511. This one's a little goofy. This was actually 2 line items at one time. It was 33510. One was cloud and one was utilities, and then it was put together as cloud utilities, and now it just says utilities. It should be for cloud services.
I don't have anything in there.
Utilities?
Well, that's good, because I was gonna ask you what utility bill you were
I
paying.
Yeah.
So that title should be Cloud Services?
Yes, cloud services. 33511.
But I don't have any numbers.
So why not,
What about-
so that number should be
They don't have
moved
any
down to
now?
that 33,511?
What?
So that
Oh, yeah,
number
'cause it says
should be
cloud
moved to
service.
33,511?
Is it in 33510 right
Yeah,
now?
it is.
Okay,
It
that's
should just
fine.
go down.
I've messed that up.
Okay, so,
So
so the
33510.
35,000 should be 33,511.
Yeah. Or we can do it. They're both. That's why I said it's kind of different. They were always both the same thing. I don't know why there was 2 line items for it. It doesn't matter to me if it's 33,511 or we keep it in 33,510.
If it's called cloud service, let's put it under cloud service. Yeah, and get rid of the utilities line.
Exactly.
Okay, and I'm asking for that raise because that's where I pay all of our Microsoft accounts from. And at the beginning of the year, last year, Microsoft Teams was no longer free. And about midway through, the state adopted Teams as their preferred remote meeting software. And so anyone that has any kind of interaction with the state needed a Microsoft Teams account. So the add-on for Microsoft Teams to our Office account, it just made sense to go to a standard version. That standard version gives us all of the apps. It gives us a terabyte of cloud storage. When we're ready to move off our current email server, we already have an Exchange client, and there is a SharePoint client, which is Microsoft's collaboration suite, which we would love to get working to where we can actually collaborate in real time on documents between the departments. Let's see. So appropriation number 33620, equipment maintenance and repair. I'm requesting a $1,804 increase, bringing that from $33,196 to $35,000. Again, price increases, and I've been getting a lot more requests for printers and scanners, more than I ever have in the past 2 years. And those they're not real hefty, but they're right at between $500 and $1,000 a pop, sometimes a little more depending on the office. And then the big one, 33750, communication or contractual software. I'm requesting a $30,000 increase in that line item, taking it from $237,699 to $267,699. Over the past year, we have added health department geo permitting, their online permitting program of $14,000. We've added the FTR Gold Court recording software. That's at $11,700. I found that the planning and zoning permitting was not budgeted yet, and that's another $9,300. The treasurer last year made the move to the cloud for PVD. That increased that cost of $10,000 to $234,000. Plus, the updates, or not the updates, but the price increases on that. Adobe Acrobat, we're getting a lot more people needing Adobe Acrobat. That increased $3,500 this year. So we've just seen we've added a lot to this line. And so that's why I'm requesting that increase. My last one is appropriation number 44450, computer equipment. I'm requesting a $10,000 increase in that line item from $150,000 to $160,000.
Which line was that?
The last
one.
Yeah, 4445. Not only has, again, equipment went up, I have also went to a little bit more expensive PC, taking the PCs from the ground where they were collecting dust, not much ventilation, knocked, hard to work on, hard to pull, to a tiny PC that fits on the back of a monitor. There's no moving parts. On the back of that monitor, they have great ventilation. They're not collecting dust. It uses less power. I've had really good feedback from people who are using those. It's really nice. It's good for us. It makes our moves much easier. We're basically moving 2 monitors instead of crawling around underneath people's desks and pulling wire after wire out to get it to move. I've also went up in monitors, getting rid of the old 22-inch monitors with old legacy connections that we have to buy adapters for, to a 24-inch monitor that already has the current technology. So we're doing an HDMI cord, HDMI to HDMI, or DisplayPort to DisplayPort. And we don't have to worry about any kind of gender changes or making any kind of other adapters on there. And that is all I have.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Craig.
You're very welcome.
Well, highway and bridge, you can arm wrestle for who gets to go next.
All of these are on your sheets. 1135, 36, 8235, 9225, 1176, and 1169.
Okay, let's start with the normal bridge fund, the 1135. The only updates I really have is our project-specific accounts in the 60,000s. Those numbers have been adjusted accordingly to where the projects stand, whether they're still in design or moving towards construction. Some of the ones that's got a little higher amounts, like line item 60,017, 60,016, and 15. Those are slated to go to construction next year, so that's why you're going to see a significant increase in those amounts. And then to kind of piggyback what I'm going to talk about next, LTAP, and they've changed the way they would like to account for our federal reimbursement grants and the state advanced grants that we get through community crossings. So you may see some of our project-specific accounts decreasing, and that is only because we're transitioning to only asking for the 20% match, and then we have to have a completely separate fund that we will pay the 80% match out of. I know in the past we used to pay 100% of the projects out of each line item, so we're kind of changing that up a little bit, and that's why there's 4 new funds for you to look at just for the bridge. So if better tracking, yes. And that's part of the handout that I provided you, is kind of their recommendation for how to track these, what to call the fund names, the 80 or 8,000s for the federal, 9,000s for the state. So just kind of giving you just a little bit of information in your packet that kind of explains why we're transitioning to a different way to account for our bridge-specific projects. So you'll see that Fund 8235, which is what we're going to call our federal grants, and then Fund 9235 is what we're going to call our state grants or community crossings. So those will be, I guess, needed for next year. And there is no dollar amount that we need to set for those. The federal account, the 8235, or the federal fund, 8235, is we pay our 80%. That account, or those line items are allowed to go in the negative, and then the next month when we get our reimbursements, it'll bring them back to zero. So that's kind of how, and then at the end of the year or end of the project, the receipt line item should be zero, which means we've collected all of our reimbursements for that project that we have submitted. And so we don't need to ask for an appropriation for those. It's just, that's more concerned with just the receipting and tracking of the 80% or the federal money that's coming in. Because right now it's just, all of our receipts right now are just going back to the bridge fund and one account for all of our projects. And we have it all split up at our office, but this will also help the auditor keep track of everything specifically for each grant that we get. So all in all, I think it'll be a good process to move forward with. It's just, let's get through the learning curve and then we'll, get it down pat.
The only thing we have to do is just create a new line for each grant you get, right?
Correct.
Yes, and then that'll all be right there.
Yeah, and we did go to the State Board of Accounts, and I know LTAP provides this, Purdue, they assist with the local technical assistance program to help kind of counties. So we went to the State Board of Accounts and did some research, and there's some bulletins that they have put out that says, you know, we don't have to have a separate fund for each project. We can have one fund for federal reimbursements and then have line items for each project. Because if we had to have a fund for each project, that could, you know, that's a big amount. But so that's why we've got it set up this way in your handouts. And kind of piggybacking off the Fund 9235 for our state, those are advance grants. So what we will do when we get our advance grant from the state or from Community Crossings, that receipt will go into the project line item, and then we will transfer our match from the bridge fund to the state grant fund, and then everything will be paid out of the state grant fund. And that's the way State Board of Accounts wants you to track your projects for that grant. So that's why we created the 2 extra funds for our department. Does anybody have any questions on that side of things?
Nope, you've done a good job getting it
As long
all
as you
figured
understand
out.
that.
Kind of a combination bridge highway. The bridge west of Centerville that they are replacing, the traffic's going on county roads. At the end, there'll be an estimate of damages caused to the county roads and will be reimbursed by the state.
Correct. We have an assigned unofficial detour route with an agreement with NDOT, and like you said, at the end of the project, those roads will be assessed and they will reimburse us for the extra burden that the county roads has suffered because of the project.
Will there be pain and suffering from those of us who had to go that way all the time? This morning I was best. There were semis out there this morning. Oh, it was crazy. Okay, that's good.
And then the last fund that we've created this year is the what we're calling the jail bond fund. The remaining amount that was given to Mike and I to use for our projects. So we just took the total and agreed to split it in half, and Mike and I arm wrestled and he got the extra penny. So that's what we labeled the 1136, is to create a fund and a line item for highway and a line item for bridge, so that we can pull match money for like community crossings. We can use this instead of coming out of our bridge fund. We could use this money to pay for those projects and basically double our project availability, because we're using this as the match money. So.
Thank you.
And then also in your packet, the last page is kind of a 10-year projection of projects and our overall bridge fund budget and where it is currently, where it's projected to go. So just to kind of give you an idea of what our overall bridge fund balance is going to be because of the projects that we have. So we do have 8 federal projects right now, and 5 or 6 state community crossings level local projects that will be happening in the next couple of years. So that just kind of shows you that our account balance will come down, but once these projects are completed, we'll see it, our balances come back up. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to give us that letter real quick so we can vote on
I do
that?
have one more thing. If I can do it now instead of at workshop tonight. We are applying, we got permission from the commissioners a couple weeks ago to apply for a community crossings project on, it's Bridge 160 on Brick Church Road. We've decided to put a new deck on it. It's been designed, the design plans are complete, so we are ready to apply this month for the next round of community crossings. We have commissioner's approval, but would like to ask council's approval, and if granted, I have a financial commitment letter that's part of the application that would need signed.
Is that the bridge between Goose Haven and Williams-Sister?
It's between Heine Road and Jerry Myers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down the hill around.
Yes.
Yeah. So we just need a motion to allow me to sign the commitment letter for that.
I make that motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Boy,
Any
Barry's on
opposed?
the ball
There's
today.
none. We are here.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. You're up, Mr. Sharp. What? Are you hungry? We're going to lunch in about 14 minutes, so.
Walk fast.
Just kidding.
Thanks for approving everything I asked for. We'll see you later.
Oh, did you all sign it? I thought I just signed that.
That's
I'm
what,
sorry.
this was just for you.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
As if you can't tell, it doesn't sign it. That's like box. Copy. So it's not.
Yeah, as long as we got it.
Hang on to this one until Bob gets back to sign it, and we'll get it to Brandon later.
Okay.
If you wanna give it back to me, I'll hang on to it.
Let me have Mark sign it, or does he
Yeah,
need to sign
whoever
it
needs to sign it.
after everybody else?
It'll fly without his signature.
I know.
They'll never look at it.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, so in the MVH Highway Administration budget, we were running low on the other services, charges, and fees. So we raised it $1,800. And then travel, lodging, and meals, we increased it $700. Doing some more training, sending some guys up to around Chicago area for some sealing training and some stuff like that. There's been several years ago, I think council cut that like 75% or something, and it just kind of stayed there, but we've been running low on that one, so increasing that one, which I think it only puts it at $1,000. And then the insurance deductible, I decreased that by $4,500, and that's to kind of try to make up for some of the other increases to help out there. And then utilities increased it $2,000, just price of utilities are going up. So the whole MVH administration budget is a zero with the increases and decreases. It makes it a zero on that part. The maintenance and repair, I increased the seasonal help. I know for most of the salaries and so forth, we didn't touch or not supposed to really move. But the seasonal help, as you look at it, it never got an increase. So every time we were increasing the wages for everybody every year, that never got an increase. It stayed the same. So I think the last increase was in 2018. So we're not keeping up with what the increases should be. So I think if whatever decision you make, if you increase seasonal help, it should go up the same amount of money to offset that. So that number just brings it up to what the current level is in 23, and I think that would be appropriate. The stone and gravel and bituminous, those are pretty good increases, as you can probably see. So $130,000 increase for stone and gravel, and then $1,050,500 for the bituminous. So basically what I did on that is I doubled them. So the state auditor gives us projections, so I can run figures on what our balances is and everything. I've not gotten those figures from the auditor yet, so I have no idea how to set my budget to give to you guys, and you guys are ready for budget hearings, and I don't have figures yet. So
Have that the next couple months
could
Hopefully.
already have it, so I don't know.
Well, there'll be time to change.
Right, so I knew the budget was gonna be advertised and you can lower your budget, but you can't increase it. So what I did was just basically double those numbers. Once I get the hard figures back in from the state or from the auditor, then I can reshuffle those numbers and bring them back to you once I have those. Once I do there's a whole calculation that I go through to do our calculations to see, and we look at an 18-month period to make that determination. So that's why that increase is so high. Hopefully it is that high, but I doubt it'll go up that high. So once I get those figures, I can come back to you on that. And then the other one in the maintenance and repair would be the road signs and related, which is an increase of $2,000, and that's just we ran low. Prices of signs have gone up, so I think we have somewhere around 17,500 signs that we maintain throughout the county. So there's quite a few signs that we do maintain. We do 2 inspections a year, one during the day and one at nighttime for reflectivity tests and so forth. So just trying to maintain and keep all up with that. It's a pretty big task. Right.
What percentage, no, do you know?
Oh, what percent? We don't even track that. That's it's hard to, yeah. I mean, we'll have signs that road closed signs or road hazard signs that we put out. They go to pick them up and they're missing. So not only the road signs, the one sign we did eliminate was the one High Point sign up at the High Point of Indiana. I don't know if anybody ever's been up there, but over the since I've worked at the highway department, everybody wants the high sign of Indiana. So what we did, we eliminated that. I got actually a large boulder rock that I'm pretty impressed with it, but we had it engraved. And so if somebody wants to steal that, it's about 4.5 tons. So I don't think the kids are going to steal that one anyway. You're going to have something pretty big to steal it.
Hey Mike, I have a sign question. Did you guys make the suicidal deer sign that's out by Garwood? I wondered, it's pretty cute when you see it and it says suicidal deer, and it looks like an actual road sign. And I thought, no, that's pretty funny.
I think that one's actually in the city, but I've seen a couple of them, and I think they changed them out. There's another one in the county that another person that puts out different signs at different times. They look like road signs, but no, they're a lot of times they're a little bit smaller than what our actual road signs are.
I think it is a little bit
But yeah, we're not responsible for them, so.
But it does
Not saying I don't agree with them, but we're not putting them up.
Yeah.
And then the general and undistributed, I put an increase of 50,000, just the unknown of the fuel cost. I think we're gonna be pretty close, going into next year, looking at the other departments and so forth. Kind of in my budget though, if we have extra, depending on how that fuel cost comes in, I'll just take that money if we have extra and it's going to go to bituminous or stone and we put it back in the road. So a lot of my totals that you see, they're kind of set costs except for the stone and bituminous. So we have set costs. That's the money we kind of need for that. Anything extra that we have, I put it towards bituminous and stone is how I run in my budget. So, like I said, if the fuel doesn't increase, it goes to that. So that's kind of depending on how you want to run that. And then other repairs, we increased it by 25,000. Trying to get parts is just getting harder and harder. It's been hard for a while, and then the parts increasing coming up. It's just been hard on the amount of equipment that we have and what we're trying to keep put together. So increased that by 25,000. And then in the local road and street, kind of did the same thing until I get the figures. For 24, I can't figure the budget rightly, so the stone and gravel and the bituminous, I basically doubled that for what it was in 23 to make sure we're covered. And then other road equipment, that would be an increase of 58,000, and that would go to the 5-year capital outlays plan that I put together. You guys got copies of that, I think. There's already a change on that. We've got a skid steer that we bought in 2019, and we've had problems with it. Right now it needs about $10,000 worth of work done to it. So I've gotten prices. It's not official yet or anything, but I've gotten some pricing for that. I think we give $46,000 for that skid steer. I think I can trade it in for $56,000. So we can get an increase of that. Plus, obviously the prices of equipment's gone up, but I think I put $20,000 in that, but I think it's going to be around $17,000. So to me, instead of putting $10,000 into that machine of what it needs, we can trade it off, and for $7,000 we can get us another new machine. So that will be coming to commissioners. I'm still waiting on some figures to come in, but that's kind of what it's looking like, pretty close.
Mike, what are your line items in a couple of these budgets where you only have $1?
We put them in there so we don't lose them. The contract professional services, like in local road and streets, was $1. I think we used it. It's been some years ago. We used it. I kind of put them in there. Some of the other ones, I think under other road equipment, there's one in there for $1. I can transfer money into that. So, like, say we decide, hey, I need money for this piece of equipment. I could transfer from bituminous to buy this piece of equipment if we needed it. I put it in as $1 so we don't forget it and lose it. I can put it at 0, but then somebody says, well, it's 0, and they just eliminate and delete it out. I don't know if it's right or wrong. That's just my way of thinking, so I don't forget about, hey, there's a line item there and nobody will delete that.
That makes sense.
We wouldn't do that to you.
Well, not maybe you, but I myself might do it, you know. It's and then I don't know if you got the major project, future projects list that I sent out. One of the big ones was for new fuel tanks. Currently we have underground fuel tanks. And putting in for new above ground fuel tanks to eliminate some of the paperwork and hassle work. I did get a hard figure. I put in $500,000 on my paper. I got a hard figure the other day, but that would be if we were to do it like this next month or two. It's $495,000. So I think I guessed at $500,000 on what the increase might be. I was off by about $5,000, but that doesn't include in that the $500,000 that I put in there, or the $495,000. I just got the figure this week on that. It doesn't include like the asphalt or some of the concrete work and stuff. A lot of that obviously we can do in house, but there might be some added cost in that part of it. But so, you know, I don't know, 10-20% if that's a project that you might be looking for 2024. If we would do that, we may have to increase that just a little bit. If a lot of times January 1st is when a lot of those increases would come up.
I think that can be on the radar for some ARPA funds that we already have. So
Okay.
I think we've all talked about that, mentioned it. So yeah, because why not do it before we get an increase?
So if we're gonna do that,
We'll
we
have
can
to-
bid it sooner rather than later to
Yeah.
avoid price increases.
Right.
We can talk
So
about
just,
that at workshop.
you know, and I've got a rough figure for one person. Obviously, we got to bid something like this out, and there's some more work to put into it. But I wanted to try to keep you guys informed. And I think when we first started this, or I first brought the commissioners and looked at this, I think we were around $200,000, $160,000 is what it would have cost. So that's how much the prices has increased over the years.
At least we know you're real in the ballpark of the 500 that you told us.
Right. So the 500 is kind of a nice, easy number to kind of look at and figure. And without sending it out for bid, we won't know the for sure number. But that's a pretty close number from one company that I got.
Well, if you wanted to start getting specs together,
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
that could be bid maybe before
We
the end
can
of the
talk
year.
about it at workshop tonight and, you know, make a decision really
Right.
about moving ahead with that project if you're gonna.
Are you gonna be at workshop tonight?
No. I got another commitment.
I've got it written down, we can,
I will be there.
you won't, oh, okay. And actually, we don't know what time workshop's gonna be anyway, we're gonna do it when we're done here today, so.
It could very well be before fleet committee.
Yeah, it
Oh.
could be at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock or
That's the
something.
case, I'll be here.
Okay.
Glad to accommodate you, Bert.
We probably just need to vote on actually just doing the project and giving you the go-ahead to get the ball rolling, so.
Can we not do it now?
Yeah.
I guess we could, couldn't we?
It's
I
advertised
forget, we're all
meeting.
here.
I would move to proceed with developing the specs for this to ultimately pay for it out of the ARPA funds.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Didn't expect that, did you?
There you
We're
go.
working on it. Thank you, thank you.
You didn't expect that, did you? It's a good thing.
Was there any other questions that anybody had on the budget? And I guess my other question would be as far as moving forward, I know we kind of discussed it last year and you were sending it back to have positions evaluated and so forth and
End of August, or 1st of August.
but is that something that you'll be calling us back in so we can discuss that? I mean, I guess I would like just more input or make sure I kind of hear what the discussion would be and so forth and be kept in the loop on that or provide you guys with anything else you might need.
Since your truck drivers was one of the major things that we were looking at, we will make sure that you're involved.
I haven't heard from them yet, so that's why.
No,
We can, we'll probably talk about it during a personnel meeting or something,
Yeah.
so, you
we
know,
should
we'll
have,
let you know.
yeah, at our next personnel meeting, we'll have it, so then we're gonna.
I was saying Erwin was gonna be calling us and meeting with the department heads, but I haven't met with anybody yet, so that's why I was.
They sent you an email yesterday maybe, they were wanting to set a time to talk to you. I don't know if it was about to, you know, the report, but you might want to respond to that.
Anything else?
We're good.
Thanks,
All right.
Mike.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mike.
Thank you guys,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
That's all there too.
I got y'all tomorrow.
All right.
There you go.
Do we need to recess until after lunch is our meeting? I'll take a motion that we recess it.
I will move that we recess.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
We will resume at 1:15.
You are watching Whitewater Government Television, WGTV, Channel 11, part of the Whitewater Community Television family of stations.
All right, let's get started. Christine, you are up. You go ahead and tell us your changes.
My changes, not too much changes.
That's good.
To the budget. Actually, we, took out the cars, so that reduced, our budget, but we have had to increase, our vehicle insurance. And what was, budgeted is $5,000, they've told us it should be more, $14,000 to cover our vehicle insurance. I'm not sure where that total has come from. And then the junk and equipment maintenance repair, which is line 33,620, is normally $2,500. But we do have to increase it every 2 years in order to do the XRF machine. As you remember, we have to resource, or recalibrate the source in that machine, and that does lead inspections for us.
Is that every other year?
That's every other year. And,
So on the car insurance, is that van the major reason for that increase? Or your mobile, whatever?
Where'd you get the car insurance number from Holscher, or did you put it in?
I mean, that's a huge increase.
I know it, so this budget that was just handed to me was different than what I had, and it had this 14,000, which kind of surprised me. I could ask Bobby to get me a more accurate of what that is, because I was kind of shocked also that, wow, that's quite a jump. Either I was very under budgeting for my insurance, or they put somebody else's in there, because we haven't expanded our fleet. You know, we've had that RV for several years, you know, so if you can, give you time to figure out and more narrow down, is that correct? Or are we off on this one? But, everything else, pretty much remains, the same. Our, 23 budget was, $863,020. The request this year is $778,725. So long as those adjustments were made in that would be the total that's correct.
Christine,
Yes.
the very first line item, 10-230, medical clerk went down, is that correct?
It went from 35 to 39.
Okay, all right. These sheets are
They're
backwards.
just-
and
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
That's just a requested amount that you think they should get?
No,
Or
that's what, that is their salary. That's
So
by
is
county,
the 20,
by the salary order.
23 incorrect?
The 35,340, is that incorrect?
No, I don't have that.
We had them as 35,340, and then the 24 amount requested is 39, so we were just wondering where the increase came from. And maybe you didn't do that.
So maybe the adopted one didn't have, because there were some that didn't get that 6% raise. And so I just, in the 2023, put the correct salary in there that they make.
What is it? So what position are we talking about?
Medical clerk.
A medical clerk, so I have one,
10-230.
okay. The salary ordinance shows 39,894.40.
Okay.
423?
So that adopted amount from last year is wrong on our paper.
Incorrect.
Yeah,
Should
okay.
be 39.
39,894.
Thank you.
Which is what she's got.
Which is what she
What you
has,
got
yeah.
requested, so.
Okay.
We just have to check and see which amount's the right amount.
Yeah.
She didn't make them up. Okay.
Looks good to me.
Very few changes there.
And then there's nothing for 44,500 for this year, is that right?
No, she took those off.
She's buying those cars out of the reimbursement funds.
Okay.
I already bought one of them for next year,
Okay.
which Mike located. They had the money, so we went ahead and purchased it this year.
I just want to make sure that I'm getting this right, okay.
I got it.
Don't see any else.
Okay, no.
Anything else?
What about
What about
This
what?
is what we're talking about now.
billing the phones?
Oh, we had a question why your phone bills are in IT's budget. She goes, I don't know. And then he was telling
That is
us,
above my pay grade, other than, I thought all phone services went through IT. I don't know who pays the phone services for this building, but that's always been that way. I don't know if it's because we're VoIP phones.
yeah, he said he gets a separate bill for you guys, but it's just in his, it's in his budget, and he takes care of all the other ones.
What's Something was different because it wasn't in this building, so it had to be different.
Yeah.
They had to put in a different phone system because the PBX could not be extended over to that building, so it's under a separate contract.
Okay.
That's what we
It's
asked.
the same way
why
with the fairgrounds.
Is it?
Fairgrounds is in my budget, not.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's in yours and not IT?
The fairgrounds,
Oh,
the rest
okay.
of it is in IT, but
Huh,
it's, we did do separate contracts, so.
yeah, okay. I guess this year's the first year we really had just been told that he pays all these things for other departments. Because like your permit software and stuff like that, he pays for that too out of his budget.
He
For
does.
your online permits, okay.
But that's a county-wide project that they decided to go with for some kind of broadband
Right.
grant, that they were to do online permitting. So far, I believe it's
Right, that's
only
what
our
it
office
said.
that's doing online permitting, but
Okay.
is building, or are they doing online permitting yet?
Yeah, it's under IT.
Okay, so yeah, we have several offices that are doing it, so it's not just the health department software for permitting. It covers all of the programming for the county to be able to meet that broadband deliverable of online permitting.
Okay.
So do we want to just leave all that where it is? Because like somebody said earlier, it's easier for IT to take care and maintain, and it's just in their budget, even though he's asking on behalf of them, sort of, because it is for them,
Yeah.
but we do that for lots of others, so, okay.
He just has budget increases that are all about software and phones and stuff, and it's for other departments, but.
Yeah,
it's
not
all one.
just you, but others too. Okay.
That's fine. All right, do you have anything else, Christine? Is that everything?
I don't.
I've got one thing.
Oh, we almost got by without.
We used cash balance last year to balance our fund to the tune of about $400,000 or $500,000. I don't have it. We'll be in the same predicament this year. How does the council, we've got an appropriation of $868. We're gonna have income between 450 and about 450,000. How do you wanna make that? Do you wanna make that at the end of the year adjustment to be to exact dollar? Or do you wanna make it a flat amount? I mean, if we make it 500 and it's 475, we have 25,000 more we don't have. If you wait until you're ready to close the books, we would know to the penny how much the county.
In the past, we've just given you an amount, an approximate amount, so.
Bob, end of the year, exact amount. End of the year, exact amount.
And we're gonna have to make those transfers before we close the
Right.
book, because we don't have the cash balance.
I understand.
I think we'll determine.
We'll decide, because every year we've always just done a flat amount.
Yeah, so who's in, okay, thank you. Just wanted to make aware it's coming.
We thought it might be, we just discussed that. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We're ahead of schedule, so. I'm gonna take you file all that. All right, soil and water, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
72 and 73.
can just tell us, what your changes are.
Okay, there's basically just two changes, an
Okay.
increase in the office supplies due to printer ink. We've got some receipts here to show. It's basically doubled in price from last year to this year. And with all the printing we do for all the different events that we have and things like that, they go through quite a bit of it. And then the other one is an increase for fuel, just due to the fact we've got the urban garden at the county fairgrounds now. So there's a lot more trips back and forth and getting stuff moved out there and getting that off the ground. And here, like, I think it's August 23rd, we're gonna have a conservation tour with the state representatives and other elected officials. And so, I mean, there's gonna be more events like that, so therefore it's gonna cost more for fuel as well. But I think those are the two main ones right there.
All right, does anybody have any questions? We kind of heard that office supply from just about everybody today, so.
The tour that he talked about, I think that wanted to invite us as well to come to that.
Yep.
It's a morning only, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that email was, she might have just sent that out, or she's gonna send it out here.
McQuell's gonna send something out shortly, she said, so. August 23rd. They're gonna tour some projects that have happened in the county to get a better understanding of what they do and the impact they have on the county.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming.
Yep, thank you.
We don't have the planning commission here yet, do we? Oh. It's Steve.
right?
Oh, yeah. I'm like, where's the planning commission at? Which one is
So do we have this in the spreadsheet?
Yeah, it's in Feel free to tell us about your budget reductions.
Is that on our spreadsheet?
Yes.
Which one are we doing?
Planning commission. Okay, bye.
All right, I'm on plan commission, first one. One line item with an increase, that is line item 13050. It's board member payment. This line has always been underfunded, simply because they didn't meet every month. We pay each board member $80 per meeting. There's 5 members on the BZA, there's 9 on the Plan Commission, and for the last year, they've been meeting every month, especially since the Plan Commission's comprehensive plan has been completed. So they're going through and updating the zoning ordinance, so that's the reason for the increase in that. That brings it up to where it should be to pay each member for each month.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it in planning. The fairgrounds, you know, just like everybody else that's been before you, it's kind of hard to make predictions what it might be 18 months beyond when you first do your budget. So what I do, I go back, I took the first 5 months of this year and took a monthly average, I annualized it, and then come out with an average, and then took it times 12, and that's where I came up with these increases. So you see office supplies, gas, fuel, and lubricants. The contractual one, contractual and professional, 33,230. That was increased about $5,000, and the reason for that, we would anticipate some additional contractual work because of the hiring of the marketing and promotion individual. Same thing with the travel and meals. I would anticipate some additional travel with that person's position. And then on line item 3360, the phone, that refers back to what we were just talking about with a little increase in our phone system costs out there. And then the equipment and maintenance, the very last line item. Again, I just took the 5 months and annualized it, and that's about where it comes out to be. Any questions on the fairgrounds?
Yeah, the new marketing position.
Yes,
is the
sir.
salary for that position in here under a different title?
It's probably, it's not on my sheet.
I see secretary and I see fairground superintendent.
So what do they say in the secretary?
Request is 35,340.
Yeah, remember we took that position and we changed the title. We did away with secretary and changed it to the marketing position, and it's about 47,000.
Yeah, that's not.
And we did away with a
It's
part-time.
not in here.
Remember,
But it
I
does say
remember doing
secretary
that.
at
It's
the
not
old
reflected
salary.
in this.
okay,
So-
I don't have a copy of
Kim
what you
can tell
have.
us what the salary is.
Last year, you approved the secretary, and then it was
Yeah.
earlier this spring that we
Yeah.
changed it with your approval to our marketing
Yeah.
coordinator at a higher salary.
But that's not reflected in your budget request.
We don't have it. We never got copies.
Regardless, it needs to be in the budget request.
Correct, it should be.
Kim's gonna tell us what the amount
It's a mistake.
is.
It needs to be at the current salary.
I have down at 47,840. Does that sound right? That's what's in-
Instead of that secretary.
Correct.
Yeah, the salary ordinance needs to be corrected as far as the title. It says secretary,
Didn't we
but.
create a line item for this?
I think
We just relayed.
Put it in the second, you kept the same appropriation.
Same line item?
Secretary and
changed the title and salary.
Okay.
So do we need a new line item since there's
No, we
history
just
without-
need to,
No?
we need to, Debbie, on the 10906,
What's the description supposed to be?
what is the description? Marketing coordinator?
Marketing coordinator.
And then remember, you eliminated one of those part-time positions.
Yeah, there's a 0 on that one.
I don't know which number.
Isn't there?
And the amount is 47,840?
What did you ask, Steve?
Yes.
Steve, and your question, there's 2 part-time positions on here at 25,048.
Yeah, remember you eliminated one of those to fund
So which one are
I
we
think
taking
you
off?
$90.
eliminated 90.
13490
Yes.
goes away.
We can change it to 0.
Yeah.
And then there's a unclassified maintenance staff
Which
that
one
has
did you
nothing.
just change? 13,490.
It goes away.
13,490.
The one you're referring to, Beth, then unclassified, it has nothing in it. We eliminated that position
Before.
several years ago.
Okay.
Which one's that?
The one that has nothing on it, the second one down.
Oh, yeah, it's,
We eliminated that, and created 2 part-time positions.
All right. Well, we've had some show up like this today that actually were supposed to be $30,000 or $40,000, so I'm just making sure.
so the overtime stays the same?
Yes.
Just one. Probably because the fair
Steve,
is in the first 6 months.
Just delete one.
Yeah.
The one we're
ends in 8
deleting
stays.
is 90,
Got it.
13490.
13490 goes away.
Yes. And then the amount for the top one you got, 47,840.
47,
Okay.
yeah. 840, yeah.
And that's now marketing
And I changed the
coordinator.
name to marketing coordinator.
Gotcha. Thank you. Anything else, Steve?
No.
Next budget.
Next one is the building commission, and this is the part that also has weights and measures in it. They're all coming in the same budget. And
Is that building department? Like, it's,
I know that's the legal name of it.
okay.
In statute, it's called the building department. I know it's not building and grounds, but,
Yeah.
and so we refer to it as the building commission.
Okay. I was kind of wondering what the difference was.
Number 0312.
Yeah. Okay.
And the only change in that budget is gas and fuel.
I'm sorry, Steve, the only change is what?
Gas and fuel,
Oh, yeah, thank you. 222210. And then the building and grounds department, same thing. I took the first 5 months of this year's expenditures and annualized it, and that's the reason for the increases in those 2,000 accounts and the 3,000 accounts. I will make a comment on the very last one, 3380, the miscellaneous operating expense. That's a fairly large increase, but remember we moved the bulk of our maintenance money, which was about 300 and some thousand, into Cume Court. And Cume Court can only be used in this building, the courthouse, and the jail. So this line item is utilized mainly for the health department building and the fairgrounds and our maintenance building, and if we do any repairs to the old, or well care, yeah. Any questions on that one? And if not, there's one that's not on the schedule, but you know that's also under mine, is the unsafe building one, and that has always been $5,000. Remember, that's a non-reverting fund, and so council and commissioners decided a number of years ago not to fund that at any significant level because, you know, that's where it has to stay. For example, this year, remember we came back to council when we had the cleanup out on Salisbury Road and asked for some additional money there, but so unless there's wants to be a change of policy to fund that higher, it'll stay at 5,000.
Is that everything?
That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner's budget, Mr. Faster.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're staying on schedule. Things must be going well. Thanks for giving us.
We're on schedule anyway.
On schedule. Okay, let's, I actually have a couple of budgets I want to go over with you. I know you're pretty much focused on general fund right now, but let me start with the Commissioner's General Fund budget. And the very first line item, we requested $20,000. We have had ongoing conversations since we submitted that budget a month or so ago, and would like to request, we just agreed this morning, that instead of restructuring departments, what we would like to do, like for you to consider, is adding one position that would be a department head level position, which is currently funded at about $75,000. Do you have the exact number there, Kim, for department head? And we want to serve a couple of different purposes with this line item. One is to provide leadership for some of the commissioners' departments that would download some of what Steve is currently doing with day-to-day operation, approving vacations and dealing with sick leave and payroll and all of those kinds of more mundane activities. But we also need to start a transition process for when we have turnover in that position, which has become, for lack of a better term, the commissioner's chief deputy. I mean, Steve is assigned a lot of different tasks that would be turned over to a chief deputy if we had such a position. His position has been evolving over the years, and so we need to begin a process for transition whenever that happens. We don't have a date for that, but we think some additional transfer of some of those administrative responsibilities that we just talked about, plus over the next few years, the pace of project development and administration continues to rise and will for the next 3 or 4 years as we get through ARPA funding and all of the projects that will be involved with that. So we think a department head level position would be appropriate, and so we would ask that we change that $20,000 to a new position at $75,898. The next change would be on the, well, just to clarify, the next line item, the help coordinator at $53,000. That position, it shows no funding here because that moved into the ARPA fund, which is a separate fund, not the general fund. So that would be zero in this line item in the general fund budget.
10, 9, 12.
Talking about, sorry, I don't have numbers on this.
Your executive secretary is at 0.
It's at 0.
No, that should not be at 0. That should be at,
461.
that sounds correct. So, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen this before. So, no, that should not be at 0.
461.
50,000, okay.
I'll say that you went to Bobby.
Oh, yeah.
So what line item were you speaking of, Jeff?
The documents I have don't have line items on them, I apologize.
What's the name of it?
It's the help coordinator.
I don't think it's even.
not even
It's
in
probably
there.
not. It was on, when we got the budget forms to fill out, the Form 1s, it's on there. So that's what I was referring to, and those are the documents that I have. So the next one, again, these don't have numbers on them, so moving down to Swift MD.
How about before that, 13,491,
What is it?
Veteran
Have
service.
numbers.
veteran service officer? You've got either your 2024 request or is wrong, or your 2023 number is wrong.
She'll tell us.
I apologize, I'm seeing these for the
I know.
first time, so I'm not clear on the line items, but we have two veterans officers that are at
The
different
one that's veteran
rates.
services officer, and then the other one's veterans affairs, interlocal.
Right.
The interlocal's the same, but the veteran service officer, what is your
Mhm.
2024 request?
What are you showing? The same as the 2023.
Well, we don't know which
37,000.
one's right.
And I
Well,
don't either.
Kim,
Well,
Kim
the
does.
senior veteran service officer, which is 91, that salary this year is $37,036.48.
Okay.
So
So
this is
37,037, yeah.
Mhm. And then the other one should be listed as a veteran service officer. One senior and the other one just a regular veteran service
That's
officer.
not how it is.
Yeah.
So which
That's
one
the-
needs changed?
Uh,
The
493.
493 needs to be
493
veterans,
should be-
veterans service what
Veteran Service Officer.
That's the
That's what's
same
in
thing
the
as the other
salary
one.
ordinance.
That's what the first, 491
So there's
says
two of
veteran
them?
service
There are
officer.
two
Right.
positions. The
What-
first one.
Is a senior.
491 should say senior.
Senior, okay.
Veteran Service Officer, senior. And
Does
the
it?
other one is Veteran Service Officer.
Okay.
So the
Other
numbers should
changes
be
that you're aware
pretty
of that
similar
are not,
No increase for either, they're the same as last year, right?
at this point.
well, whatever.
Well, I mean, as far as our papers
No.
here.
No,
No,
they're the same.
We're down
Thank
to
you.
Swift MD.
Swift MD.
Swift MD, we're proposing a line item of $25,000. It is technically not an increase because we're proposing that that comes off of the health insurance line in the council budget. And you know, we went through that whole process of, we cannot pay for these services for people who are not a part of our health insurance plan with health insurance plan dollars. So we're proposing in the general fund to move that out of the health insurance line item, which is started at $4,020,000, so it would be $3,995,000 for 2024. And then move 25,000 of that to this line item for Swift MD. We will get monthly billings, and we can then pay those bills every month out of a line item in the commissioner's budget. And since it's general fund, we're not prohibited from paying for people who are not members of our health insurance program. Clear? Questions on that? So it's not an increase. Our feeling is our health insurance program is very healthy in its funding, and there's no need to increase for 2024 in that total. So that's our recommendation. Then going down to
The next change we have is garage and motor supplies.
garage and motor supplies. And this is, after consultation with Mike Sharp, we would propose to reduce that from 40,000 to 10,000. And then there is an increase, a countering increase in another line item further down. And it's more than that 30,000. Correct, correct. So we're still working through the growing pains that we've had of having replacement parts on hand and on the shelf. And in particular with some of the more specialized equipment on the sheriff's vehicles. So a radar, for example, or a radio or a computer that needs to be pulled out and repaired, and in many cases sent away to be repaired. But we don't want that patrol vehicle to be down because whatever, the radar is not working. So we want to have parts on hand to immediately put a new radar system in that vehicle. It can go back out on the road while we're waiting to get that other system repaired.
So why haven't we got that?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
It's been a year plus.
It has. We're getting closer. And this is trying to align the budget with the proper categories to make sure that's happening.
Jeff, what is P. Corey 33120, what is that?
PCORI.
PCORI, I don't know what that is.
Where are you looking?
On your budget.
On your budget. The next down
33,120.
after-
$2,000 we haven't had before. Your request is 2,000.
And it's
I do know.
PCORI.
Kim can tell you, we have to pay a service charge to the federal government every year because we are self-insured in health insurance.
Part of the Affordable Care Act.
And we have been for a few years paying it out of this and that and the other. And this identifies exactly a line item that can be paid out of. It's an annual expense, and that's how much it is.
Is that the title it should have?
That's what it's called, yes.
CC.
Can we give it
I
a
mean, we
different name?
I don't care. I mean, that's what it's called, that it's.
It's all in small letters, it just looks.
Well, I'd have to look at the paper, but it's related to the Affordable Care Act, and I fill out IRS forms and we make a payment. It's a
So,
tax.
it's a fee because we're self-insured?
It's really all related to
Penalty
being,
or something?
to the Affordable Care Act, ACA. We could say ACA tax, I don't, what do you think?
We
I
could
mean,
say
do you work with it at all, Tony,
PCORI,
for anybody?
Or self-insured tax?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
that makes more sense than.
I mean, she could
We-
put that in there,
Yeah.
leave the PCORI and put
Is that okay what I did?
self-insured tax.
ACA tax or some such thing, that would
Yeah.
be shorter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Jeff,
That's
your
fine.
next line item
Yeah.
under legal services, this
Something's
year
happened.
was 78,900. This year it's 7,900. I'm not sure, Ron.
That is absolutely wrong.
A mistake? Yes,
Which
Ron is very
one?
generous.
He's not that generous.
Not that
He's
generous.
not that generous.
There's an 8 missing.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's the same amount.
The same number.
See that, 33,120, Debbie?
Yep, 78,900.
Yeah.
It changed.
And then Jeff's salary, 460, oh, no, that's not Jeff's salary, okay.
So, 33,200 contractually professional, we're proposing an increase from 65,000 to 100,000, primarily to pay for engineering and architectural fees for the projects that are coming down the line. We can do it this way, or we can continue to come to you and say, we're proposing a project, we need to be able to pay for the architectural or engineering work. This is the estimate for the engineering, and do that on a case-by-case basis. This just gives us a little more room. We're still going to come to you with funding requests for the project. This allows us to go ahead and engage with an architectural firm, an engineer, professional organization to provide us with some planning along those lines. So up to you, however you want to do it. It does delay us to some extent to come back to you to get $10,000 to do the engineering work on X or Y.
My problem with it is if it's a project that council sees they're not gonna fund, I hate to put the money into the engineering
Up to you.
ahead of time.
You frequently ask us to have a plan
Yes,
before you approve a project. So I have no problem in coming to you and saying, we need money to provide you with a plan, to come back to you and say, will you or won't you on this project? It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. When we bring you the estimates and the engineering work, you still could say no. So, I hesitate to say always, but I frequently consult with you all, as we're considering moving in a direction. And so, honestly, whatever you want.
okay.
So what's the 65 that's there now?
That is primarily for things that, not exclusively, but primarily for things that we do on a routine basis. So when we do drug testing or background checks on people as part of the employment process, we do that as we pay the bills for our timekeeping program. That comes out of that contractual line item. So there are, I'm sure I won't remember all of them, but there are several things that we do on a routine basis that accounts for the lion's share of that $65,000.
Does Irwin come out of that line?
I think you guys pay for Irwin out of your contractual line item. So,
Okay.
anyway, that's the request, and obviously you guys let us know what you want to do. Next one is 33,540, the transfer station operation. What we're requesting, the contractual amount for that specific, it's been increased to $33,708 for next year.
Okay, how about 33,441, insurance deductible, 8,000.
That is one that we have put in consultation with Mike Sharp. We've talked about it at the Fleet Management Committee, that those would be the deductibles when we have accidents, that we have $1,000 deductible on our automotive casualty insurance. And so that allows us to pay the deductible for 8 incidents.
Sounds like one of the things that we've been harping about, that we have to pay, but you never had a line item for it.
And now we're suggesting a line item.
Okay.
So what's your estimate on what's the deductibles been in the last year or two?
About $8,000.
Okay.
That's
Good answer.
Mike's estimate, because Mike deals with all the crashes, and so he gets in touch with the insurance company, so he's recommending $8,000.
I think that kind of thing needs to have a line item versus hanging it every year.
Yeah.
And we actually have had discussions with our carrier about changing that deductible amount, kind of gone back and forth on that, but at this point, it's $1,000 per incident.
So, what was the next thing, what were you telling us before we went back to that?
The transfer station.
The
Transfer station.
And what'd you say about that?
It is going from 32 to 33,708.
Okay.
Is that a long-term contract with them, or is
It's a relatively short-term 2 or 3 year, but that's the new number. The next one I have is 33,621, vehicle maintenance.
We've got the animal shelter in between there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have it right after 33,590, but it's obviously out of numerical order.
Loud does it in different order.
So anyway, so animal shelter, 33,590. That's the request from our current the what's it, Animal Welfare League, I think, is that the right name? $50,000 for the coming year. One of the conversations we have had is to whether or not we should convert from, or move from what is essentially a donation to that organization in exchange for housing animals that we take them, to a more contractual arrangement that would specify, for each animal we bring you, we pay you X, that kind of thing, if you take it. And so there's been some issues with having space available so that we can first pick up stray animals and then have a place to take them. You'll recall from our conversation about the HELP plan, it allocates some resources, at least tentatively, to hiring a consultant to investigate what kind of needs we have in Wayne County, how they're currently being met or not, and a recommendation for how to go forward. So this is kind of an interim step. It's a small increase from 42,000 to 50,000, and again, we're considering the benefit to moving to some kind of contractual arrangement with that organization.
My question is, do they even have room if we need to pick up an animal and take it there?
And sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, and so that's why,
And
one
we're
of the
paying
reasons
them
why
even
we
whether they-
consider a contractual
Yeah.
arrangement, so that if they don't have space, we wouldn't pay them, because we're not receiving a service. But the way
Yeah.
it's currently has been structured forever, as far as I can determine, is it has been a contribution to that organization without specific details on what they would provide. I know there's been conversations, but as far as I can determine, there's nothing in writing.
Where do we take animals when they're full?
We don't.
We can't. I know, that's the problem.
Every place is full. That's why we're projecting that we should do this study to see
Is
what
it-
our next steps should
Is it
be.
the city that has a contract with Newcastle?
Correct.
Okay, so
And
it's the
they-
city of
and
Richmond
they-
that goes there because they don't have a place here that
Correct.
can take
And
them?
Obviously,
Ms.
we don't
Butters
either.
had conversations with Newcastle, and they do not have the capacity for us to take animals there, so we're trying to work through that as best we can. The next item would be the vehicle maintenance, which is the corollary to where we reduced the
How about-
budget request.
I'm sorry, how about, just below the animal shelter, 33,600.
Other
You have a
equipment.
request for $10,000 for other equipment.
No.
No,
Last
zero.
year, last year was 10 and 0 now, is that correct? Other equipment,
What was
I'm
that?
sorry, I'm looking through,
right under the animal shelter.
well, okay, let me look over here. Animal shelter. 33, what, 6 something?
600.
Thirty-three, 600 other equipment.
For
We had it.
2023,
Right.
nothing, should be 0.
I have no earthly idea, Tony. You know, we built our budget based on these sheets, not these sheets, so I apologize.
And
I
those
can,
numbers, just to explain, the numbers on those sheets are in different order than what Lau was, and when I pulled Lau over, that's why you're seeing the order Lau had, and those are in different orders.
But it still should be on the sheet.
except that it should be, but I don't see it.
So the Lao worksheet is totally different in some order from the worksheet we're using? Is that what you
No.
just said?
Lau is what you're using,
Okay.
what you're seeing. What we received from them, the account numbers are in different
The prior-
order.
okay,
They're in
gotcha.
different orders, so that's why he's frustrated not being able to go in the same order that Lau was.
Gotcha, thank you.
And I don't see a 33,600 on my sheet at all, I apologize. So we can,
Yeah,
Oh.
last year.
Oh,
it
why'd
was
I lose it?
10,000.
oh, I see it on this sheet.
Nothing any year before, so. we
No,
knew that was
there's
a-
never been it before, and last year has 10,000, so I'm not sure if
There
it was
you go.
even supposed to be in there.
And I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay.
I can
It's this
investigate.
one right here, Jeff.
Right, I've got that sheet, I'm looking at it for the first time. I found it, it says 10,000 for this year. We haven't,
For last year.
for 2023.
23.
It's the adopted budget, right, for this.
This year, okay.
Uh,
Depends on your.
Doesn't show that we've spent anything. I don't know what that line item involves. I can do some research on it and get back with you, but I can't explain it today.
That research may reveal that $10,000 doesn't really exist, or that line item doesn't exist.
It could, or it could
Or
just
it's
be
there,
that
you just-
we didn't know it was there, so we didn't spend it.
That's a good.
That's
Yeah.
good. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Well, as long as we have other money and other sources, I would suggest that we probably can do without that. Steve, you have any idea what the other equipment line item is?
I guess we better let it stand as you.
I'll take it.
You know, that is certainly your prerogative. If you want to give me a week to look into it, I'd be happy to do that. If you want to zero it out, go right ahead, and if we find later on we need it, we'll come and talk to you. However you want to approach that.
I'd recommend you give him time to research, see if it's actually in this year's budget before we just zero it.
No, I think it's actually there, but I think we zero it till he comes back with something.
But if you zero it, you're gonna be less apt to put it back in.
We'll wait till you give us word on that.
Yeah, we'll leave it like it is till we hear something better.
Thank you.
33,621 vehicle maintenance is the next one.
Great. 33,621 vehicle maintenance, again, is the corollary of the previous one that Mike has asked for changes to. This is what we talked about with being able to put equipment on the shelf, ready to use.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Either you
Sorry.
don't know how to do math, or
No,
it increased by way more than the 25,000 that the other one decreased.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. You want to explain
I'm
that?
not trying to hide that.
I know. We don't think that.
That's the number that Mike has requested to be able to maintain our vehicles. So I can't tell you exactly what equipment that's going to replace. We certainly will talk more about that in fleet management as we get to that point. But if you will recall, those of you who have worked with the Fleet Management Committee, when we made that this transition a couple years ago, we knew that we were simply plugging in numbers. We didn't know whether they were the right numbers, but we had to start somewhere, and we decided that let's plug in these numbers, and we'll make adjustments as we get more familiar and we have better experience to draw on. And these are the numbers that Mike gave us as being required.
Okay.
And then the final change in the Commissioner's General Fund budget that I have is line 33,940, the resource inventory. We're asking for a $900 increase. That Resource Inventory Council has not requested an increase for several years. This increase would go directly to paying the director, who, among other things, coordinates the guest book at the highest point in Indiana. They do a lot of research into historical barns and other things, and so that is their request to give the first raise in several years to their one paid staff person, and his salary would go up $900. I want to say his current salary is not all of that, but about 40, I think $4,300 out of the $5,300. The rest goes to supplies and things. But again, in these line items, we're making a contribution to this organization. We're the sole contributor to this organization, and they operate semi-autonomously then during the year.
So resource inventory is the name of that business?
The Resource Inventory Council.
My line's kind of cut off, so I wasn't sure, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. But they're really kind of doing research on different things, right? Informational.
They have a large database of maps and things that point out all kinds of resources within the county that
Exactly.
online, or you can go in there and see
Okay.
it. It provides a lot of data that's helpful, people researching the county or people looking to move here.
Historical
industries.
or other.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are the general fund changes that we're proposing. I do just want to mention in Cume Court, we have
What?
proposed the Cume Court budget.
Could I ask a question before we move on? I need clarification up there on that very top one, exactly how you're wanting me to change that. I got department restructuring, but what was the dollar amount on it?
75,898.
Thank you.
questions before we move on.
Sure.
Community crossing budget and the one-time expenditures both have an amount that's not a budgeted amount, just says it was expended this year. They're both 108,000, but they have different numbers at the end.
Okay.
It's number 33,951 and 52.
Just ahead of ambulance service.
Over in the 2023 expended amount, there's 108,000.
I see that, and
Both of those.
we have not spent money out of the general fund, out of the commissioner's budget for community crossing, so
Yeah.
I'm at a loss for that. Now, you have pledged financial support. You
Yeah.
signed letters of commitment for community crossing projects, but those do
Well, the
not come
next
out of the commissioner's budget.
Yeah, the next one's one-time expenditures from RES. And it's got a 108 with $300 change there. Same way.
I'm
I don't even know what
not
that
sure
is.
what RES
I don't
is,
either.
and it's cut off on my,
It is
on my form here, so.
That's the complete, even when you click on that square, that's all it says.
That's all it says.
It's not cut off something.
I can't explain it, and I mean, I assume that the fact that it's just a couple dollars off of what the community crossing number is coincidence, but I don't know what either of those line items are. They're not anything that have come through the commissioner's office to authorize that I'm aware of.
Place, I guarantee.
Nothing
'cause
before until that,
Yeah.
and then nothing. So maybe those are,
So let me look into those, just like with the $10,000 from that other line item.
10,000. It's not there.
Steve said leave that, that's not on there,
It's not even there.
the 10,000.
Okay, and so these may not be either. We'll look at it.
Okay. Sorry, we're asking you to explain things that you can't even see. Okay.
Should at least had a copy.
ambulance service,
Pardon?
are we up to,
I think we're done.
oh, we're done?
We're done.
Ambulance service is
The same.
contractual. We signed a 5-year contract with Reed to provide the ambulance service, and it's the same in '24 as it is in '23. There is an escalator in the out years. I think year 4 and 5 have increases.
5 years it escalates up? Is that what you're
In the
saying?
last 2 years.
Only in year 4 and 5, as I recall. So, in the Cume courthouse fund,
Is there a budget for that?
It's right here.
there is. And we would like to request an additional $66,000, moving that from $334,000 to $400,000 in total. The potential downside to doing that, there's plenty of money available in that fund.
Hang on.
Sure.
We did have it. Oh, there we go.
Hume Building, and Hume Capital Development.
Correct. And
Which
right
fund
now I'm
is
talking
this?
about the Cume Building
Cume
courthouse.
Building courthouse? Which fund number?
Jeff, I'm sorry, I didn't.
1140 is the fund
1140.
number.
Okay.
And
So-
also, Jeff, I'm sorry, but did Steve say Cume Courthouse building can only be used for certain buildings?
Correct. This building, the courthouse, and the jail.
Okay.
Now, the downside to increasing this to this extent, actually to keeping it as its current number of 334, is that the funding that goes into that does not equal even the 334. So this would be short-term fixes to current challenges of being able to complete ongoing projects that we'll have over the next couple of years. There's a healthy balance. The number escapes me, but I want to say it's 600,000-ish as a balance at the moment. But if we take out more than goes in every year, obviously, it's going to be a declining balance. I would anticipate only doing this for 3 or 4 years, and then going back to a budget each year of approximately how much is going in. The same with the CUMCAP development, and we would request an additional $100,000 in the building improvements line item 44,210, which would increase the total for Fund 1138 from $393,000 to $493,000. We'd keep the capital 4,000s at the same $393, and we'd request an additional $100,000 for building improvements.
Jeff, I do happen to have, as of yesterday, the balance in Cume Building Courthouse was $493,402.21, and the other one at $621,719.24.
Right. So again, those requested budgets for 2024 would be for more than would go into those funds in 2024. So it would be, expending some of the reserves in those funds.
So the expenditures have not been identified as to what they would be at this point?
Not specifically, no. And we had a fairly lengthy conversation this morning about projects that we would recommend being funded going forward. We have them in 3 different categories. One, projects that we believe could and should be completed still in calendar year 2023. And we have a list of prioritized projects for 2024. And then we have additional projects that we don't think can be accomplished before 2025 at the earliest. But we don't have solid numbers for most of those projects yet. We'll work on getting the estimates. We talked today about contracting with an architectural firm for the roof projects at the fairgrounds that we'd like to accomplish yet this year that are not currently funded. There's a couple others on that list. I think Steve's going to share some of that with you at the workshop this evening, and then we'll get additional information as it's available to us to share with you. Anything else? Thank you.
Steve asked EMA to go ahead and come at 2:30, so he should be here any minute. If you want to just take a break real quick till he gets here.
He actually indicated he had a 2 o'clock meeting, so he may not.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, so.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what you want to do. Do the office?
Yeah, can we just do the auditor next? Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Don't go away.
Then we'll take a break until Matthew gets here.
I can see it.
Is extension coming in?
He is supposed to come at 3 o'clock too, I forgot about that. We'll slip John. Go ahead.
Auditors.
questions do you have of me? It's the budget that I presented is quite a bit different than the one that I had coming in. And these are the items that I think are necessary to do my duties as county auditor. So the one big change in there is the I call it a grant administrator. Not too sure what you call it.
Bookkeeper.
Yeah, bookkeeper.
It's not a grant administrator.
No. It's a
It's
bookkeeper.
more, is it gonna be a clerk or
It's
or a
gonna,
bookkeeper?
yeah, it's gonna be probably a clerk, but.
Grant clerk.
And I noticed you gave everybody raises, which,
Yes, I did.
well, we don't, I mean, we set the raise for everybody across the board, so that's, we don't have to talk about those right now.
You don't want to
We
talk
really
about
need
it?
to reset them so that when
They
we
need to go
know
back
and there's a
to-
percentage that we know.
They need to
how
go to the
calculate that.
23 amount,
Exactly, or it'd be double counted.
because we don't, yeah.
That needs to happen in every
Right
department
now.
that came today that was
Absolutely.
given raises.
Yeah, anybody who did that today, those amounts need to go back to the 23 amount. Because there were several.
So, both of these new positions are here at one of them, right, two different salary levels. What's the
There's
difference?
one new position.
There's one there now.
The other position was a part-time help that we moved to full-time.
Okay, sorry.
You want to move your part-time person to full-time?
Well, it already is.
It already is?
We did that.
We did that?
during the year.
Already did it.
Okay.
And that's the salary that person's on now,
Yes.
36.
Which line is that you're talking about?
10,940.
Thank you.
So of the request that you had submitted earlier, Mark, of two positions, you're now at one?
Yes, for whatever reason, it listed two part-time positions in the budget from last year.
So we got a part-time position in here yet.
Right.
So you're wanting a part-time position
Well-
put back, and you're wanting the grant person?
I'm gonna have the grant person, and then I'm trying to find what the part-time number is here.
13490.
13,490 says $12,000.
Right there.
Okay.
Is somebody currently working part-time, Mark?
No.
Okay.
I thought that we took that out and then made the one.
I thought we did
full-time.
too.
Yeah, that should come out of there.
Unless,
The two part-times out for the one full-time, is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Uh,
I,
I
so
don't
the
need that other
12,000
part-time.
under 13,490 shouldn't be here, is that what you're saying?
The 13,490 does not need to be there.
Okay.
So
we'll
that
leave
goes
that
to zero.
zero.
I'm looking for something else, though.
Where are you getting the 13,490? Oh,
Yeah, the number.
you're looking at the line.
Line
line.
item.
Yeah, that's the last for extra salary.
Yeah.
What do you call that?
What
No.
did you advertise the grant writer for? What, how much was about grant writer?
It was something like 56,000.
But that was the person
This
who
is, it's
searched out
very
grants for the
different from
county.
this,
and
from this position.
This is
That's
somebody
not
to
this.
track grants.
Well, that's why I was wondering if we could raise that grant writer salary. That could be the
Take
the
care
one
of
that
these.
coordinate, takes care of the
Well,
grants too.
Except we didn't hire anybody because
Right.
we can't find
But
anybody
to
to
raise,
do it.
raise the salary up.
But we also have submitted the grant position to Irwin, which we have not had a
Yeah.
return back yet.
We have not.
And we don't know what it's gonna come back.
Which will come back
It
with
may
a
just be a clerk.
classification and
Yeah.
a salary recommendation, so that 44,000 is a
It's
temporary
probably
number.
That's my figure, not
Pardon?
yours.
Yeah, but we don't know what else to change it to at this point.
No, that's correct.
33,341, new line item for advertising for 4,000.
We do a lot of advertising, budget time. We have to advertise the tax rates, we have to advertise the budgets, we have to advertise what else was it in there?
There was,
Huh?
go ahead.
Those items that are expensive, and I'm trying to find what it was.
And we didn't have a line item?
No.
And when the expenditures came in, I wasn't sure, what to pay them out of.
So we
We
made a line
decided we
item.
needed a line item,
They got paid, but not,
but not out of the correct line
not the way
item.
they should have.
I know we've had that in the past, I just don't know what line they paid it out of. And then a lot of it anymore goes, I think you can do the media, Mike could tell us back here, online stuff, right?
Right,
As long
but
as you,
still have to advertise tax sale, for example.
well, I know there's still some, but
Right.
it got better in the last few years
Correct.
because of the online thing, but
Yeah.
I'm just not sure.
It's not like it used to be.
No, that's right.
But we want to keep the newspaper happy, and we,
Okay.
there are some things that we have to run in the newspaper.
So travel, lodging, and meals, is it double?
Let me find it.
Yeah, right above it. 33,230.
My budget didn't have enough in it for my staff to go to the meetings, and the meetings that she and I would go to. We canceled one last week for various reasons for, I don't remember what it was for, but we're coming up on budget time, and we have different things we have to go to in various places. And the amount that was in there last year, 2,000, it's already in the red.
Why aren't you using the fund that, for elected officials?
Didn't know anything about them till this morning.
Yeah, so you and Debbie could use that fund, but if you take any of your
But
other
my staff
deputies,
can't.
you
Yeah.
can't, right.
So
But
why
you
don't we
two
leave
could.
it the same and then
There's only
you
been-
guys start using that other fund?
There's only been $207
Yeah.
in 2023
For 6 months.
for 6 months.
Okay,
They must have gone,
that's not right.
no, that's not right.
$207 in the red?
No, spent.
No, he
Yeah,
says it's
I
in the
got-
red
I
and
expect that, but
that's
he
not
said
what
it's
it
in red.
says here.
Yeah, it doesn't show that here.
Because there was a budget of 2,000.
They were charged in the MasterCard, so maybe it hasn't gone through yet, because I know there was definitely more that we have spent than the $207, but it's possible that they haven't showed up yet because of going through MasterCard. I don't know.
Well, even if we leave it the same, and then you guys start using that other fund, it should be okay then. Cause most of the stuff's gonna be you guys, not the staff, isn't it? Most of the meetings and traveling.
Probably, but
Probably you
my
guys.
staff in the last several years has not attended any kind of seminars. And my position with it is, everything I can send them to, I'm gonna send them.
And I will say the auditors go to a conference with the state board a lot more than the rest of the offices do.
Thanks, yeah, thanks, Sharon. So, back to that advertising, can we find out where it's been being paid for? I don't know where it's been coming from.
A lot of it's just been paid out of the commissioner's budget. They have an advertising,
Well, you can see right, office supplies is where some of it is.
We're paying it out of office supplies?
That's where some, because there wasn't a line item, that's where I think some of it was.
That's where,
Well, it says you spent
You have to come to us and ask
3,653 thus
That's what I'm
far.
saying, because there's more than what the budget has been
It's
in
only
office
budgeted
supplies.
2,000.
You could probably look at an old
We had-
claim from
we had-
last year and see where the prior auditor paid it from.
We
Just a
had one
suggestion.
budget of $2,600 since I started, and we
Oh.
didn't have an advertising line item, and I think that could be part of what the office supply
and
was.
that should not be being put in office supplies at all. That's not
Not
right. You'll need to
Jeremy.
go back and audit that account and see what all those office supply bills are for. Because if that's travel, it should not be coming out of there.
And just on that elected officials training, as of yesterday, there's $50,039.97 there, so.
You guys can switch that over to that, if that was you.
So should we reduce this to 2,000?
If we leave it the same, like it was last year, to 2,000, and then they use the other fund, it should be okay.
Do you know what fund number that is?
Which one?
The one that, for the elected officials travel?
Oh, I have no idea.
The
Is it on there?
fund number, the elected officials,
Oh, it's on
it's
this.
1217.
Thank you.
Okay. So, the next thing I see is your dues and subscriptions.
That's raised 400.
And the training. 33,810.
It's raised $400.
Reduce subscriptions.
Under dues and
Yeah,
subscriptions?
33,810.
It went up 400.
Oh, okay. Training and education,
Are you
No.
on 33,810?
Yes.
33,810.
Because my copy was 600 this year and 600 last year.
No, it says 1,100 and 1,500.
right.
And they spent 1,213.
They've spent more than their
Thus
budget
far.
amount
I'm
already.
looking at the printed one and you're looking at the one on the screen, right?
Yeah.
So there's.
No, I'm looking
My-
at the
my
printed
printer
one,
was
and it's the same as
15,11.
up
Yeah,
here.
you're not,
Page
33,810?
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's treasure. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I went one page too
Don't
many. I
mix
thought,
that up,
what?
Kathy.
Okay.
You've raised that $400 to 15, but you've
Oh, I
already
see.
spent 1,213 out of it this first
So
6
far
months.
this year.
So, it's in the red, and
Yeah, it's already in the red.
we're halfway through the year. Are most of your dues and things paid for the year? Is that mostly probably in January and February?
Probably.
I would think.
The big due is Association Counties that I pay for my office, and then well, the big one's that one.
Yeah,
I don't remember what it is, $1,100 or something like that.
that's what, yeah. That's kind of what the budget used to be, but we've spent 12 already this year. We'll need to look at that, keep an eye on that. And your training and education went up $3,000.
And you've spent 2,000. No.
Right.
No, you've spent
$270.
$270.
So, do we need a 3,000 jump there?
Yes.
Why?
Training that my staff is gonna have to eventually go to with Lao, Gateway, anything else that my staff is gonna have to travel to see, be instructed how to do it. They also are coming into my office and showing my staff how to do different things with different programs. We did that right after tax distribution. We had Lau come in and show us. I wasn't very happy with it, so I called them in. They're gonna show us how to do it in the fall, and I'm gonna do it in the fall instead of the girls in the office had to.
So
Settlement.
they're charging
Settlement,
you,
I'm
they're
sorry.
charging you for that, and it's not some of the free services that come with our Lao subscription?
Some of them are. Some of the training that, I don't remember where it was. If something happens and I need to send them someplace to go to be trained, I'm gonna need a line item to pay it out of. If I don't spend it, I don't spend it.
So I do know there are some things that allow, like Mark said, you call them, you got a problem, they'll help you, they don't charge you. But then there's other things that
Yeah.
they have to send
You gotta pay
somebody
for
then.
them.
Yeah.
And I think he's gonna have somebody come, and are you gonna have them come and do more training this fall on settlement? Is Lau gonna help with that?
Lau came in after settlement this time. I called him, didn't like the way it was done, and they came in and explained to me how, I had is how I wanna put it. I had a background in how to do it from the previous experience, but I didn't understand the new stuff that was done from the treasurer's office. And so I just called them in and had them show me. They made templates for this fall. Linda Vogelsang did it, and then she and I will do it in the fall. It was not a smooth way to do it, but it's been done that way for 20 years, and we wouldn't want to change.
So equipment supplies, line 22,150, you've reduced it 1,000?
22,150?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, our equipment supplies are, we don't have much in that office other than copy paper and that kind of stuff, but that's not charged against my budget anyway. That goes commissioners, right.
Yeah, the paper's already covered.
Yeah, the paper's already covered, so we didn't spend it last year, so.
Okay.
Did we talk about the office
But
supplies?
equipment supplies doesn't appear to me to be a paper.
No. The office supplies, did we talk about that? Because the budget's 2,000, you've already spent $3,600.
Right.
He's
Well,
raised
on
it to
what?
3,000, he's already, yeah.
Like, what was the?
Office supplies.
I
No,
think
but
that,
what kind?
honestly, I think $2,600 of that is that one
Oh,
advertising
we
thing
said it might
because
be.
we didn't have
It's being paid out
another
of
line
office
item, yeah.
supplies, yeah, that's right, or travel or something.
No, I'm pretty
That's
sure
right,
it's,
you need to check,
it's
that's the one you
the
need to check into.
advertising.
22,110. All right.
And on the office supply, I really questioned whether 2,000 was enough because I felt like when I came in May, we were running kind of short. And like I just had a calculator that wasn't working, and so I had to get a new calculator. So I'm questioning if the 2,000 would be enough. Because we're trying to make the office more efficient with different things.
And I know probably people wonder why you would use a calculator in this day and age, but the auditor's office and the treasurer's office, you use those constantly.
I do all day long.
But,
in my
but
business.
what's nice is if they're all the same model, so no matter what desk you're at, because in the treasurer's office prior, we finally got that fixed. We had some that were 50 years old, and you'd have to, okay, how does this one work? And so, you know, just even getting that equipment the same and the newer, and
Well, and
it does make a big difference.
if I can also add something, IT was mentioning that they were having a lot more scanning costs this year. That's one thing since I've been in here, we have added scanners to all of our desks. That way, we're a lot more efficient. They can just do it at their desk, not having to get up and use the big one. So I'm just letting you know that, to back up what he was saying, we really appreciate that.
So I want to verify, we're only talking in this budget of one new position.
What?
I want to verify that in this budget, we're only talking one new position.
One new position, and this budget has in it the person that we went from part-time to full-time.
Yes, that's in.
Yes, and
That's
then
in
the other
here.
part-time one is going
Right.
away.
So you,
But-
when you ask for two positions, you've now cut that back to one.
Right.
Just the grant writer.
Yeah, the,
Not the grant
The,
writer,
uh,
grant
or, I'm sorry, administrator, excuse me. Yeah.
Well, that's not a good.
Yeah, I'd asked for two. Don't think you were gonna give me two, cut it back to one, something realistic, and I thought you'd be easier to get through council.
Yeah, appreciate that, but I just wanted to verify that, make sure
Right,
they
I
were
understand.
clear.
Mark, before this year, there was not a contractual professional line item. And we did hear earlier, a few months ago,
Right.
put some money into that,
Mhm.
and that was kind of like a one-time situation. The 10,000 that you're proposing for next year, why would that be in the budget?
If I have to call Hartman again, I'll have the ability to pay him. If I don't use it, I won't spend it. But as of now, the lady that's working with Hartman just had surgery. I haven't talked to her recently, and I don't think from looking at what I need that she's done. So,
But surely that would occur in 2023.
maybe.
Yeah, I would rather take it out, and if there's a need for it, we
Revisit it.
fund it in council contingency, rather than having an ongoing line item, because if we did this, an ongoing line item created in every single budget, we can't afford that.
No, they keep creating all these line items themselves.
And is their allow, what they pay for allow, that's paid out of IT, correct? Their yearly, okay.
No, I don't think so.
Is that it?
Does
Yeah.
does other,
No,
I mean,
I'm
does
with you
everyone
on
else
that.
think?
Why fund something
Yeah.
if you don't need it?
Yeah, it's, that, it leaves a lot of extra unknowns at the end of the year. And they always end up getting transferred to other line items.
Yeah.
So,
What's the discussion? But
just to not have that contractual professional amount in there this time, for 24.
I don't think I can, I don't remember offhand, other than Hartman, who is not done, in my opinion.
But if we take it out for 24, but you really need it, you could come back and say, hey, can you help me with
Hey,
this?
if I need it and I don't have it, I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's
I mean,
fine.
hopefully the rest of it can be done in 2023, and you've
I
got some,
hope.
you've got
Most of what you need.
almost 6,900 more in that budget, so hopefully
Right.
that can be taken care of in
And I don't know
2023.
how up to date their billing is, so I'll have to, I gotta check
been a
that.
while since
I
you've
think the
been here.
billing is up to date,
It should be.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so here's a question. If IT is paying for the yearly contract with Lau and all that, but you have them come in separately and do a week's worth of training, they're billing you, not IT. And that's a question, because, is that right?
That's my understanding the way to go. So far, when I've called them and they've come in, I have not received a bill for that.
Okay. If you had a bill, where would you pay for it?
Professional services.
He put it in under the training and education.
Oh, okay.
That's why he made that $5,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
because.
just making
and-
sure they still have a spot,
Yeah.
okay.
And the IT part of it is their software,
Yeah,
and
right.
the other part's the training side of it, so.
Okay.
But, you know, it's, not to beat a dead horse, but tax distribution did not go well for my office. And, if I have to call them back in the fall, hopefully they'll come in and help me without billing me. Which they didn't do, I mean, they didn't bill me in the spring.
Okay. I think that's it, right?
Can I
Jonathan?
just, Pat, something I've been kicking around and I've talked to several council members about, not particularly at this level, but there is a discrepancy in your salary ordinance. And it came up when I hired the new gal that we moved from part-time to full-time. And in your salary ordinance, I had to pay her the same amount that I paid somebody that had been there 3 years, 2 years.
That's just how it is.
And I don't think that's right, and it makes it, I just have a proposal for you that would, I hope, serve the county with some kind of longevity pay.
Let's talk about that after we get done with the folks that's waiting here.
Yeah.
That's a whole different.
In workshop or finance?
No, just,
No, yeah,
we'll
no,
just talk about it in a little bit,
Oh,
but
okay.
we've got other people waiting in line, because this,
Okay.
Jonathan, we're ready for you.
Where's the hot seat? Can we sit down here?
Right there.
Okay, I
Either
can
one of
project.
those is hot, yeah.
Okay.
Who are we doing?
Stay about 3 minutes.
Extension.
Yeah.
Here's our copy.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan, you want me up here, or?
You can just have a seat over there. Yeah, thanks, Lisa.
What is that?
Oh, this is EMA.
Oh,
I'm
no,
Purdue
you're not.
Extension.
Oh.
I didn't know you were on there. Okay,
He's not on there.
okay.
You're welcome to present mine, Jonathan.
Yours is bigger than mine, probably. Do you have a copy of my budget? You got that? Okay, so, well, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me some time this afternoon with you. We just had a couple of changes. There's only two lines that we're asking for an increase. One is the contractual professional services, which is the amount that Purdue asks that we collect to cover educator salaries and benefits. It's the county's portion of that. I think you're probably all familiar with that. Last year there was a 5% increase built in. This year they're asking for 4%. So that's why it goes from 123,840 to 128,805. And then the other increase I was asking for was we came pretty close in mileage last year. With the COVID restrictions easing and we're getting back, Purdue's doing more trainings and travelings, we came pretty close to spending it all last year, so I asked for a little bit of an increase in that to make sure we didn't run out. And everything else I think was the same.
I'm looking down here, there's something missing on 33,660. The 4-H program, $15,000 that's always there every year is not there for 2024.
Where, I'm lost.
I have it on mine.
Well, it's not on ours. Extension,
What's the,
it's it's 0011 up on your tabs.
It should be in there. If it's not, I don't know why.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking,
Yeah.
it's not in ours.
So that stayed the same?
okay.
Yeah.
15,000.
It's the green box.
Yeah, 33,660.
So what do I need to change?
It needs to be $15,000.
On which line
Line
item?
33,660.
33,
It's the green box.
Yeah,
33,
it needs to be 15,000.
660.
okay.
Yeah, thank you for catching that. That would have been bad.
It may be in the total, it just didn't get put in the
Okay.
column. Hopefully it's in the
It
total.
wasn't in the total.
It wasn't in the total? Well, great.
It is
Oh, no,
now.
because your total's less than last year.
Yeah.
Now, see, I was all excited when I saw that when you first
Well,
came.
sorry to disappoint.
It's okay. We've been disappointed before. Okay,
Many times today.
so do you still have a part-time that's not filled, or
No.
that we did
You
away with?
eliminated that in that
We did away with it, okay, all right. Well, that seems pretty straightforward. Does anybody have any other questions for Jonathan today?
It was the quickest one all day.
I know.
I'd like to keep it quick for you.
You want to do Matthews?
It took you
for
longer to drive over here than your budget.
I do appreciate your support, though. We appreciate that.
Thank you. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
We saved the best for last. Look at Matthew.
Jonathan's like, now wait a minute.
Yeah.
He was almost last.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know whether it's good to go last or not.
Well,
Everybody's tired, that's what I figured, everything was spent by noon.
There's our version.
actually, more than spent after the first procedure.
Yeah, at 8:15, we were already done. What money we have.
Okay, so we looking at county general first, looks like.
So what,
Is this EMA or not?
EMA 911 general fund.
0301?
Well, we got 911 on this separate page.
Yeah, that's the 1222 fund.
I've got two different funds that we'll discuss today.
I think the first change is line item. 22,150, equipment supplies,
Yeah,
4905.
I can't make heads nor tails out of that because I'm not used to seeing it. Huh?
That's the other one.
Oh,
So what line was that, Tony?
22,150.
that's what I had.
Are we on EMA?
22,150 is equipment and supplies. I had requested an increase of just over $6,000. That is, so the reason for the increase was the county was getting ready to go to encryption for some of our law enforcement agencies. The older radios that we have in emergency management are not capable of taking on that new software. And plus we'll have to pay to upgrade the radios that we do have. We've also acquired some older radio consoles that we're using as a backup center down in emergency management now. But that software and system is not covered by my already established maintenance agreement with my vendor. So that is the increase, the reason for the increase in that line item. You want me just to keep going down through the ones I've got? Okay.
The changes?
Yep, 22,210 is the next one. A very slight increase in the gas line item. The fleet committee has approved an additional response vehicle for our agency, so my deputy director on emergency management will have a vehicle to utilize while either I'm out of town on meetings or on weekends. So that a slight increase in gas just because of that added vehicle that we haven't had. 33,200 is the next increase. Contractual professional increases. Increase of $10,000 is what I'm asking. I currently lease our 24/7 chairs that we utilize in the dispatch center. And there is rising costs each year to lease those chairs. So that is to budget in that anticipated increase. Plus, I would like to implement a new software program that would fall under this contract increase for handling our public information requests. Our agency has been inundated with public information requests over the last several years, and it just continues to get busier. We are still doing it by hand in a manual process. Looked at a couple companies that are out there that kind of automate the process for us, make it much easier so that it's not manual, and we don't have as many man hours tied up into handling those public information requests. So that those two items is what's causing that increase in that line item.
Matthew, can I
Yes,
ask you a question?
of course you
Back to
can.
chairs.
Yes.
What kind of chairs are these and where are they exactly?
Where are they? They're at their desk, at the
So this
dispatcher
is in the
console.
911 center?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Okay.
They're 24/7 chairs built specifically for 24/7 use. They have to be rated for pretty substantial weight limit to encompass all employees, and
gosh, I haven't even priced a new one because I haven't looked at them, but they're over probably $3,500 a chair normally. So I have partnered with a company out of Salina, Ohio, that I lease them every year for what would normally cost for one chair. I'm able to get 6 refurbished ones every year.
That was just gonna be my question, would we be better to just buy the chairs and buy new ones every so many years, but I don't.
Not for
know the answer
budgeting
to
purposes,
that.
it's not.
Okay.
We've done extensive research on this. I've got a number of clients across the country that I've done this with, and when you build in a graduated scale and you look at the lease and what's offered under the contract, it's cost prohibitive to go to a purchase away from the lease, so.
And probably, I'm guessing those people sit in those chairs a lot, so it's not like one of these chairs that you can just put an
That's why they're
office
called
chair
24/7
there.
chairs.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, there is someone's, cheek in the seat, so to speak, at all times.
And I didn't know if you meant in there or the chairs that are in like the EMA center,
No,
the
ma'am.
tables and, okay, thank you.
Strictly the 911 center. Good question. The next line item was 33,240, communication. That's our cell phone bills is what comes out of this. An increase of $500 requested, just simply because of those minor increases in service charges and cell phone plans. Those are the only changes to existing line items. There is a 4,000 line item request that it was suggested that I put on there just simply kind of to have on your radar. And that's kind of what we spoke about last week. We're anticipating some upgrade replacements to our communication infrastructure. Not sure what that looks like yet until we have this feasibility study done and completed. So it was suggested that we go, I'm sorry?
Well, that.
He's just put it
No.
to remind us, but it's probably gonna be ARPA money.
Right.
There's, the ARPA money is earmarked for particular infrastructure that would be identified through the feasibility study. And I asked Matthew to put that in there so we could have this discussion, as Tony said, but understanding that there may be some additional communications infrastructure that would have to be purchased as part of the overall program that's not part of those ARPA dollars. Because I think we identified that at, where Jeff, was it 1.5? Is that what the application fee was?
I believe so.
Yeah. So that 750 doesn't have to carry there. We just, council needs to be aware that in 24 or 25, Matthew may be back for dollars for that project. If that money is not approved through that state application, then we're gonna have to look at how to fund any upgrades that may be required. But I think we're pretty confident that those, was it the HELP program? That was a priority of that community group, that it'll go through.
Could we use some of the Cume, I don't remember what its title was, Cume Building, Cume Courthouse, because that's in the annex building? Or is it for more like technical equipment and we couldn't use it for that?
Yeah, I don't think you can use that for this.
Towers and all that stuff would be off-site, not here.
Oh. Those are physical. Okay, 'cause I thought he meant part of that was downstairs somewhere that was changing. Okay,
Sorry, Matt.
Nope, everything downstairs thankfully has been changed.
okay.
It's out and about, and my connection to those, that is what is needing to be upgraded.
Okay, but
Like
your
the south-
connections to the, I'm sorry, are those not in this building?
No, they're towers out in the
Okay.
community. and-
They would
and
plug
there's-
in here, yes, but yeah.
But what actually has to happen here isn't something that would come out of Cume Courthouse was my question. But I don't know what you have
No,
actually here
I
that.
don't think so, because what would be coming out of that would be equipment, brick and mortar.
Okay, so that's part of it, it's
Vacuum things,
electronic
deal.
equipment, and it's not, like you said, brick and mortar, so we couldn't tap into that, okay.
But it's especially in the southwest part of the county and the northeast part of the county, correct?
That's where we're anticipating deficiencies, yes.
Right.
That's not where they're currently located, but yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the general fund? If I did my math correctly, it's a total increase requested of $17,207 minus the 4,000 or the 4,000 line item.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
On the 1222 fund, we refer to that as our 911 fund, as the money that comes in from the state 911 board collected from the cell phones. We have some increases requested there as well. The first one being line item 33205. It's a quality assurance, quality improvement contractual line item. Asking for an increase of just shy of $4,000. We're wanting to increase the number of calls that our contracted individual is reviewing each month, and would also like to revisit with county commissioners later this year on how much we are paying him to do that. He's been doing that now for 3 or 4 years, and we have not had an increase at all over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, and I think it's time to revisit that in all fairness to him in increasing that contract that we have with him. So that's the reason for that request. The next one is 33230. That is a travel, lodging, and meals line item for some of the same reasons I heard Jonathan give just prior to. I actually went in the red last year in that account by the tune of about $1,700. So with the increase in hotel costs and thankfully, I'm not complaining, but with the new way we're doing the stipend for meals, we needed to increase that line item and requested $2,000 increase. Line item 33670. Equipment maintenance and service contracts, requesting an increase of $6,000. Again, those are ongoing maintenance contracts that I have with several of my vendors that have told us to make sure that we always put in a 5% increase just for an anticipated increase in those contracts. And so it's covering my CAD software, my radio technician maintenance contract with our telecom company. So that's the reason for that request.
I do have a question.
Absolutely.
In regards to the CAD.
Mhm.
Earlier today, the coroner told us that he was going to opt out of paying the maintenance and service for Central Square for his field ops module. Is that part of the contract, the master contract that?
His is not.
His is not.
Yeah. That when we built the system, it was with our prior coroner, and that coroner didn't have much interest in being on the system, so the coroner's office was not built in. This coroner expressed, our current coroner expressed interest in joining, and so he paid for him joining the system with that field ops. So he's kind of got his own little contract with them. It would not be part of our master that I have.
Thank you.
And that's news to me.
Well, my next question then is, should he opt out of that, what's the additional workload on your staff to provide him the call data information that he would need?
So he's just not wanting to pay the maintenance agreement, or he's still paying the licensing, or he's giving it all up?
I took it that he's gonna give it all up.
That's what I
He
said.
said it doesn't give him much more information for the money he's paying than he can just get from,
Calling us?
yeah.
which I explained to him was not appropriate, but.
Look at his face.
So you're gonna start
We-
charging him?
We need further conversation in regards to that then?
Apparently, this is all news to me, so,
Yeah, we just heard about it this morning.
yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
The next line item request, 33,890, training and education. We put a lot of value in the ability and pride in ability and able to provide some great training and education to our staff. Opportunities especially to go to our state conference. And so I've requested an increase of $2,000 in training and education. The statewide 911 board does pay for all of our mandatory training, and that has been a huge help and assistance to us that allows us to be able to send our staff to some of this additional training classes that's held throughout the state. So that is the reason for that increased request. And last but not least, line item 44,490 is an equipment line item. Again, this is going back to the encryption conversation that we had, only this is for the 911 side of the house to help get us ready for that and convert our consulates that we have downstairs and our radios for our consoles to get those the ability to have the encryption loaded in. They're new enough that nothing has to be replaced, thankfully, or if anything, it'd be a mobile or two. Mainly, it's just upgrading. So the total request increase for the 911 fund a little over $21,000.
I think the one thing that I would want to note for council is that 1222 is a dedicated fund. The expenditures are restricted by statute. There's not been any appetite in the legislature that that fee is going to increase. Today, it's $1 on every communication device that can connect to 911. That formula was established back in 2012 with one increase. The legislature has been telling local government for quite some time to fund public safety and other avenues and give us other tools in the toolbox. This budget request is for a little over $1 million. The guaranteed distribution from the state is only $660,000 a year. So the balance that Matthew has carried forward, should we continue this trend, in 3 years we'd be out of money. And that is a situation that county government has put themselves in as the legislature allowed us to move personnel and personnel costs over to this fund. So while we look at this, I think we need to have a strategic plan moving forward. What are we going to do in 26? Because these expenditures aren't going to go down, but the cash balance isn't going to be there. So how are we going to pay for the services in 911 that you really can't delete any of these in that fund? So there again, putting it on the table, we need to be talking about how to pay this budget in the next 2-3 years.
And Mr. Gillum and I specifically have talked about that in previous years, prior years, that at some point in time, we're going to need to move individuals from the 911 to general, just to alleviate some of the stress that this account is going to have. We've been able to do some creative budgeting and been able to save in some areas that has helped prolong this discussion. To the point where I think Mr. Gillum 2 years ago told me to go ahead and move it over for budget hearings that next year, and I haven't felt the need to do that just yet. But as you say, I don't want that to ever fall off our minds that someday we will have to have that discussion.
If we were to implement the income tax the state provides for that, how much would that generate?
Well, we'd have to have our financial advisor tell us what the estimate would be, but, under the lit bucket now, you can have a PSAP specific lit, I think it's 0.1 or 0.01 in the bucket. And so, depends on, how many employees we have across the county and what that looks like as to what it would generate.
Henry County just implemented the 10 cents. If it went over 10 cents, it was another whole rigmarole of stuff to go through. Is the reason but they had the same problem, except they were going to run out of money sooner.
Yeah. Of course, their population's less.
Yeah.
And so their whole harmless formula was calculated at a much lower amount than what Wayne County would have been back in 12. So if you do the PSAP specific, then you're locked in at that 0.1. If you were doing an overall public safety lit that allowed council to divvy the dollars within that, then that could fluctuate based on what the budget asked would be. But that's one of the tools. Nobody likes to talk about new taxes or fees, obviously, but that's one of the tools that the legislature has told us they've given to local government to supplant the 911 fee on the device.
At some point, we can't absorb everything. It's not gonna happen. Yeah.
And as long as the state provides that opportunity, they're not going to help us otherwise.
So Matthew, is that why those chairs were in the EMA budget, not the 911 budget?
Correct.
I wondered because you said, well, that's 911, and I'm like, no, it's in the EMA budget, but I didn't want to ask.
Ours
Okay.
is both. Ours is all
Right.
encompassing.
Yeah.
So the state statute is very specific with an annual audit of our account every year as to what is paid out of the 1222 fund.
That's
And
what I
any
thought. You can't
pens,
do that.
papers, office supplies, anything like that, absolutely not.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I guess you're good to go. It wasn't so bad, was it?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Just wait till we get done, though.
Yeah, but this is just the initial hearing. Mark, we didn't talk about the plat room.
Same as last year, I think, right?
Are those the same numbers? Because we only have just one set of numbers that are requested, but we
No,
don't
this
have
is yours,
last
just
year's
to
number.
Those are the same
verify
numbers.
what I
Okay, okay. So, we are done with this, and if we want to just take a break. Oh. Okay, we'll talk about this real quick, and then we'll take a break and have workshop. This is your letter, Mark.
Yes. I am under the understanding that this has been discussed with council before today, something similar to this.
I mean, we've always kicked around longevity pay, but never have an exact, we need exact dollar amounts and stuff.
Well, that's just my proposal. You know, I have no say in what you do with it. But I do think that with your salary ordinance the way it is, that this would be useful. And there's several ways you could do it.
I can't believe across the whole county, $1,000 a year for people that only.
200
It's only
employees.
200.
200 employees.
No, there's twice that employees, or close to it.
Mm.
There's a lot more than 200 employees.
He's saying that they'd have.
Those are the ones over 3 years.
But this is $1 for every year of their service, so you're talking, some of these people, that, or $1,000 for every year, that's a way more than $200,000. That's
I think he's not saying $1,000 a year.
what it says here. For their service in addition to their
Like I said,
salary.
it can be
Oh,
done.
you mean just give them $1,000, you don't mean $1,000 for every year of service?
No,
Oh, okay, cause I'm thinking that's in the, up in the millions.
it could be $500 after 3 years if you wanted to do it. And then 5 years if you wanted to give $750 to them. anything that would differentiate between a new employee and an old employee.
I think, didn't the sheriff have a recommendation on longevity, but it capped at 5,000 a person or something? I was thinking I read that.
Yeah, he and I have talked, he has one proposal, he's seen mine, and we just kind of decided we'd each present ours.
Okay.
Kim, can you speak to this example or information about Dunn and the money they hold and, I mean, that's restricted.
Once
Yeah.
it's down there, and that's why it's down there, it's restricted. As of last Wednesday, we were sitting at 3.3 million. Our aggregate amount, like the worst case scenario for the entire county, is over 5 million. That would make that fully, meet that threshold for reinsurance. And as members of council that were here, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we had $1 million claim. Yes, we got reinsurance and all, but that affects our rates for the following year. So are we sitting in a good position, in my opinion? Yes, but we're having a good year. We had a good year last year.
We did.
But we may not next year. So I'm sure commissioners would agree, caution on, taking away from that appropriation.
3 years ago, we gave it money, I think, 2 times.
Yeah, I mean, we went to,
Like $1 million.
I'm gonna say, I know it was under $1 million, and we were struggling.
Yeah, yeah.
I was talking to Bob Collington this morning, and he's gonna come over and talk to me tomorrow about Dunn. He's an insurance guru, so he said that one thing we could do, maybe not this, but something else we can do from employees, if we're sitting where we need to be sitting in the estimation of council and commissioners, is have a month free non-collection of a bill for them, just like in
But
this.
we did that at one point in time.
Right.
And it ended up affecting the cash balance, because we ended up settling with a bad year. It just doesn't take a lot.
Well,
So
that's what
that,
you're
if I recall right, it was in the next year after that happened, we ran into some financial problems.
Okay.
So it was
I'm just
great when it
looking for
happened,
different
but it's
things
probably,
and talking to as many
Yeah.
people as I can talk to, and
yeah,
he just happened to be sitting there, and that's what he suggested. Doesn't mean he was right, but
it was nice, but it was unfortunate. Again, we had a bad year. It just happens.
yeah, that'd be my luck.
It seems like it goes in kind of a 5 to 7 year roll with having that really bad year. And we've had it.
Just a thought, just something, I understood the council to kick this around in a different scenario sometime before. Budget time, thought I'd bring it up again.
Yeah. I'm never totally against it, but it seems like we never really have the funds with everything everybody's asking for to implement it, so.
Thanks for checking. You never know.
Nope, don't know till you ask.
Yeah, so it's 3:30, can we just take about a 10 or 15 minute break and recharge? And then
Debbie?
we'll have,
Could I ask you the sheet that you're working on now as a working draft, can you email that to each one of us today? Just so we
I
have
wondered
it.
if you wanted it.
yeah,
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 but we also need all these other budgets on there that's not on there.
yeah.
Well,
She said she's
is it,
gonna get them.
this is like county general, is it okay if I make another one that is not 1,000s? This is all 1,000s, and then the others I'll just take and do the others. I'm hoping to get those done this next week, I just did not have the time to do it. It may not be till tomorrow that I email you, and the reason is, I have a thumb drive in here so that we could see all the tabs. When I didn't have a thumb drive and I was connecting to my computer, I wasn't able to see, and it wasn't good. So I've got to get this off of here and get it back to my computer to get it on. But yes,
Yeah.
I'll email you.
And include the commissioners, will you? You've already been included. They don't, they just need to, they would
Okay.
like to see it
I didn't
also.
know.
That's fine. You
And
did
get
not
charged.
know. So, should we close out this meeting, because our other meeting's a
Well-
different meeting?
Let's talk about some other things that we
Okay.
will need. The total listing of the 4,000 accounts as to the request by department, what they're for, and the amount. I think we also need to know, as compared to last year's budget in the general fund, how much do we currently stand in requests that are in excess of last year's budget figures? So if the general fund was X amount, now it's 24 requests or now this, what's that difference?
Oh, and also the raise. Like, we need to know what a 1% raise is so that we can take that times whatever percent we
I can tell you
decide.
that pretty quick.
Can you?
Sure.
Awesome.
It's it's on my desk. I think the payroll is about 17 million in 22, 1%, 1.7 million, 2%, you can figure it, 3.4.
I don't know, I just asked.
Can you clarify what
That
we?
Can't be able to.
Oh, I'm
doesn't
sorry.
necessarily include,
We need to include taxes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
We need to include all the taxes and everything.
FICA.
Yeah, that
Total
was,
FICA.
well, it's back there, I just took it back. That is the gross pay. I don't have the net pay, don't care what it is.
nor
The
do
double
we.
FICA,
Huh?
the total cost of payroll, including the double FICA.
You can figure that too, is
Yeah, that's what we
the
need to-
FICA rate times whatever the payroll
Yeah.
is. Your perf rate, we
Yeah.
have a rate for that times whatever the payroll
Yeah.
is.
Well, if you could just give us
Sheriff's
that,
pension.
that number next time, just the,
Sure. I just took it back
Cost
over there.
per, cost,
Debbie, did
Social
you have a
Security.
question
I'm a
Medicare,
little confused on the
all of it's cost.
4,000.
on the what?
On the 4,000s that you're asking, I'm not sure what those are.
all the capital expenditures.
all the, and everyone's budget of any 4,000 they're asking for.
You're talking the 40,000 one?
No.
You know, like
Capital
the,
items.
like the,
Like equipment, like cars.
the 4,000 accounts. Maybe I don't have the right terminology.
Are you talking about the 40,000 numbers?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
They used to be 4,000 for years and years and years.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
what everybody
okay.
generally
I'm new
refers
and I'm
to.
still trying to learn the terminology. So you need the total of all of those for any,
Broken down by what the requests are.
okay.
I've got all those figures over there, the cash balances as of 22, what we've spent so far 23, payrolls. I think it's about anything you need, but I'm just.
Mark, do you have what you would project right now will be the cash balance at the end of the year? I know that changes.
I can do that.
But in the past, we've seen month by month, what the projected receipts are, what the projected disbursements are.
One
And
of
it gets us to the end of the year.
Right.
What that
One of the
projected
problems with that and
general
that
fund
right
balance
now
would
is
be.
I don't have the girl that does the claims and takes care of that part of the bookkeeping isn't here. So what I will try to get you is something that I think is accurate, not using her. I just don't have any access to personnel right now to try to pull it out, so I'll just,
She's off on sick leave.
Yeah.
It's not brain surgery. I mean, it's there. I just gotta dig it out.
It doesn't need to be line item for line item, it's just budget for the auditor, commissioners, what you spent, what you got left.
Right.
Project, what we got the other day was line item for line item. That's a lot of decipher.
That's probably what you're gonna get from me, so that's, you know, I am having somebody in my office try to find out, when I took my license, my driver's license, the first bank for WUR, I'm trying to find out who took that and what happened to it after it was taken over there.
Yeah, because they obviously didn't turn it into
No, but the question
appropriate
came up
person.
that I hadn't, but I had, and we're trying to run down who did the work on it and why it didn't get done. Doesn't involve you guys, but that's,
You didn't take it yourself personally,
I
somebody else
took it myself personally,
It went through the drive-through window.
and I gave him a copy of it, and apparently nothing happened.
Well, we'll talk about that with WUR stuff.
Yeah, but I'm just passing that along.
We appreciate it.
You ready?
Got all your questions answered, Debbie?
I think
You
so.
think? Okay.
Hopefully I can give you what you need.
I want to thank Debbie, who is my second first deputy.
Mm-hmm.
And she is a good choice by the auditor. He was brilliant in what he did. So that's, she is really capable. She's learning as best she can. And she and I are both working together pretty well, I think.
Thank you, Debbie. We appreciate your efforts.
And I told her, I said, next year will be totally different.
Yes,
It won't be this difficult for you.
it'll be good for everybody.
And I told her, and she thanked me for admitting it, but doing it on the computer in the manner in which she has that set up is the way to do it. I'll only say that once.
Hey, you might want to repeat that, please.
No, ma'am.
I asked him to give it to me in writing.
Yeah, really.
I like that way of doing it. I can see it, and when we get done, I will complete my work on that. But I'm not gonna say it again.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Oh.
Are we adjourning and taking a break,
I
or
think, this,
not taking a break, or what?
I think we need to close this meeting out, because it's a different meeting than what we're gonna have in a minute.
I would move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we will take, oh, it's okay.